Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. We're back for another week of Sementilli trial. And it is going to be an interesting day. It's a good day. Oh, maybe I ought to do my Sarah Boom.
We had a good day. It was a good day.
We are going to have a good day. Yes, we are. First of all, thank you, everybody, joining. I'm Ada K. I am excited to be here. I'm doing a casual Monday, y'all. It is a Monday. Anything and everything that a Monday can throw at me almost has happened. So we're hoping we don't have any glitches today. So today we are going to be watching again day 21 of the Sementilli trial. Y'all, welcome. One sunny day. You've got an extra entry for the drawing for being first in comment, first in chat. Let me give you a little recap of Friday. So Sementilli's daughter, the second one, testified Friday that she had no idea her mother was having an extramarital affair until her arrest in 2017 in connection with the unaliving of her husband and prominent hairdresser at the family's Woodland Hills home. Hi, June. Good morning, June. Gessa Sementilli, now 26, told the downtown Los Angeles jury hearing and the case against her mother, Monica Sementilli, that she was fond of Robert Baker and her mother. She found Robert Baker in her mother's bed once in 2016 and said she called her mother, who explained that he had decided to sleep it off at the home after having too much to drink at the party. So her daughter found this strange man in her mother's bed, and she goes, nah, he's just sleeping off a hangover. Her mother explained that one of her female friends had also spent the night at the home when the woman testified. Now, the daughter stated, I had no reason to believe otherwise. I believed her. So she thought nothing of it. No big deal. Father was traveling or working out of town at the time. Monica Sementilli is now 53. When all this happened, she was 49, and she became a 49-year-old granny hoe. Is charged with murder and conspiracy in the connection of the stabbing death of her 49-year-old husband, Fabio Sementilli, in his backyard on January 23rd of 2017, shortly before the couple was set to celebrate their 20th wedding anniversary. Oh, how touching. He got a gift. He got a 20th anniversary gift. Aw. What kind of gift he was hoping for, that's for sure. So Baker, who's now 62, pled no contest in July to first-degree redrum and conspiracy to commit redrum and admit to two special circumstances allegations. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, the same sentence that Sementilli could face should she be convicted. The third defendant, Christopher Austin, which hasn't been talked about a whole lot, was arrested late last year following a lengthy investigation by the Los Angeles police. And, come on, do what I need you to do. Thank you. And he pled guilty January 17th of this year to second-degree redrum. Now, 39-year-old man agreed to testify truthfully in exchange for 16 years to life in prison, which we have not seen him yet. I don't think we've seen him. I'm waiting patiently for that. Tough topic, but until your mom's arrest, did you ever know that she was having an affair with Robert Baker? Questioned the Deputy District Attorney Heather Segal. Asked the couple's eldest daughter, who was 18 when her father was unalived. No, not until her arrest, she states. Then she said that she was informed by a firefighter that how she found out her father had deceased was a firefighter said, "Your dad's dead." When she returned home that day, day of the father's unaliving, she was told not to look outside. So she went into the house, found her mother inconsolable, screaming, crying, and her younger sister, who had discovered the father's remained not speaking. Here's the thing that really gets me out of all of this. The mother planned it to the T. She was observing everything on closed circuit security cameras, and she waited till her youngest daughter comes home from school to find her father deceased in the backyard, hunched over the chair and table, blood everywhere. And then she decides to come home because her daughter found the husband dead. Crazy witch. That woman does not deserve to be a mother at all. So the young woman said to her mother was just sad and carrying his sweater around and crying, but acknowledged that her mother was subsequently often found away from home in what witnesses have said to believe her mother was coping with her grief by escaping the house. Now, Gessa Sementilli testified that she believed her parents were the epitome of what a loving marriage should be and what I strive to look for in a partner. Well, that bubble was busted. The jurors also were expected to hear from Austin before the prosecution wraps up. We may hear from Austin today. I hope so. The trial opening statement, Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman told the jurors that Monica Sementilli was the mastermind and behind all of this. Now, Sementilli spent hundreds, I repeat, hundreds of naked, extremely close and personal photos of every orifice of her body during her affair to the lover, which they were also swinging with other people. She was living two lives. She had also had someone set up or somehow a escort page. Now, after her husband's unaliving, Sementilli posted grieving widow while continuing her torrid love affair with Baker, leading her two teenage daughters to text her about why she was out so late at night. One of Monica's attorneys, Blair Black, acknowledged that her client had been involved in an extramarital affair, but told the jurors that she was not involved in the plot to kill her lover. Burke said there was no financial motive for Monica Sementilli to want her husband dead. $1.6 million is not enough motive? And, the defense attorney told the jurors in opening statements that Monica sought comfort in Baker after the unaliving. Bull crap. Comfort my butt. They took lavish vacations. Sementilli and Baker have remained behind bars since the beginning of being arrested in Los Angeles, June, of 17, charged with the unaliving. Now, the problem is, we also heard on Friday is that Monica was sending Baker written letters with drawings of lips open up and said insert blank here. She was using another inmate's ID number so they wouldn't get caught. They finally got caught. It is a free-for-all, y'all. Hold on a minute. Sorry, guys, had to send a quick text. So, gift of unaliving, happy anniversary. OMG, I just can't get over it. And the fact that they had little soldiers swimming in a toothpaste tube to be sent in a manila envelope to Sementilli. Sherry, me to my husband is giving me the side eye. VB, what in the world is going on, love? Oh my gosh, that is so funny, y'all. That's funny. So everybody, we are due to start in about 15 minutes. Then, the thing about this trial that's driving me crazy is the fact that why should she not plead out? Why go through this? Why sit there and literally have photos of your vajayjay and rectum all over the courtroom that you photographed, and you photographed intimate behavior, and he was, I know a lot of people don't understand, but this guy, he was a Pawn Star manager. Now, by the way, guys, we normally don't cover this kind of talk very often, but this is the way those trials gone. I can't do anything about it. This is how trials going. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get things lined up, trying to get the video up, trying to get everything together. Forgive me. It takes a minute to get things going. Get that place. I have to set things in areas that I can see them. No shame. You got that right. If that had been me, I would be so freaking mortified of anybody seeing those pictures, including the police department. I would be so mortified of any family member hearing about it, friends hearing about it. And the fact that I have family and friends sitting in court supporting me, and they're showing these photos to the jurors. I'm like, what? And she's sitting there like this. And I'm like, I can't get over this. I would be so mortified. I would take a plea deal, stick my head in the sand, and thank God that I didn't get the DP. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, everybody's wondering how Monica's going to look after her weekend break. I'm like, who cares? So a lot of people are upset, saying it was that they had blamed it on burglars. I'm not shocked that the daughter's shocked with the daughter. Speak for yourself. Can't speak for me, period. It's her mother, so it's not shocking to me when a child puts on blinders and stands up for their parent. I got to be honest. If this was me, no way, snowball's chance in hell would I want my child to stand up for me in this situation. I wouldn't put him in that position. All honesty, I wouldn't put him in the position to have to stand up for me. I'm just appalled that she's doing that. That just shows how sick and narcissistic witch this woman is. How can a woman, how can she do this and think it's okay? I don't know. So, what's going to happen this week? Tomorrow is a Karen Reed Day. Yes, tomorrow is a Karen Reed Day, and thank God. Um, it'll be interesting. I can't wait. The other thing is that we are going to, for those of you who missed Sunday, Tanika did not join us. She is under the weather. She tested. It's not COVID, thank you, Jesus, but she is under weather. So 10 a.m. tomorrow is a motion for Karen Reed. That's 9 a.m. here. We will be here. Then we have an 8 a.m. That's 7 a.m. Unless they change the times, we'll know soon on Wednesday. And then we have another hearing on Friday. No head injury on Miss Sementilli. She is a somewhat healthy, other than the fact that she wanted her husband dead. She's just a normal, healthy, sex crazed addict, 49-year-old who thinks she can be a 20-year-old porn star. Let's look. Oh, I don't see anything posting in the near with anything recent. Everything has been 24 December. I have no idea. I don't see anything posting any later than December, June. I apologize. If there is anything new coming up, we'll go to Discord. By the way, want to take a moment to thank As the Gavel Drops. They are located in Discord. If you love court documents like we went through yesterday and last week, and you want to be kept up to date on all the filings of court, go to Discord, go to the As the Gavel Drops, register, validate your account, and you will be able to access all the court documents that your little old heart desires, and you can read them and stay up to date like we do. And we are so grateful to have you As the Gavel Drops as a partner in crime. They are fabulous. That's where we get most of our documents. We work very hard at documents, and they are fabulous. They are fabulous. I got to do the fabulous song. Put that down, bring up as okay. We're going to do some announcements here. If while I'm live, you need to communicate with me, go to As the Gavel Drops. Go to Discord, and then I know I saw that already. Go to Discord. Thank you very much. And you may instant message me. But go to Discord, communicate with me in member chat, and I will answer questions or chat with you, whatever you need. If you have information breaking on other streams or news or court, please go to Discord, communicate with me there. Or communicate with me in private chat if you need to. So we got all of the announcements underway. Nope. I'm deleting messages. I get all these spam emails, and every time you try to unsubscribe or do something, you get 20,000 more. Drives me crazy. So this morning, I don't know who's going to be on the who's going to be testifying today. So I'm sorry, June, I did not see any updates on the Corey Richens yet. Anybody have any idea or heard anything yet on the Donna Adelson? We are on the lookout for the response to the Donald Adelson's request to be let out on a bond. while waiting trial. Donna Adelson seems like a little sweet old lady, but she is far from it. She hired or convinced a family member to unalive her son-in-law over a child custody dispute. And we watched her last week go before the judge crying that somebody twisted her arm behind her back and told him that she was going to buy commissaries for all kind of crazy stuff. That her life was threatened and God only knows. I don't know. God only knows. It is what it is. But she's trying to get out on bond until the end of until she goes to trial. Very strict release is what she's requesting. I'm like, honey boo, you should not even be free. She tried to skip the country. She got a one-way ticket. Oh, my son's bringing gifts. She tried to skip the country. Oh my gosh. This is heavy as hell.
Well, they both should be decently full. That one is my Italian.
I think this is your yeah.
That's your tuna.
Did you tell them we had a problem?
Different company.
Oh, okay, good. Can you take the bag with you?
Yeah.
Because you drop them down here and they just stay.
Yeah.
Sorry for all the.
Show me that.
Just
Make
give
sure
me
it looks okay.
Why is there lettuce? There shouldn't be.
I didn't know they came with lettuce. I'm sorry.
I'll take it off, but it's full. Wow, it is majorly full. It's like sickeningly full. Oh, no lettuce, just a little bit, but it looks like they took it off. I got a tuna sandwich. Okay, it's good. Can't put that there. Y'all see it. I don't know where to put this. We had ordered a tuna sandwich from another company, and there was no tuna on that sandwich. Oh no. Please don't do this. The tuna was like 1 tablespoon of tuna spread out over an entire foot-long sub. It was horrible. Happy Monday to you. And somebody had a birthday that they were supposed to remind me so I could sing to them. And they never came back and reminded me. I'm bummed. I'm bad about remembering birthdays. I'm going to have a fork to eat this. So, anyway, back to the Adelson case. So, Donna Adelson is saying that she's put on 1/3 of her weight because she is eating crappy food. Thank you, babe. And that people are pressuring her to buy their commissary, all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, honey boo, you're in jail. I want to tell her to get used to it because you're going to be in prison for the rest of your life. No. My dog never begged, just came and begged. Please, go. How was your weekend, my love? I'm sorry, I'm eating. I haven't had breakfast. How was your weekend, beloved? Mine was okay. I don't feel like I had a weekend. I felt like all I've done was work. I don't feel like I've had a day off. Oh, update on my life. I won the lottery. No, kidding. I just got off the phone this morning. I had an early morning phone conference with my advisor at college. And for those of you who don't know, yes, I'm going to college at 53 years old. And I am gear-marked to graduate in December. I'm taking 2 classes, a full load in the summer, a full load in the fall, and I will be graduating this December. Busy bee every day, Ada. Yeah, well, and then I do this all day, and then tonight, I have to be free or off. I have a hard stop every Monday night at 6:30 because I teach American Sign Language, and so I have to hop off of here and go drive to another place and teach American Sign Language. I don't have to. I enjoy it. I like it. It's fun. Man, live. I wonder if my son paid for extra tuna because this is like I've never seen a tuna sub from. This is from Jersey Mike's, and the tuna is just oozing out all over. It's like more tuna than bread, which I'm glad for. I know. I started school last fall. Mind you, I had credits that they took, but I had 90 something. Well, I had 100 and something credits, but 90 something credits went towards my associate's degree in American Sign Language Deaf Support Specialist. That program's a special program. An associate's degree is over 90 hours. And unfortunately, though, the majority of those hours are very specific. Interpreting 1, interpreting 2, deaf history, deaf culture, all of those kind of classes. So the when I started last fall, I've been taking major full loads. I took I'm taking last fall, I took a full load, then I did a micro mini, which is 16 weeks crammed into 3. And then I'm doing all of the full credited hours. So I'm really cramming in as much as I can. I'm doing 12 to 15 hours a semester to try to get graduated. So yay. Hello, David. Thank you or Dave. Thank you for liking. I want to say thank all of y'all for joining. I greatly, greatly appreciate each and every one of you. You're simply amazing. I love this song. You're simply the best. But I can't do it because it's copyrighted. Just so you know, the figure skating community gathered for a legacy on ice to honor those lost in the January plane crash. There were over 20, 30, I think it was more like 30 people, 28 members of the United States figure skating community passed away on that plane. 28 members. Amongst the deceased was the youngest of 11. And there were, among the deceased were 11 young figure skaters, 4 coaches, and 13 family members who had attended the U.S. Figure Skating Championship in Wichita, Kansas. I watched it and cried all the way through it. All right. You did in Discord. Where did you put it? Because I don't have it. June, did you instant message me? Because I don't see it. We've got a document dump. Thank you, Toxic. Let's see what they dumped today. 3. I'm getting a hot flash. Ooh, that ain't good. Commonwealth. Notice of discovery. Now comes the Commonwealth in the above captioned matter with Karen Reed. Indicates that the following discovery and material have been provided to the defendants through the defense counsel. Copy of the MSC Report 101 dated 2/19/25, 32 pages, including attachment. Oh, wow, yowza. I gotta figure out how to get so I can see what y'all are seeing. Okay. That's all I can do. Copy of Trooper Lieutenant Tully's notes, MSP report. A Bates stamp should be date stamped NDAO. Copy of Dr. Crosby addendum to report dated February 19th of 25, 2 pages. Copy of the transcript of the unredacted Gretchen Voss interview 6/20/23, including Word index, which previously provided defense by email. Copy transcript of unredacted Gretchen Voss interview. And number 6, copies of emails to Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan. Look at all of this dump, y'all. Copies of email to Special Proctor Hank Brennan, a copy of special email, another one of Hank, all the Brennan emails, a copy of the MS report dated 2/28, 3 pages, report dated, Canton PD, department report dated 2/27, and then the other ones are 2/28. Oh, okay. Supplemented affidavit of Elizabeth Little in the support of the defendant's motion for reconsideration. Basically, this is the attorney saying that I Little dispose the state of the following to be true to the best of my ability. I represent the defendant, Karen Reed. The facts in the motion are recorded or correct to the best of my acknowledgement. Here is her assignment, nothing major there. Supplemental affidavit of defense expert Matthew Atkinson in support of defendant's motion for reconsideration. We will start all of this, and then the next one will be certification regarding the statement in defendant Karen Reed's opposition to Commonwealth. Okay, we will do the last 2, y'all. The last 2. We'll do those. I gotta do more of this and put her up here. We got court hopping, so we're going to go to court. But during the break, we will definitely go through those said documents. The last couple of documents, we will. Come on, do what I ask. Computer is not being cooperative this morning. So here we go. Court is ready. We have a witness on. We got the defendant. She doesn't look too good, y'all. Her hair looks nice and clean. She don't look too hot.
Ms. Sementilli, you are still under oath. Let's make a continue with their cross-examination.
Very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Judge.
So,
And then, correct me if I'm wrong, she would have had to buy the truck back at a.
their volume
high
is super
price,
soft, y'all. Super soft volume.
To my
I'm not
knowledge, yes.
hearing it because I have it gained.
So do you recall what she had decided to do regarding the truck?
No, she just came home with the Mustang.
And told you what about it?
That is
hearsay.
Well, they've got into all of Ms. Sementilli's comments about the truck, the other truck.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so as a result, and you're right, we've had a lot of testimony. from
June,
dealers and
are
so
you
forth.
referring
Ended up, she wasn't able to keep the truck, correct?
correct.
And in place of
to
that,
Troy Richens?
she bought the Mustang, correct?
Correct.
Now, who was driving the family cars at that time? What were you driving?
I was driving the red Mustang, my mother the F-150, then the Mustang, the other Mustang. Isabella was driving the Fiat.
Okay. And what about the Porsche? Did anyone want to keep the Porsche after it had been the scene of the murder?
No, because it was sticks, so none of us could drive it.
So was that sold back to the dealership? Or
I-
turned in?
I'm not sure what happened.
But it was turned in?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know.
Referring to the Corey Richens, I am geared up. If she comes on, I hopefully will see it. If you see it first, send me the link in member chat.
Oh,
Thank you.
it was turned in whether there was a lease payment or any other payment due because it was turned in.
Correct.
Now, the Mustang you were driving, just so it's clear, what year-old Mustang was that?
2007.
So by this time, it was 10 years old, is that correct?
Correct.
So you got the worst part of the fleet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did something happen after that to the Fiat that Bella was driving?
Yes, there was an accident.
Was Bella?
Correct.
She was okay?
No, the airbag hurt her arm. She was in a sling for a little bit.
Approximately how long did that occur after your father's death?
Not very long after, a few months.
And what happened to the vehicle, the Fiat?
It was totaled, and insurance, I believe, paid for or helped pay for another one.
Okay, so now she was driving a newer Fiat, is that correct?
Same model.
Same model, okay, and that was the result of the insurance company having covered the vehicle.
Yes, I did.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, during this time period, before the arrest of your mother, the family, that is Fabio's family, was being very helpful and consoling you and your sister and your mom throughout this, is that correct?
Before the arrest, yes.
And did Morella ever come out and speak over after your father was killed?
Yeah, we had the whole family came, and everyone was staying with us.
How long were they staying with you?
I'm not sure. I know Morella did come a separate time, just her.
And again, to help and be of whatever assistance they could be to deal with this.
Correct.
At some time, when they were there, and the rest of the family at times was there as well, Luigi and others, correct?
Correct.
There were other cousins you had, children, prior children of Fabio. Can you describe who was there from the family?
Luigi, my cousins, Vanessa, Daniel, Anthony, Morella,
Who were those three? Angel, you said?
and Anthony, Daniel. They're the children of Loredana, and Vanessa is the child of Morella.
Okay, so these were Fabio's first marriage and other relatives?
The ones I just mentioned are Fabio's nieces and nephews. Luigi's the only child of Fabio's prior marriage.
Very well. And at some time, did you see your mother up in the closet or the bedroom area where Fabio slept and she and Fabio lived, and let those cousins and so forth have a choice if they wanted to keep any of Fabio's clothes as a memento to them or as a reminder of them? Can you tell us how that worked?
Yes, we were all standing in the hallway of the bedrooms, and everyone was going through my dad's drawers and taking things like sweaters and shirts to give away to them because for memories.
There were little tools up there, were there?
No, the tools were in the garage.
And what about, were you aware that your father owned a Rolex watch
Yes,
that was not taken in the robbery and murder?
correct.
And who got that?
Luigi.
Did he request that?
I'm not sure.
But was it given to him?
Yes,
And did he, for any reason, not want to have it?
not to my knowledge.
He was happy that he was getting it as a memento from his father, wasn't that a fair statement?
Yes, I believe so.
Let's turn now, if we could, Jessica, to the issue of the burial of your father. Came up in some of the testimony we've had previous. Was there a decision that had to be made as to whether your father would be cremated or not?
Yes.
Objection. We discussed this.
Let me see the comments so far.
I got to make a quick phone call. Sorry. So we are at another sidebar.
Sidebar.
I really, how do I put this without being snippy? I really am concerned about this daughter testifying on her mother's behalf. She is a young woman, but I got to tell you, after somebody who survived doing what she's doing and,
Go ahead.
and trying,
Jessica, was there a time when a decision had to be made whether Fabio was going
Thank
to
you,
be
Jesse.
cremated or not?
Yes,
Do you recall how that decision was made?
yes,
Can you tell us?
yes, it was a conversation between myself, my mother, my sister, and my brother.
Luigi?
Luigi, correct.
And was that because the issue had arisen? How did it come that you were the ones who were making that decision?
I don't believe there was an issue that arose. It was just, talking to each other and seeing what we agreed on, if we wanted him buried or cremated, and we decided on cremation.
And was there a specific reason you recall?
Yes, because my dad always would mention, when I'm gone one day, I don't want to rot in the ground. When I'm gone one day, I don't want to be buried with my hands across my chest.
Then why did you permit Wella to pay almost 10 grand to transport your father's body and remains and pay what we call the morgue fees, the holding fees of the funeral home? So then they release the body, and then you pay all these. It was almost 10 grand to transport his body to Canada just to be cremated. What a freaking waste. If I was Wella, I would be pissed. Cremate him here and then carry him in your arms across the border. Doesn't cost you 10 grand.
And he would say these in passing.
So was your belief, speaking of yourself, that you preferred to be cremated rather than buried without being?
Objection evidence.
Yes,
And was that
Where's
agreed
her
upon by
emotion?
four of you?
yes,
And in fact, was Fabio
there.
cremated?
yes,
And his remains were, however, taken back to Canada, is that correct?
yes, he remains in Canada,
And where are his remains now?
in a cemetery in Vaughan, Ontario. I'm not sure what it's called.
But it's in a place where you can go and visit and honor him, is that correct?
Correct.
There's been some conversation about the song My Way. Did you know whether or not your father liked that song or not?
Yes, it's one of his favorite songs
How did you know that?
because he had albums of Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, and Elvis Presley. And every time we did karaoke in the backyard, my dad sang My Way.
As a result of that, do you recall your mother ever singing that song or portions of it at one of the events that took place following Fabio's death?
Yes,
Do you recall which occasions that was?
yes, it was a Lifetime Achievement celebration
Where was that?
in Toronto, I believe.
Were you there?
No,
How did you become aware of that performance?
my family sent me videos of it.
And at that performance, did your mother sing My Way?
Yes,
And was Morella there?
yes,
And how was she reacting, if you saw in the video, to the singing of My Way?
she's smiling and crying in happiness, happy tears.
Was that-
Objection speculation.
Happy tears will be stricken.
She was seen clapping and smiling.
Yes,
Everyone up on the stage was clapping and smiling.
yes,
Did you ever hear any criticism by anyone of Fabio's family or anyone else to your mom singing My Way at that time?
no,
Did she sing it on one other occasion here or locally in California?
not to my knowledge that I can remember right now.
Your mom had a sweatshirt that belonged to Fabio, is that correct?
Correct.
For how long did she wear that sweatshirt after he died?
months. She carried that around with her everywhere.
It's fair to say then that up to a certain point, the family, your family, Fabio's family, were all grieving together over the loss of your father.
Yes,
Was there some time when that changed?
yes.
What happened?
The day my mother was arrested, in the leading days after that, there was lots of fights and arguments.
You know
Because,
what they're about?
well, one of them was about my father's property, at his office and them wanting it, but it wasn't my decision to make, and it became a huge fight.
Who wanted it?
Morella.
Go on.
It became a huge fight and tensions arose between all of us. And I understood their anger, not their actions. And that's why we stopped talking.
Anything else?
Yes.
What?
Morella called me a bitch and a cunt.
What did you say to her? She asked you any questions about your father and death?
Sorry.
Did she ask you any questions how you felt
Can't
about
say
your
that.
father's death?
Yes, it seemed that she insinuated I was not as hurt as she was about my father's death.
Well, you're not acting like it now.
She asked you how you felt about your mother being arrested.
No, never.
Did you tell her whether or not you believed your mother was innocent or not?
Yes,
What did you tell her?
that I believe she's innocent.
And how did that react to the family?
I don't know how they all reacted, but Morella was irate with anger.
Because you felt you stood by your mother.
Yes,
How did that play out?
just lots of fighting and we just stopped speaking to each other.
Is that still to this day?
My finger's on the button, y'all.
That's lasted how long?
8 years.
That one word will be
Have you
modified.
reached out in any way to try to heal some of those wounds?
Thank you, ma'am.
To my brother.
And to any effect?
Yes,
So you and your brother now are
I'm having
speaking
trouble.
terms?
yes.
What about Morella and the rest of the family?
Objection relevance.
No.
Go ahead, Ms. Jerome.
Y'all, see you next Tuesday. Will demonetize me, and I'm actually going to look right now. About that quick. Y'all.
I know this has been difficult for you. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
Yours?
You're
Yes.
good to go. Come on. Cry.
So, Jessica, as the defense has been asking you questions, you've been talking to them now for 7-8 years, right?
Edit. Come on.
Did you talk to them after you testified?
Yesterday?
When you testified on Friday?
Oh, sorry. No.
After court, on the weekend, you never had any conversation with them?
After court, we talked about my phone number being leaked, but that was it.
Okay. So some of these things that you're bringing up, though, you've never told the police any of this. And first about, in fact, you've never stated that anywhere about the cremation that you just testified to, right?
Correct.
So you knew that that was part of some testimony that came out during this trial, that your dad had not indicated he wanted to be cremated.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So did you know that your dad, through the trial, it came out in testimony that your dad had indicated he did not want to be cremated?
No, I did not know that.
All right. So that topic then, when was the first time you told anyone this story about your dad and sitting with family members wanting to be cremated?
Years ago, when we retained Leonard, when they were first asking us questions.
So you reviewed the reports that they gave you, but it's nowhere in there.
No, I don't know.
Would you like to see their reports?
Sure.
She
You know
is
what time that was? Because you interviewed
just
with them
like
on
her
August
mother.
29th,
Snippy
2017.
as hell.
You interviewed with them October 15th, 2021, and you interviewed with them January 6th, 2022.
Mhm.
Do you know which one?
No.
Okay. I'll let you take a look at those then.
That, mm, okay, she's reviewing the report.
That refresh your recollection?
Yes,
So it's nowhere in these reports.
correct.
Okay. But you have a memory of some time telling the defense that,
Yes,
but you don't know when.
I don't know when.
Same topic of your dad loving this song, I Did It My Way. When did that come up?
Over the years of us talking,
You talking with who?
with the defense.
Okay, and that's nowhere in any of these reports either.
No.
Okay, but your testimony today is that was one of your dad's favorite songs?
Yes.
And you sat with your family members, Luigi there as well. Luigi was part of that conversation?
To my knowledge, yes, that I remember.
When did that happen?
When Dad first was killed.
Okay, so with Luigi, you talked about the fact that he wanted to be cremated and Luigi was there.
Yes, to my knowledge.
And then Luigi was also familiar with that I Did It My Way was one of your dad's favorite songs.
I don't know if he was familiar with it or not.
But again, that was the conversations with the defense at some time not documented anywhere.
Yes.
Then at the Lifetime Achievement Award, you didn't go to that one. That's the one that was in Toronto, correct?
Correct.
But you watched a video of it.
Correct.
And your interpretation of that video is that everyone was clapping and smiling and happy when your mom's saying, I did it my way.
Yes, and you could see that.
You could see that because at that point, your mom hadn't been charged yet with the murder of your dad.
Correct.
So people were happy hearing that song that she sang, I Did It My Way. Did you ever hear or see your mom sing that song after she was charged with murder?
No, maybe.
Maybe?
This is a really weird question, I think.
Well, did you visit your mom over the years, like routinely in custody?
Yes.
You went and visited her.
Yes.
Did that ever come up again, that song?
Not that I can recall.
And when you visited your mom in jail, were a lot of these conversations, did you update your mom about this divide that started happening between the family?
Of course.
And you felt that you weren't being treated fairly by Fabio's side of the family? Is that
Treated
fair to say?
unfairly, yes.
Okay? Were you angry at them as well?
Of course.
And is it fair that if Morella said things to you, you were saying things back?
Of course.
Okay, so, and that was because you're standing with your mother.
Yes, and I was 18 years old.
That's fine.
Yes.
You were standing with your mother, and you still stand with your mother.
Yes.
And you don't want to believe that your mother killed your father.
Correct.
And it was hard for you then.
That's argumentative, Your Honor.
So was it difficult for you to see your brother and your father's side of the family not believing your mother anymore? That was hard for you.
Yes.
Okay, so that caused a big divide, and to this day you still have this divide.
Correct.
And it affected your relationship with your brother as well.
Yes.
Your mother's side of the family, that's Anna and then your grandmother, you're still close with them.
Yes.
Okay. And the three of you over the years visited your mother while she was in custody.
Yes.
And is that on a regular basis?
Yes. Well, them no, but my sister and I, yes.
Okay. But they went and visited your mom as well.
Yes, but not regularly, but yes.
When they were in town.
Yes.
Also, your mom's other friends, Elise, Faye, you ended up not liking them anymore as well, right?
Right, because they're slandering my mom online.
And you didn't like anything that they were saying on Facebook or Instagram. It was upsetting you as well.
Correct.
All right.
Slandering, I doubt. Believing she guilty and did this, they have the right to believe that and voice their opinion. So, attitude check, maybe?
Now,
Sorry.
when we talked yesterday, a little bit about, you touched on, I just wanted to go back. The time that you found Rob in your bed, you had testified that I think you thought you were out of high school, but were you actually in high school at that time?
I'm gonna object. This was not raised on the cross-examination.
I allow this.
If it was 2016 in the summer, I don't remember when this happened, but if it was in the summer, then I had graduated already.
All right. Back then, though, did you tell the officers that you were in high school when this happened?
I don't remember.
we're looking at a transcript, refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And this is the February 21, 2017 interview, page 81 through 82. Let's let you take a read here from line 13 to the bottom and go into the next page.
Why does this matter? You're trying to impeach her. I get it. She supports her mom. She believes that her mom is innocent. Nothing you do or say is going to change that. Just stay in.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were in high school at the time.
Yes.
And I'm talking about the time when you found Rob in your mom's bed.
Correct.
And that was also the time, as you testified, that your dad was out of town.
Correct.
Did you tell Deborah Obad that your mom told you not to tell your dad what you'd found?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you have a conversation with Deborah Obad and tell her that your mom told you not to tell your dad that you had found Rob in her bed?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Rob coming to the wake or the memorial that was at your house 6 days later, January 29th, 2017?
I'll allow council to reopen on this area.
No.
Did you see Rob at the wake at your house or the memorial at your house January 29th, 2017?
Yes.
Did he seem out of place there?
No, there was a bunch of other friends and stuff that were there.
And did you have friends there?
Yes.
I believe my next in order is 232. If I may mark a photograph, friends and family photo gathered January 29, 2017. Is this photo then, do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And what is that photo?
That's my sister, my cousin Vanessa, myself, my best friend Haley, and my other friend Selena eating In-N-Out at our kitchen table.
Okay, is that you in the middle then?
Yes.
And that is on January 29, 2017.
Yes.
You guys are all wearing In-N-Out hats and have burgers. Did you have a separate food there than the rest of everybody?
Probably, yeah.
All right. Do you remember anything about Rob Baker being at that memorial?
Not really. I was with my friends.
Do you remember him when he came or when he left or anything of any significance?
No.
Moving to the date of the murder earlier in the day, if I may Marcus Peoples 233, it is an individual text change starting with ha-ha from Jesse.
All right.
And your number's been redacted. This text chain then with your mother, we went through some previously on Friday, but this was previous to that at 3:40 and 29 seconds. Is that the text your mom sent you, don't be late for babysitting?
Yes.
And then you responded, I won't, LOL, at 3:41.
Yes.
So that timing, then you left right after that to go babysit Deborah Obad's child, Max.
Yes.
Previous to this text that your mom saying don't be late for babysitting, did she call you?
I don't remember.
She feels shady to me, y'all.
All right. I have it.
She feels just.
Let me mark as people, 234.
Were you involved in this?
It is a page from the Celebrate report starting at line 475.
Very good.
And showing you this then, again, here's your text on line 480 where your mother says, don't be late for babysitting, and you said, I won't, LOL. Right before that, at 3:37, before your mother sent that text, she called you.
Okay.
Does that spark your memory? Did she give you a call?
I don't really remember.
All right, well, there's no answer, so you didn't answer, but you remember receiving a missed call from your mom prior to you going to babysit.
I mean, I see that it's here, but personally, I didn't remember.
So she was just reminding you then to be out of the house and make sure you make it to babysit.
Because I was always late.
Okay. She didn't want you to be late.
Correct.
And you think you were babysitting around 4?
Yeah.
And the final topic, when the defense had asked you some questions about when you got to the scene, when you first got there, you testified on Friday that a fireman told you that your mom had.
Yeah,
or I'm sorry,
that's
that
why
your
I'm
dad had
saying
been
one
killed,
Sunny
correct?
day.
Yes.
Mhm.
Did you tell the police that you actually didn't know until you got in the house and your mom and sister told you?
I know on the transcript that I said that, but I remember it differently. I remember the fireman before I even walked in the door saying that, and then immediately when I got in the door, my mom and my sister are saying the same thing. So it was a traumatic day, and I don't remember what happened first.
I got it. When you interviewed with the defense team on August 29th, 2017, you walked through again what happened that day when you first walked in, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what your mom said to you when you walked in the door?
No.
Did you tell the defense team in your report, August 29th, 2017, that your mom said they killed him?
Yes.
Who was they? Who did you think they were?
The knock burglars that the detectives were telling us.
Okay, well, the detectives hadn't met with you guys yet, right?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, my mom thinks it's strangers, so they as in she doesn't know.
So when you walked in and your mom said they killed him, you didn't know who they was, right?
Correct.
So you didn't know anything about knock burglars, correct?
Correct.
Your mom had not been told about, to your knowledge, about any knock burglars. This just happened, right?
Correct.
But she used the plural, they killed him.
Correct.
All right, thank you. I have no more questions.
Absolutely.
Yes, Your Honor. Before you got to your mom, first of all, you were notified by Deborah Obed to get over
Testimony
there.
feels
Is
a little
that correct?
Correct.
iffy to me. I don't know.
You what she said?
She said go home.
When you went home,
I feel like she's going to say anything and everything she can to save her mom.
who did you first come in contact
Well, to my knowledge, the firefighter.
with? Okay, and you spoke to the firefighter,
I didn't speak to him. He just said that your father's dead, and I walked inside.
and then who did you speak to?
Isabella and my mom.
And who did you speak to first, Isabella or your mom?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And there was a lot of blood and a lot of wounds there, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you this. You were asked questions about what was in the notes that we had taken of our interviews of yours. You remember that?
Yes.
And the question was, why wasn't cremation brought up? Remember that?
Yes.
Well, isn't it true that at the time, nobody thought cremation was going to be an issue in this case, correct?
Correct.
You thought everyone understood that it was going to be cremation,
Yes.
correct? You didn't know that coming into this trial, people would testify for the prosecution from the other side of the family that he didn't want cremation and it was never his decision. Remember that?
Yes.
And then we brought it up with you here on testimony here today, correct?
Yes.
No
Did you
buttercream.
tell us the truth about whose decision it was?
Yes.
And was it true that it was yours and your
Oh.
sister's and Luigi's decision,
Yes.
along with your mom?
Yes.
That there was no
Now you
dispute about that or
Hey.
argument about that?
Bacon.
That's my knowledge.
As far as this text from your mom, were you often late going to Deborah's house to babysit?
Yes.
So on this occasion, you got a text message from her saying, "Don't be late." Is that right?
Yes.
And then you didn't get any phone calls from her, did you?
Not that I remembered.
And what was shown to you, if I could have that. If you look at this, there's an outgoing call here that is at 3:37:59, and it's got 000 at the top. You see that?
Yes.
You know what that means?
I didn't answer.
Correct. So as far as you know, you didn't get another call from your mother, or any call from your mother, correct?
Objection states the testimony.
Right.
You got a text saying, "Don't be late," meaning you were in your house still, correct?
Yes.
And you were going to Deborah's. How long were you at Deborah's?
I think an hour and a half.
Were there times when you would go to Deborah's and only babysit for a short period because she just needed you to watch the child while she ran an errand or something?
Correct.
Was there any set time length minimum that you would go there for, or stay there for?
No, not really a set time.
Was it all random? So there's no way of your mom having known that when you went there to babysit, when you would finish and come back.
Correct.
And at no time then did she call you and actually speak to you on the phone and try to find out if you were still there, did
Correct.
she? And your phone was on, you could have been easily been reached, is that correct?
Yes.
In the same way with the song My Way, until we got to trial here, did you think there was going to be any controversy concerning the song My Way?
No.
Had it always been your dad's favorite song?
One of them, yeah.
And was that why it was sung a few times after his death at various events?
I believe so.
Did anybody from the family complain about that to you or anybody else?
No.
So the only problems occurred when after she was arrested and you made it clear that you were standing by her and didn't believe she was guilty.
Correct.
Everything changed then.
Yes.
Thank you, Anna.
Anything further?
No.
Thank you. You are excused. We have Detective Roberts back on the stand.
Y'all, we're getting dumps of documents, y'all. I will have to put all this in date order.
Direct examination.
Oh, but that, I don't, yeah, I make my own vanilla. You mean that I used to be a baker, cake designer? I make all my stuff from scratch. Oh, let's see, who is this up here now? She's back. Can't remember who this is though. Can't remember her name.
Jail mail, letters from the defendant to Robert Baker, may they be marked collectively as Peoples 235.
They may.
Showing you the first one dated August 14th, where it starts out, I will see you in a few hours. Once again, is this one of the letters that was recovered from the defendant's cell or from Mr. Baker's after the search?
Yes.
And in this particular letter, again, does the defendant talk about going, taking a bus to Van Nuys? To you, yes?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did this case start out in the Van Nuys courthouse for the first couple of appearances?
Yes, it did.
And once again, does this letter appear to contain lipstick prints along with the same type of codes we saw last week, ride or die on my mind with the signature Mrs. Robert Baker?
Correct.
I don't think it was hard for her. I think she was ready and eager to do it.
Appears to be
I think she kind of enjoyed it. She was
dated August
too
9th.
juvenile for this.
It looks like maybe Ann 10th.
Yes.
Starting out again with that same type of code, LOML.
Yes, love of my life.
And for further down, does the defendant talk about that she's going to change her name from Sementilli?
Yes, she does.
And is that something that you also overheard in jail conversations or lockup conversations between the defendant and Robert Baker?
Yes.
Once again, on the 11th page, at the end, does the defendant sign this letter, yours eternally, Monica/Madonna Baker?
She does.
Showing you another letter that appears to have an envelope that is addressed to the defendant from something Baker in Cascade. Is that the same location where the North County Correctional Facility is located that we talked about last week?
Yes, and I recognize as well the booking number after Baker, 5016213.
This one here,
Correct.
and the defendant's booking number?
That's correct.
And in the course of this letter that was sent to the defendant recovered from her cell, did Mr. Baker again indicate the protocols
That we and everyone has in place.
keeps us from remotely accessing or discussing this craziness, correct?
Yes, correct.
Another letter that is 6 pages in length. This one appears to have the date of August 8th at the top. Again, in this letter from the defendant to Robert Baker, does she use again the term "my baby" that we saw in some of the other letters last week,
Yes,
with the same type of codes that we talked about last week?
correct.
And further down on the front page, what's highlighted, did the defendant indicate, "I'm crazy about you and I will go to the ends of the earth to feel your kiss again"?
She did.
And on the last page, again, do we see that same code for ride or die and the other phrases, love Monica Baker for eternity?
Yes.
Four-page letter from Robert Baker to Mrs. Baker, soulmate, saint, bestie.
Yes.
Is this again one of the letters that was recovered from the defendant's cell?
Either Robert Baker's or Monica Sementilli's, I don't recall.
And here, does Robert Baker indicate you may be the happiest
Proudest.
and proudest man in this world when you accepted me as your true man, even husband,
Your husband.
your husband. Thank you. And on the last page, right above the signature line, where it's highlighted, did he indicate to her, "You are my love of my life, my all, my wife for all time, love you with all"?
Yes.
your H. Her
Correct.
husband?
Correct.
Are these a sampling of many such letters that were recovered from either the defendant's cell or from Robert Baker's cell as examples of kites passed one another?
Overruled.
Yes.
Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 177. This screenshot of an email from Detective Parshall. Was this screenshot also found when you did your review of the Celebrate reports on the SD card found in Robert Baker's Ford Expedition, item 157?
It was.
Also, pursuant to a subpoena, did you review voicemails that were left by the defendant to Procter and Gamble with respect to stock options and restricted stock units?
I did.
Your Honor, I have a stipulation.
Stipulation was marked as 236.
Yes, thank you. Stipulation, voicemails by defendant to Procter and Gamble Company equity programs. The recorded voicemail messages contained in People's Exhibit 158, which is the flash drive, Your Honor, were received by the Procter and Gamble Company, P&G, and forwarded as emails to the Procter and Gamble email address for P&G's Equity Awards Program, which includes stock options and restricted stock units. 1, the 34-second long message identified as exhibit, can the audio be marked, please, as part of 230, oh, maybe one separate. One is 237 and then the transcript's 238.
Yes.
237. Audio. 238. Transcript was recorded on February 13, 2017 at 2:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The P&G voicemail system identified the phone number that left the voicemail as the Sementilli residence at 818-854-6055. The 40-second long message identified. Do you want me to mark it as a subsequent number, or do you want me to continue it?
This part of 237 or something else?
It's another one. There's 2. There's 3 altogether. 2 more.
All right, we'll mark that separately.
239.
I'm sorry, that was my fault. 239.
Thank you. Identified as the audio in Exhibit 239 was recorded on March 9th, 2017, bless you, at 1:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The P&G voicemail system identified the phone number that left the voicemail as the Sementilli residence, again at 818-855. The audio being 239, the transcript as 240. And then the 34-second long message identified as Exhibit 241 was recorded on March 9th, 2017 at 6:59 PM Eastern Standard Time. The P&G voicemail system identified the phone number that left the voicemail as cellular phone number 818. Please, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is the fun
242.
part. Sorry, guys.
Hold on, please, ask more.
Thank you. The parties agree that each of the preceding records contains a true and correct record of an act, condition, or event of the business, and that the business's respective custodian of records or other qualified individuals would testify as to its identity and mode of preparation. Further, that the records contained in each exhibit were made in the regular course of business at or near the time of the act, condition, or event, and that the sources of information and method and time of preparation were such as to indicate the records were trustworthy pursuant to Evidence Code Section 1271. And we will play them the.
Not yet.
We can do so,
I
but,
haven't received a stipulation yet.
oh, counsel join in the stipulation?
I do.
Now I receive it.
Thank you.
On behalf of.
People join. Now, I want to ask you about the investigation that you conducted into the outstanding third suspect on this case that was observed jogging towards the Sementilli residence at 4:18 on January 23rd, along with Robert Baker. Can you tell us the steps that you took in your investigation in order to identify that individual?
It took a while, because there was a lot of use of burner phones and such things such as that to sort of make it difficult for me. Initially, we started with looking at things that sort of stood out to us as out of the ordinary. We looked at many individuals, starting out with where did Robert Baker go on the day right after the murder, on the days right after the murder, who did he contact, who did he call, who did he have conversations with? And through that investigation, there were several names that came up.
Okay.
One of them was Alfred Birdsong.
That's the individual that we heard about from Roger Brown when you were here last week,
Correct.
who lives in Las Vegas.
Maybe
Yes.
making
There was another individual named LaShane Holmes,
times.
who I knew that Robert Baker had met while they were incarcerated together, that lived in the Orange County area. He contacted him on the day that the crime was committed and also stayed with him on several occasions after the murder. There was, and then interesting that what we found was a Facebook message that was sent on, I believe it was January 25th from Robert Baker's Facebook account to an individual named Christopher Austin. And when I started looking into that, it was very rare that they communicated via the Facebook Messenger app.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
Robert Baker and Christopher Austin. There was only a couple messages, and I believe the last one before the one on the 25th of January in 2017, they hadn't communicated via that Facebook Messenger since I think the end of 2015. So it was concerning. So we started to look into Christopher Austin as a suspect at that time.
You didn't hold her. It's not shown yet on cross.
And so after you observed that Facebook message,
Yes.
what did you do?
initially we looked into Christopher Austin, and the information I had at the time was that he lived in Fayetteville. And so we wrote, my partner and I at the time, Esther Myope, wrote a search warrant for flight manifests to see if we could determine if Christopher Austin flew to the LA area during the time period of the murder. Just to touch on why we wanted to know that is because via cell phone records, we knew that Robert Baker was in the area of Los Angeles International Airport on January 22nd, 2017, between the hours of 7 and 8 in the morning.
So that was the day prior to the murder.
Yes. So we tried to figure out whether Christopher Austin flew into Fayetteville. We also had records where we had a very high suspicion that on the night of the murder, the evening of the murder, around 6 or 7 o'clock, I believe, Robert Baker's cell phone hits in a tower that's in the area of what we call, what we know as the Los Angeles Flyaway, which is a bus service that takes people to the airport. And we did a lot of research to try and figure out if we could determine whether Chris Austin, because we knew via the records or had pretty high probability that Robert Baker did not go back to the airport the night of the murder, return somebody to the airport.
So you had, just so I can follow what you did in terms of your investigation, you initially started with looking at communications between Baker and other third parties, correct?
That's correct.
And one of those, which has already been previously marked, was a Facebook message which was part of Curtis Davis's PowerPoint, which is Exhibit 156. This message here that occurred on January, it looks like 26, 2017,
Correct.
from Robert Baker to Chris Austin, download WhatsApp on your phone. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, and that stuck out to me as an investigator, number one, because they very rarely, as I said, chatted via the messenger. And number two, we know that WhatsApp is an encrypted cell phone messaging application.
And so then you went back and noted that Robert Baker was in the area of LAX per his cell phone records the day prior to the murder, and that at some point on the day of the murder, subsequent to the murder, you said his cellular records indicated he was in the area of the Van Nuys Flyaway.
Correct.
For those of us that don't know what the Van Nuys Flyaway is, tell us what that is.
It's like a bus service. You take a bus to the airport, your luggage and everything. It's usually a very full bus. A lot of people utilize it because it's an inexpensive option to get to the airport. And they make stops at every terminal. And they also have, I think they depart maybe every 15 minutes, if I remember correctly, and they pick up on the same schedule. So when you come back, there's a special area at the airport that you wait at, and the flyaway bus comes and picks you up. And they have a parking lot where you can park or you get dropped off at the flyaway.
Okay. So someone could drop you off at the Flyaway and you would be able to get transport to LAX.
Correct.
Did you also investigate how one might pay for a ticket from the Van Nuys Flyaway to LAX?
Yes. At the time, I had a colleague, Sergeant Ann Pickering. She worked Van Nuys. I asked her to go to FlyRate, do some research for me, because I wanted to know if how long they retained credit card information, and also if you could pay for the service with cash.
And the Van Nuys Flyway, just for those of us that maybe aren't as familiar with the San Fernando Valley, the Van Nuys Flyway is in the San Fernando Valley, correct?
Correct. It's I believe off of Roscoe, and it's very close to the 405 off ramp.
Okay. And so then what did you do?
Well, I found out that we got sort of mixed information, but ultimately we found out that they accepted only credit cards, but that the system was purged after, I believe it was 2 months.
Okay. And so you told us you came on to this case, I believe you said it sometime in 2019.
Correct. The very end of 2019.
Okay. And so by then, obviously more than 2 months have passed.
Correct.
So then what did you do?
So then we started, at that point, I couldn't really come up with any information that, other than that connected Austin. And so we started looking into the other participants, Birdsong and Lashane Holmes, and other names that kind of came up that needed to be investigated, and did that for about 6 months.
Okay. And then did you note that after that Facebook message from Baker to Austin, that they no longer communicated through their regular phones?
So I believe it was 2021, probably mid 2021, I started to pick up that we kind of came to a crossroads on the third suspect. And I might add that was really my primary goal on this case. The case when I came on was solved.
In terms of when you say solve, what does it mean to solve a case for LAPD's purposes?
That's overruled on that trial.
Go ahead.
To stand on that ground.
So your primary goal, you said, was to try to identify the outstanding suspect.
I had two focuses. One, to carry the case through the court's process on the individuals that were in custody, and the second was to try to identify and arrest the third suspect.
Okay. And so
actually, any additional suspects, because it's my opinion that there's more than 3 suspects involved.
okay. And you were aware when you got the case,
What?
when you say that it
What?
had already
Whoa,
been.
whoa, 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 whoa. Let's go back. That woke me up.
Started to pick up that we kind of came to a crossroads on the third suspect. And I might add that was really my primary goal on this case. The case when I came on was solved.
In terms of when you say solve, what does it mean to solve a case for LAPD's purposes?
That's overruled on that trial.
Go ahead.
To stand on that ground.
So your primary goal, you said, was to try to identify the outstanding suspect.
I had two focuses. One, to carry the case through the court's process on the individuals that were in custody, and the second was to try to identify and arrest the third suspect.
Okay. And so
actually, any additional suspects, because it's my opinion that there's more than 3 suspects involved.
And you were aware when you got the case, when you say
That's the first I've heard
it
that.
had already been, I can't remember the term you just used.
Solved.
Solved.
Yes.
that there had already been filings and one of the charges pending, as in this case, is a conspiracy.
Yes.
And so what did you do at that point in order to try and identify any outstanding members of the conspiracy?
I thought the best way to approach it was through the phone records. It's kind of all we really had, because there was a lot of steps taken to protect identities. So
As you talked about, because of the use of burner phones and things of that nature.
correct.
Okay. And we talked about, I believe, on Friday, the fact that Robert Baker, on the date of January 29th, prior to the time that he came to the Sementilli home to attend the memorial, he had purchased 2 burner phones that day.
Correct.
You said one was an LG stylus, I believe, and one was a ZTE flip phone.
Correct.
It is.
And one of those phones, as you talked about, the ZTE, traveled to Canada when the defendant went to Canada on January 31st.
Sustained.
So based on that, what did you do next?
So I started to really focus. I took another closer look through the murder book, because anytime that you sort of inherit a case from somebody, as opposed to being the assigned investigator from the get-go, you're kind of at a disadvantage because you don't have the recollection of any of the interviews.
It's all right.
And so numerous times I had to go back through and really read the documents of the investigation. One of the ones I found, of course, was the interview of Roger Brown that I had missed in the first pass through the book, where he talked that Baker gave him an alternate phone number.
And so what did you do in order to look into that particular phone number?
So I looked through the case files and I realized that the CDRs for that phone number were already in the records. So I just sort of looked through them, and since the date was just a few days after the murder, I wanted to see who was the first person that Robert Baker had contact with on this burner phone. Because when you get a burner phone, it's so that you can talk to people that you don't want law enforcement typically to know you're talking to.
Okay.
And I found a number I didn't recognize. I don't recall the entire number, but I know that the area code was 314. There's really not, if not any, there's very few numbers within Robert Baker's cell phone records with a 314 area code. And when I ran the number, I found that it was another prepaid burner phone that was purchased in Anchorage, Alaska. And that's when that was a big find for me, because when I was doing the research into Christopher Austin and I couldn't connect him coming to the States from Fayetteville. And then I remember doing some more research into him, and I was like, well, he doesn't even live in Fayetteville. He lives in Anchorage. And so that's what kind of led me off of him. But when I found out that there was now this prepaid burner phone that somebody had purchased in Anchorage, Alaska, that was the only name in my investigation that I knew was connected to Alaska.
Okay. And that particular number, that was 31429.
Correct.
Okay.
Hello.
So given that you had been looking at various people and there was only one individual who was in Alaska, then what did you do with respect to that prepaid purchase in Alaska?
So then
Monday.
I researched that phone and I found out that it was purchased on, I want to say January 30th of 2017 from, I believe it was a T-Mobile within the Anchorage Mall. And when I researched the address of the Anchorage Mall, it was about 6 miles from where I knew Chris Austin was living at the time that phone was purchased.
Okay. And so then what did you do? Did you start doing some records checks and things of that nature?
Records checks. I noticed that during the time that virtually the only person that Chris Austin communicated with on that burner phone was Robert Baker. And on the once he purchased that burner phone, and he never communicated with Robert Baker again on their regular cell phones, which they had communicated frequently as a way to communicate because they lived in different states. But after the murder, they never communicated on their regular cell phones again, and only communicated through these burner phones.
Okay. And
That's a little interesting.
Once you were able to
That is way
determine that,
interesting.
then what did you do with respect to trying to corroborate any evidence that you had that would suggest that Christopher Austin was one of your outstanding suspects?
So I wrote a series of search warrants trying to place him. It was important to try and place him, of course, in Los Angeles during the time of the murder. I found out that he had since moved to Vancouver, Washington, but I was really focused on that Alaska time period. So I wrote a series of search warrants to the airlines trying to find a manifest that had Christopher Austin on it, and coming into LAX on January 22nd during the time period where we know that Robert Baker picked somebody up.
And what did you discover based on your records review after those search warrants were written?
I discovered that on between the dates of January 12th and 13th, Christopher Austin went on the internet application Kayak, which is sort of a travel. You can book airline rental cars and hotels through them, and purchased airfare to Los Angeles on January 22nd, coming home on January 24th. And the Alaskan Airlines also attached a flight manifest that had him leaving Anchorage, Alaska, very early in the morning of the 22nd, making a connection through Seattle and landing in LAX at around 7:30 in the morning.
The same time as you told us that the records indicated that Robert Baker was in the area of LAX on the day prior to the murder.
Correct.
Okay. Then what did you do?
Studied the records some more and found out that although he had Christopher Austin had purchased a ticket to return to Anchorage, Alaska on the 24th, it appeared that at around 11:30 at night, he
On which
went
day?
on the day of the murder, on the 23rd at about 11 at night. He was at LAX. He went up to the ticket counter and actually paid $180 to switch his ticket and fly out that evening.
So
that night.
When you say at the ticket counter, you're now talking about at LAX.
He's at LAX at the ticket counter to Alaskan Airlines, and he changed his flight that was scheduled from the 24th so that he could fly out that night late on the 23rd.
Did you also attempt to gather any phone records to see if that might assist you in
I did.
and with respect to Mr. Austin?
Yes.
And what did you learn from a review then of his records once you narrowed down this flight to from Alaska through Seattle to LAX on the 22nd and then we have him on 11:30 at night on the 23rd at LAX changing his ticket.
His phone appeared to be, from the records, turned off. There is no, his phone is not communicating with any cell towers the entire time until we know that his flight landed back in Anchorage in the early morning of the 24th. Then the phone came back on.
Okay.
And hits on a tower in Anchorage, Alaska.
Consistent again with what you would gathered and learned from those flight manifests and the paying of the ticket to change the flight for $180.
Correct.
Okay. So then what was the next thing that you did?
So in this case, there was some unidentified DNA. We know there was unidentified DNA in the passenger compartment of Fabio's Porsche. I thought that could be from a suspect, also could be from a family member or anybody else. But I set up with the authorities in Vancouver, Washington, to obtain a surreptitious sample of Christopher Austin's DNA to be compared to the unknown samples in this investigation.
And how did that turn out?
They used a ruse and brought him in. I believe he had
You spoke with someone in order to accomplish this in
Yes.
Alaska?
Yes, a deputy in Vancouver. And they used a ruse. Christopher Austin had been the victim of a crime, I believe. And they asked him to come in so that they could talk to him about it. And I believe the crime was that there was some mail that was taken out of his mailbox. And they asked him when he came in, because it was post-COVID, to wear a mask. They also asked him, I think, to sign something. And when he left, they recovered the mask and they recovered the pen that he used to sign the document. And we were able to obtain DNA from both those samples, which they made sure that they were clean instruments to collect the sample. They didn't have other people's DNA. They didn't give them a used pen or used masks. So we knew it was Austin's DNA on that mask and the pen.
But yet when you submitted it to the lab, they weren't able to find any DNA in the passenger compartment, correct? That matched up to him.
Correct. Christopher Austin's DNA did not match the unknown samples in this case.
And you knew that the Porsche that was purchased by Fabio Sementilli that was stolen at during the flight from the crime scene on January 23rd was a used vehicle with unknown DNA from whoever potentially had ever sat in that seat before. You knew that it was a used vehicle, right?
Yes, and through interviews in the
And what then, once you came to that crossroads with respect to not having any DNA tying Christopher Austin to the front passenger seat of the Porsche, then what did you do?
Well, typically, I know in these cases, from my experience, that this is a case on Christopher Austin, the case to build the case against Christopher Austin. I was going to probably need a confession
Thank you, Ms. Rhonda
of
Gang.
some sort in order to move the case forward.
Okay. Because at this point, you only knew that he had come in to Los Angeles the day prior and left at some point after the murder.
That I had that, and his physical descriptors matched the physical descriptors that were on the initial crime report of the third suspect, as far as height and weight. His general body, I was able to access his Facebook profile, and his appearance was very similar to the surveillance video, the person depicted in the surveillance video running up to the crime scene with Robert Baker.
But then again, you had the two individuals that were running up to the location of the Sementilli residence were wearing, as we saw in the video, baggy clothing, covering their faces, covering their hands, covering everything but their maybe nose and mouth.
Correct.
Okay. So generic information.
Y'all, I'm still stuck on the fact that she's stating that there could be another suspect out there. I'm still stuck on that.
And
Who would
nothing
be the fourth?
specific, but you knew at least you were in the ballpark.
Correct.
Okay. There was nothing that you found that excluded him.
Correct.
All right. And so at that point, did you, were you nearing a time of your retirement?
Yes, I was. There were efforts made prior to my retirement to do an operation where I could try and elicit that confession, but this is a case where I felt I had one shot, and if he refused to talk to me, then number one, he knows I'm looking at him as a suspect, and anything that I wanted to do as far as a Perkins operation or anything like that afterwards, I couldn't do.
Okay.
So I felt that it would be very important to do a Perkins operation, and unfortunately, when I attempted to do that in mid 2023, I believe, I just didn't have enough to obtain an arrest warrant for him in order to do that, and the authorities that I was that were assisting me in Vancouver were not comfortable doing an operation with me without an arrest warrant.
And at this point in time, when you said Vancouver, you're talking about Vancouver, Washington, correct?
Yes, Vancouver, Washington.
And at this point, based on your records check, did you determine that whether Christopher Austin was still living in Alaska or whether at that point he was living somewhere else?
Yes, he had moved to Vancouver, Washington.
Council, let me interrupt to take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
All righty. Now we get to, hopefully, I didn't delete all of them. No, I did not. Look at the Karen Reed documents. We have some Karen Reed documents to look at, y'all. This was 26th. This one here, I don't know when. Okay, we're going to go with this one for now. Okay, let me get this stuff down. Get myself situated. All right. Here we go. Now there are 29 pages on this. You're near Vancouver. I've been to Washington State once. Response of the Norfolk County Superior Court opposition to the petition of a writ of habeas corpus. July 2024, the petition criminal trial in Massachusetts State Court ended when the judge declared a mistrial based on a jury deadlock. Petitioner claims a double jeopardy clause of the United States Constitution bars retrial on 2 of the 3 charges she faces because as to those 2 charges, there was no manifest necessity for a mistrial, and the statement of perpetuity purportedly made by some jurors after the mistrial show that the juries unanimously agreed she was not guilty. To the alternative, she seeks a post-trial inquiry to the jurors. Y'all, please sub. Please sub. Please sub, please sub, please sub. All right. The claims have been rejected on its merits by the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court. It was the petitioner filed a habeas corpus petition to 28 U.S.C. 2241. None of the petitioner's contentions is a valid basis for habeas relief. pursuant to the the SJC construction of the Massachusetts law, both of which are binding in this action. The trial judge exercised sound discretion in declaring a mistrial. The petitioner is not acquitted for any charges. Hmm. Hmm. So, sorry, I'm dealing with businesses, and I see a moderator turning on and off subscriber mode. If you know how to handle that, thank you very much. So, procedural postures. We've already read through all this. 2022 grand jury returned 3 indictments against the petitioner. We know about all this. Following the mistrial, the prosecutor filed a motion to dismiss count 1 and 3, double jeopardy grounds, or an alternative to conduct a post-trial jury inquiry, which they're not going to do. The motion was accompanied by 2 affidavits by her attorneys. We know that. September 11, 2024, petitioner filed a petition for extraordinary relief pursuant to Mass Gen Laws Chapter 211, Section 3, seeking review. It was denied February 11th of 2025. Full SJC issued an opinion affirming the trial judge of denial of petitioner's motion, remanding the case to a single justice for entry of judgment denying the petition for relief. So this, I don't think we need to go through all this document because a lot of it is a copy and paste from the defense to the prosecution. The jury's deadlock, we know about that. We know how that all came about. On the 28th, after 19 hours, the floor person, they sent notes. They're documenting all that. We've read all this about 30 times. Why is that not coming up? Sorry, Ada, I didn't what? You were fine, Haley Mouse. You were perfectly fine. You were fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Oh, so they talked about the deliberation continuing around 10:45. The jury comes back. Despite our comments of duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by the fundamental differences in our opinions to the state of mind. I can only say it that fast because I've read it 1,000 times. This is going through once again. They got talking about the Trudy Rodriguez instructions, and the jury came back. Despite our rigorous efforts, we continued to find ourselves at an impasse. At that time, the judge received that third note. Parties returned to courtroom, and a mistrial was caused. The reported post-trial jury statement a week later, they're going to talk about all that. So all of this just to say, 30 pages to say, we do not want, nor do we agree. We agree with the prosecution is agreeing with the Supreme Court of State of Justice of Massachusetts. So they're just saying, nope, we don't want it. Not going to happen. 1,000 points of light. So, and I hate, we can sit there and do a deep dive, but it's almost the same exact documents that we've already read, just with the twist of we don't agree with them doing that. 7 p.m. It's 1 p.m. here. Okay, guys, I've got to, the kitty is, I think I need to get the kitty out of the room for a quick second. She doesn't seem to be feeling well. I shall return. Listen to some cool music in the meantime. still like that song. I wonder if we switched food on the cat about a week ago. This food may be giving her an upset tummy. So we're going to switch back. Supplemental affidavit of Elizabeth Little. We just saw that this morning. Basically, she's stating that she is we represent Karen Reed for half of us. I did it! The fact set forth the clarification regarding the defendant Karen Reed's opposition to the Commonwealth motion to exclude employees of ARCA LLC filed here within are true and correct to the best of my knowledge and information and belief. The statement called into question by Special Prosecutor Attorney Hank Brennan at the last hearing was poorly worded and should have reflected more specifically that the defense did not hire, retain, or pay ARCA LLC to engage in the reconstruction of the analysis and or the testing of the performance of ARCA in connection with the case. I personally edited and was responsible for filing the opposition to the Commonwealth motion for to exclude employees of ARCA opposition. The opposition, which includes Baragasi, whatever, was drafted by law clerk and no other attorney worked on the opposition. Whoa, someone is taking up some responsibility. Thank you very much, madam. We appreciate responsibility taken. Okay, then we have the Commonwealth supplemental affidavit of the defense expert, Matthew. Okay, I got to get this. I wish I can make this. I'm going to try and make this a little bigger and see if I can get this. For those of us with aging eyes, there we go. Matthew Erickson, my glasses are breaking, and it just broke. The thing just broke off. Dang it. Well, maybe I can survive with only one for now. Oh, Jesus. I'm having a bad day, y'all. I'm going to have to metal glue this on, and these frames alone are $1,000. Okay, let me see. Michael Erickson, here do by dispose the fact of the following to be true. I'm a computer IT mobile defense device forensic analyst at USA Forensic LLC. I was retained as an expert witness by the defense of Karen Reed in the above captioned manner for the purpose of analyzing the current DVR configuration, obtaining forensic video surveillance evidence from the Canton PD. On December 11th, 2024, I traveled from Phoenix, Arizona, Boston, Massachusetts by plane to render expert witness services in the above captioned manner. The purposes, I'm going to have to do something weird here. There we go. For the purposes of my trip was to allow me to extract surveillance video from the Canton PD Exquac Vision DVR system in a forensically sound manner, which aligns with, I got to find the sweet spot, which aligns with the method accepted and commonly used in the digital forensic community, as well as review any video footage preserved within the system from January 29, 2022, 12 a.m. to 11:59 p.m. I visited the Canton PD on December 12th of 2024 to do so. After photographing the relevant DVR equipment, I began recording audio and video and then access the system intentionally. It appeared to me that there were only 30 days of video history and consequently that the relevant footage had not been preserved. That impression was confirmed when I navigated the appropriate section of the DVR where a search by date time could be performed. I ran the search for January 29 of 22, 12 o'clock a.m. to 11:59 p.m. The search rendered 0 results. Based on the size of the drivers, the percentage used, and the remaining usable drive space, I concluded that there was mathematically no possible way for the video from January 29, 22 to be present in December of 2024 when I performed the search, unless they were manually saved and or properly preserved via standard forensic protocol. I determined that the relevant activity logs were all gone. So no bueno, everything's gone, nothing's there. And then they tell us they didn't preserve it. The way CPD technicians extracted the video data from the DVR is insufficient for forensic purposes and has resulted in a permanent loss of the original surveillance video data. The CPD DVR system, like most stores videos in a proprietary format, the CPD uses DVR interface to pick up and choose which videos to save, and then the data is converted by systems into playable format. The resulting file is almost always of lesser quality than the original, and because it exists in a different format, the resulting file will not hash verify the original. No metadata will be there from that back, only from that point forward. As such, the forensic expert cannot properly test, authenticate, or integrity of the video footage. Due to the Commonwealth's failure to preserve the original surveillance footage, I was unable to extract DVR system footage from January 29, 22 between 12 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. previously arranged and agreed upon by all parties. I am informed the Commonwealth may have additional video surveillance footage from January 29, 22. That being stored on a separate electronic device known as Canton PD Video File System, or VFS. It is imperative that this additional source of information be preserved and dealt with in a forensically sound manner, as to may serve as another source of information relating to the authenticity and the integrity of the video surveillance and at use in the case. If the Commonwealth has an individual supplied drag and drop of these files onto a USB drive, all associated metadata will be destroyed. Otherwise, unverifiable. The proper forensic protocol for preserving the critical information and obtaining relevant data is as follows. Oh, Lord. Okay, one more paragraph. I've got some jewelry glue. I'm going to try and fix this if I can. Because if I let it go, it's blurry. But if I hold it up like this and get it in the right spot, it's perfect. A forensic image made of operating system drive, as well as an additional drive where the video copies may be stored. If stored on something other than the operating system drive, the operating system drive is critical for the situation. Blah, blah, blah. We're back in court. I'll move this aside. I'll get this back up and going. So, yeah, they're screwed. I got to find my glue.
Okay. So you were, before we broke, telling us about how you had learned that Mr. Austin had moved to Vancouver, Washington, by the time you
This
got
is
into
really
this
not
portion
being a
of,
very wonderful
your
Monday.
investigation, where you were
Hey, no
looking
sound
to
tap.
perhaps interview him. You mentioned doing a Perkins operation. What is a Perkins operation?
Again, the Perkins operation is a tactic utilized by law enforcement, where we place
We'll see if it
the
works.
target or the suspect that we're looking at into a cell with a Perkins, what we refer to as a Perkins agent, which could either be a law enforcement undercover officer or an
Doubt it, but
actual
we'll try.
undercover person, citizen, civilian that acts as a Perkins agent.
Okay. And so you were looking to do that, but weren't able to based on the status of your investigation at that point?
Correct. I didn't have enough evidence at that point for a filing and or to get a arrest warrant.
I don't think it's
Now-
going to work.
When you were investigating Christopher Austin, did you also learn that he had traveled with Robert Baker to Las Vegas in July?
This sucks. Why do I not have
I
sound?
did.
There we go.
Sustain.
How did you learn about Baker and Austin going to Las Vegas at the end of July of 2016?
During preparations for a trial that was continued in April, I re-interviewed a witness in this case that gave us that information. And then I researched into trying to prove that they actually did go.
Sustain.
And so did you obtain, once again, flight records for Mr. Austin flying into LAX?
I did not. I believe the investigative team did after me.
Okay. And then did you also speak to one of the detectives that was, well, before you retired,
I'm gonna
assigned
put on
to
an
the
old
Robert
record here,
Homicide
not this
Division
Here.
that works with the FBI through a unit called CAST?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask this detective in order to confirm this trip by Austin and Baker to Las Vegas in July of 2016 to look at cell tower records as to where Baker and Austin went?
Yes.
And from that, the graphics that she produced, did that show Baker and Austin driving to Las Vegas?
Sustain.
Can you tell us what type of records you looked at that confirmed that?
We looked at I provided her with all of the cell phone records for Monica Baker, Christopher Austin, I believe Al Birdsong, and Chris Austin. I'm sorry. I apologize. Robert Baker, Monica Sementilli, Christopher Austin, and I believe Alfred Birdsong as well.
Okay.
And asked her to utilize those records and the data that came from the phone companies to try and determine if they traveled to Las Vegas.
Okay.
during
And
that-
then did
during that time
she-
period.
I'm sorry.
During that time period,
All right. And this was Tanya Edquist, Detective Tanya Edquist.
correct.
And then did she produce some graphics from those phone records indicating that all four of them were in Las Vegas during this July of 2016?
Sustain.
What records or graphics did she produce that you then viewed?
Let me see the sidebar, please.
Did you also, I think we talked about this last week, review an email regarding an agenda and itinerary that Fabio Sementilli sent to his wife for a trip to Las Vegas during this same time period in July of 2016, where they stayed at the Aria?
So
regular phone, not his burner phone. And Chris Austin, again, his regular phone, not his burner phone. With respect to the dates between January 11th and January 13th, 2017, a couple of weeks prior to the murder.
I did.
Did you also review records, Viber records for Robert Baker and the defendant during that same period of time?
Yes.
And did you also review records, phone records from Al Birdsong's cell phone and Robert Baker's cell phone during that same period of time?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from reviewing the phone records of all of these individuals?
During from January 11th to January 13th, there is a spike in phone activity via texting and phone calling between Robert Baker and Christopher Austin, between Christopher Austin and Albert Birdsong, and between Robert Baker and Alfred Birdsong, which is interesting, was interesting to me.
it's time.
So you saw a spike in activity between the January 11th and January 13th, 2017 timeline, correct?
Yes, and there was also, during that time, the Viber messaging going back and forth between Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli.
Your Honor, I have a timeline for the period of January 11th to January 13th of 2017. It is
Sorry, guys. My other glasses just broke. I have to they're
11
ordering
pages
the
in
part.
length. If it could be marked as People's 243, I believe it is.
Yes.
These are weaker, but they'll work. Got a scratch right in.
I'm sorry, if we're gonna do this in front of the jury, then can we come to sidebar instead so we obey the court's orders?
Yes.
Wow, y'all. It's been a day. I'm sorry if I'm a little flustered. We've had some stuff happen at the shop. My cat is acting sick and my glasses broke. I mean, it is starting good. Let me tell you. Real good start to the day. These are cute glasses, but they're old and they got some scratches right there. Yeah, I know. So, so that's just the way it is. Life happened. That's life. It happened.
You. This timeline of dates between January 11th of 2017 And the last page, it looks like it ends at line 445, which is on January 13th of 2017, 1 minute before midnight, before it turns January 14th.
Yes.
Is this timeline what you're referring to in terms of the communications between the defendant and Robert Baker using Viber, and Baker using his regular cell phone to communicate with Christopher Austin's regular cell phone?
Yes.
And you indicated that there were also communications that involved Al Birdsong.
Yes.
There's a lot of back and forth in this, isn't there? I know, right?
I also have a
I'm not
call
gonna ask
detail
anything else
record
go wrong
for
'cause it will.
January of 2017 for a phone number 907-306-7486. It is numerous pages in length. May it be marked, please, as People's 244. Showing you the first page of this document, a report
That just
for
costs money
call
I don't
details
have.
between January 1st and January 31st of 2017. Do you recognize this phone number here, the 907 number?
Yes, that's Christopher Austin's regular phone.
And
Don't get me wrong, I love these frames, but
page
they
10
don't
of
have
these
the
records, and
special
Your
stuff
Honor,
that the other one
it
does.
appears to be 33 pages in length. Showing you page 10 of these records, does it show calls between Christopher Austin and Al Birdsong
Yes.
during the same time period that we've been talking about,
Yes.
as well as calls between Robert Baker and Al Birdsong during the same time period?
That record shows calls between Robert Baker and Christopher Austin, but I am aware that Robert Baker's CDRs show calls between him and Albert Song on the 12th.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
Are you also aware of any credit card transactions? I'm now moving back to the end of July of 2016 regarding Robert
Yeah.
Baker and Christopher Austin.
Yes.
And what did those transactions indicate?
They indicated it's through a bank account that's associated with, I believe maybe Chase Bank, if I remember correctly, associated with Robert Baker. He makes a deposit into the account in the Los Angeles area. He makes a deposit into his, via the ATM, I think, into his account. And on the same day, there's a withdrawal in Anchorage, Alaska, via the ATM of that same account in a non-Chase bank. So somebody in Anchorage, Alaska withdrew money from Robert Baker's account.
And again, the only person that you told us who came up in your investigation who had a connection to Alaska was Christopher Austin.
Correct.
All right. determine that the credit union was the lien holder for Christopher Austin's vehicle.
Yes,
All right.
and there was additional ATM transactions on January 12th as well, the similar type of transaction.
January 12th of 2017, the same time period that we just discussed with respect to the communications between the defendant and Baker, Baker and Austin, Austin and Birdsong, and Baker and Birdsong.
Yes.
Sorry, guys, had to go get the mail.
All right. Your Honor, at
Business and
this
life
point in time,
for holding.
I'm going to move on to another area, and we have transcripts to pass out. Let me see.
Yeah, it does.
237 through
No,
242, different area?
no, this is another set. Did you also review approximately 16 different calls, jail calls, as we talked about last Friday, that were made between the defendant and Robert Baker through third parties?
Yes.
And some of those calls were through an attorney you mentioned as Howard Lynch, correct?
Correct.
Subsequent to the calls between the defendant and Baker through Howard Lynch's office, did you then find additional calls between the defendant and Baker through another third party?
I did.
And who was that, according to what the two of them discussed?
Correct. It was Robert Baker's sister. At least he called her a sister. I don't believe it's an actual blood sister. And her name was April.
Okay. Your Honor, for the audio portion, that is, I believe, contained as well on the flash drive that we previously marked as Exhibit 158. And then we have a transcript compilation of some of these calls. May it be marked as People's 244?
45.
Thank
Yes.
you. And at this time, may I pass out those transcripts?
Yes, and the same admonition as all transcript applies.
So what do y'all think so far? I've been kind of struggling with today. It's been a Monday. I haven't had a day like this in a while, y'all. It has been a day.
There's a good chance if anything ever comes up that my girlfriend, who is also my crimey, may call you and leave a message by chance.
Okay.
That may happen. She'll either call direct if she has a calling card, I think, because she's well taken care of. When guys like me are just barely making it, but that's fine. That's all well good. She may even leave a message if by chance if you guys pick up. And if I call, I'm gonna try to call like every Friday when I know you're there. Now that I know you're there, just to check in.
Okay.
Okay. And
What's her name?
her name is Monica Sementilli. If you Google my name and her name, it'll come up together. The whole case will pop up. in the newspapers. Yeah.
Oh, really?
So you'll know. So it won't be a surprise. And she's my girlfriend. She's my friend. She's we don't talk about the case, but she may leave information about the family.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Sheila, I love you guys. Thank you. I will try to call back soon.
Okay.
Okay. Bye bye.
Weird.
Now, was
Not
this one of the calls that you identified as going through Howard Lynch's law office to his secretary Sheila?
Yes,
And what is a crime?
it's somebody that,
So overruled.
somebody typically that you commit a crime with. And a lot of times in cases, defendants will refer to people they're arrested with in a case, they're in a case together as their crimey.
Would this be an example of what you were discussing last week, where the defendant and Robert Baker set up a way to communicate directly to one another through a third party?
So overruled.
Yes, where they would call in and leave messages for each other through a third party.
And you said that's how it started out, correct?
Correct.
And then later it progressed to actually being able to talk on the phone to one another.
Yes.
Hello? Yes, hi. Can I speak to Howard? Hold on 1 minute. Hello? Hi, Howard. Hi, Amanda. How are you? I'm okay. How are you? Good. I'm just checking in and making sure everything's okay. What do you mean? Did he check in with you already? Who? Our friend at Wayside. Yes. Okay. Okay, because I tried calling yesterday a few times. I just, but of course it's a different name, so I wasn't sure. You realized I was calling? No, I didn't know it was you. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, well, if he calls back, I just want to leave a message for him. Okay. So, I'm good, I'm strong, just, waiting. I haven't been getting that much mail. I think they're taking it. Oh, I know they're taking it. And they're definitely taking it. Yeah, they're going to use it. So, there's a lot of things.
we're sending
Not appropriate
mail
for my
DNA through the
family
mail.
and
They
children
can
to
take it.
see, which they probably will. And I already sent him a letter, so if you could just tell him to stop with the whole. This call is being recorded. Just tell him to hold on to the chapters. The chapters? Yeah, he knows what's happening.
They do.
They hold on to the chapters because I can't have my kids seeing those.
I'm going to take a bite of lunch.
And he's gonna get some letters from my friends here, some pen pals, so he can write back, like personal letters to those addresses, but no more chapters for now. He should understand what I'm talking about. Okay. No problem. How's he doing? Good. He's, in light of everything, he's doing okay. Yeah. I sent him some bugs, put money on his bugs. He's doing okay. Oh, good. Okay. Okay, that's good to hear. So just tell him that I'm still going on 10 p.m. every night. Tell him that. You're still going at 10 p.m.? 10 p.m. every night. You know what that means. Okay.
I mean, I'm going to stop at 10 p.m. and think of only you. And he's going to stop at 10 p.m. and think of only her. Oh, my God. I'm floored at their childness.
And I love him. And I will, I guess I'll call back in a few days. Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Okay, I'll relay the message.
Okay, thank you. I'll talk to you
You're
soon.
welcome. Bye-bye.
Do you recognize who the caller was?
Yes,
Whose voice was that?
Monica Sementilli.
And again, in this particular call, she asks to speak to Howard. Was this again one of the phone calls made through Howard Lynch's law office?
It was.
And when she referred to our friend at Wayside, what is Wayside?
It's Pitchess, actually. It's a detention center, Los Angeles County Detention Center up in Castaic.
The location where we talked about last week, where Baker was housed for a period of time?
Correct.
Okay. And in this, where she talks about not getting her mail because she knew that they were taking it, is this again a subject of communication between the defendant and Baker to try to get around that process?
Yes.
Yep.
And in some of the jail mail, as well as some of the selected ones that we looked at on the overhead, 10 p.m. is a particular time that was referred to between them.
Yes. 10 and then 9.
It changed at some point.
Yes.
Okay. And so this call, is that an example of what you were describing us to us last week of both the defendant and Robert Baker calling in through a third party and leaving messages directly for one another?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I got a call yesterday and somebody told me to tell you to hold on to the chapters.
Okay, got it.
And you may be getting a letter from some friends down in jail.
Oh, okay, got
To
it.
respond to that. And,
Got it. Good. Thank you.
Still go.
Sorry,
go
guys, I
at
had some
10
like,
p.m. every
he's
day.
like, shut up. I got it. I'm good.
All right, man.
and hanging strong and much love for you.
That's cool, man. Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And I hate to, do this to you, but yeah. Just let everybody know that, I'm gonna try to call once a week and check in with you to see if there's any update.
Yeah, of course. Well,
Thank you,
good.
man. Thank you.
All right. Did you recognize the person's voice who called in on this particular call?
Yes.
And who was that?
That's Robert Baker.
Okay. And again, would that be the same voice person that we heard in the last call, which is the voice of Howard Lynch?
Correct.
Again, referencing what the defendant said that she called in the prior call.
Correct.
Okay, and in the last call, we also heard there was some type of a recorded warning.
Yes.
What is that?
That comes on very frequently. Throughout the call, there's a warning at the initial call that you're being recorded, and then it comes on frequently during the conversation to remind the callers that they're being recorded.
And that is an automated warning that goes out on every jail call?
Every jail call.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
And tell my friend who called you that she should answer best way she can what I've sent her. She'll probably get it.
Got it.
So and maybe even let her know that what my next court date is, because maybe she has no idea.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think that that person was, hanging in there strong, and, definitely was, having, seemed like having your back. Yeah, well, that goes both ways, man. It goes both ways. It goes both ways, no doubt. It goes both ways. Ain't nothing changed on my side. So yeah, you know, definitely make that known.
All right. And did you recognize, once again, the voice of the person who called in?
Yes,
And who is that?
that was Robert Baker.
Okay, and again, is he speaking to the same individual we've heard now in the last few calls, Howard Lynch?
He is.
All right. And when he says, tell my friend who calls you, she should answer the best way she can what I sent her, in terms of being sent things, is this through the mail service that where inmates are able to send mail to individuals outside of the jail system?
Yes.
And what does it mean when an individual who's in custody says they had somebody's back?
That got your back. I'm going to protect you.
Excuse me, it's overruled.
Go ahead.
It's basically like a way to say I'm going to protect that person. They're going to protect me. A lot of times when they're in custody, it means, especially in a case where they're co-defendants on a case, that they're going to basically not give information on one another.
Is that sometimes referred to as cooperating with law enforcement or rolling on their crime partner?
Objection, reading policy, conclusion of findings.
Overruled on all grounds.
Yes.
All right.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Good.
Yeah, I just got some return mail today. I sent so much over to him, and I don't think he's getting it, but I got a couple returned to me. Something was wrong with the module number, so I just resent them all. If he could pass on the message, because he's probably waiting for my mail, and I don't think he's getting it.
Okay. Okay. I'll let him know.
Okay, has he called in?
Yes.
Okay.
And, talked to him briefly yesterday.
Okay.
So, he's, figuring out what he wants to do with his lawyers.
Okay.
This call is being recorded.
I had to get off the phone quickly because, I was with a client.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. I think he has. There's a new one that I heard it was pretty good. Is that the case?
No, he hasn't heard from anybody. He's not too happy about that.
Oh, I was told, my lawyer had spoken to him and said he was a pretty good guy, so I didn't know.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Something about them working together. I'm not completely sure. I haven't seen mine. He's coming to speak, so.
Okay.
So far things are working out, as far as I know, officially. So, yeah.
Good.
I just wanted to let him know that, but it's hard because I don't think they're giving him any of his mail.
You know what? When he calls in, and he'll probably call me today, I'll find out if he's gotten anything.
Yeah, just tell him I resent another 3 that were returned. I think I sent 7 altogether in the last 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, because according to his mail, he doesn't think I'm sending anything. He's obviously not getting it, so. Yeah. But I heard things are working out, and the important piece of information he was asking me about, I'm told that that's being worked on, and it's what we expected it to be, so it's all good. Yeah, so, kind of good news, but bad news, get to stay here for a little while longer.
Yeah, well, you know what? Just gotta hang in there. These it's just gotta be tough.
Okay, well, I hope he does call today. And again, just, always thinking of him, and I love him, and I hope he stays strong, because I am, or I'm really trying to.
Well, know that he's always thinking of you as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right.
All right, I'll probably call in a few days, or maybe at the end of the week.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Once again, did you recognize the individual, the female voice that called in?
Yes,
And who is that?
Monica Sementilli.
Okay. And is this, who was on the other end of the line that she was speaking to, the male?
Howard Lynch.
And was this, again, another message where they are calling in through Lynch, who's passing out their messages to one another?
Correct.
Now, after this call, were there multiple calls in the days following that followed the same pattern as we saw here?
Yes.
When we heard the defendant talk about sending 7 in the last 2.5 weeks, do you know what they're referring to?
Letters.
Again,
Jail mail.
jail mail. Is jail mail, is that when it's sent between inmates, is there a term for that?
Sometimes it's referred to as a kite.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Rob. Hey, man. Sorry to call barking on the cyborg training. Well, just trying to get shit done over here, man. I know, man. It's hitting me up like on my cell phone, on my arm. I mean, it's hitting me up like. Cause you're the only connection we have, man. Okay, but see, one of the problems I'm having though is I don't want to have any issues, down the road. I know. Any personal issues, So I'm, a little conflicted there. Hey, Yeah. It is, sometimes I don't mind, but, I just don't want to have any repercussions come back to me. No, I know. I already know what it is. I already know. I'm working on that. This is someone else who's definitely in either one of our circles. So that would stop that because she already knows that I trust a certain amount of people, and obviously, you are definitely one of them. So yeah. So I don't know. Anyway, I'm just trying to make sure that I get it. Right. I get it because I know everyone's doing the same thing.
This call is being recorded.
They got everyone running scared. Right. Yeah. I know, because you know how they play this game. Right. So, yeah, man. But I know, man. I'm hopefully in the next couple of days or so, I'll have an alternate way of doing this, so that way that one won't be an issue. Okay, good. But if she's trying to get a hold of you, there's something important. Yeah. Well, she called myself, but that's when I'm in court. I don't answer the phone. I'm in court. Yeah. No, actually, I didn't even know until afterwards. She called. Did she tell you what it was? No, just saw that she called. Oh shit! I can only imagine what it could be. She kind of hit me up on something and just said that there was something coming down the pipe that kind of like that would kind of like shed light on this whole thing. Oh, good. So that's what I think she's trying to get a hold of you for, to let me know that it may have happened or whatever the hell is going on, because I have no idea what it was. Did you manage to talk to her at all? No. Oh shit. Not the last couple of days? Okay, that's weird.
So, you know, I mean, if she calls her with a client, I can't,
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure, for sure.
Can you explain to us what we just heard in this portion?
So this is a conversation, again, Robert Baker with Howard Lynch, and he's obviously concerned. Monica is reaching out to him a lot, it seems, on his cell phone and his office phone, and he knows, I think, ethically that that is an issue.
And so that's where he said, Mr. Lynch said that he doesn't want to have any personal repercussions.
Correct.
Okay. And so in this particular call, we heard Baker talking about finding an alternative path for them to communicate. And what did that turn out to be?
It turned out to be a series of, well, one of them was.
At this point, that's true.
Okay. We'll play the next one and talk after that.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Hey, babe.
Oh my God. I can't believe I'm talking to you.
My wife and my sister make miracles happen, baby.
Oh my God. I miss you so much. I'm gonna put the phone down.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Talk about links, babe. Talk about links.
I can't believe it.
What is
I've been trying forever to get this done. Are you calling with your own number?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
Okay, we're not talking about the case anyway.
yeah, that's not good though, because they took everything from me. Everything.
Wow, again? When was the last time that happened?
When they moved me here.
Oh, wow, they took all your
I'm in a
paperwork?
cell. I'm in a cell now.
Yeah, me too. I'm in a cell too now.
Oh God. So I just,
They're playing their games again.
yeah. I wanted you to call someone else's number because I really have a lot to tell you.
Well, tell me what you can tell me without getting too crazy.
You know what? I'm gonna call back and leave messages.
This call is being recorded. Call is being recorded.
I'll leave messages with her, and you call in with a different number to get those messages. Like,
Okay.
are you calling collect or with a calling card?
No, she doesn't have it set up like that. I got a little bit of money on an account I saved for just this purpose.
Okay, so I'm buying other people's minutes so I can use them. So it's like a different name every time I call in.
Yeah.
Like
Okay,
now
that's
that they're
good.
listening, they know that. So that's not good either.
That's fine. Yeah, so I mean, tell me what you can tell me, but and if you can't do nothing, hold on to it, if it's good or bad.
No, good. Good. I've sent maybe more than 10 letters since the last court date. I know you haven't gotten them because I haven't gotten yours. I got one that was
Well,
dated.
there should be a whole. I held off on it because CC should have them.
Okay, well, I'm not with her anymore. I'm not with her
I know.
anymore.
There's someone, and I sent the portrait to that VP.
No, I got the portrait.
No, there's another one coming. That was a sketch.
Okay.
That wasn't the real one. The real one is, hopefully you can have a way to get maybe. Is she gonna hold on to everything?
She's kind of just mail. She's gonna mail it to me. So they're still gonna.
Okay, good.
You're still gonna see it, but she's gonna mail it to me. It's just that they're, fat boys using that showing my family, right? I don't want them to see some things that you write. That's why.
Oh, fat boy, she wanted to.
Oh yeah, and everyone's gonna see it. The whole world's gonna see everything. Chapters, everything.
Well, that's made up shit. That's all made up. It's made up shit.
Well, I know, but still.
What the VP?
Well, I know, but still. I mean, these minutes might run out soon, but I just want to tell you that now there's going to be other mail coming to your TP, the one that starts with an A, and his last name starts with
I'm no longer there anymore.
Okay, so you're going to have to give me a name to send stuff to, but not now.
Yeah. I already took care of that.
Okay.
I got that.
Okay, but you're,
So,
yeah, I need someone to mail it to, like not your name, so don't, you're gonna have to use, when you call in with someone else's PIN, leave the name.
yeah.
Because I have 4 or 5 already here, ready to be sent out, but I'm holding off because I don't know where to send them.
So in this particular clip, who is this, or who does this call initially appear to be between?
It's Robert Baker and his sister April.
And who's the third person, the other female on the phone?
Monica Sementilli.
Okay. So again, is this what the next step was that you were describing for us last week, where the defendant and Baker called through a third party, and as we heard, the third party puts down the phone so they can communicate privately?
Correct.
And so in doing so, we heard them talk about paperwork that they took. He says they took all your paperwork. What are they referring to?
Oral.
Letters,
Kites,
jail mail.
okay. And then we heard the defendant say she's buying other people's minutes. What does that mean?
An inmate can buy phone minutes that are attached to their unique PIN number. And when she buys minutes from another inmate, it's attached to their PIN number.
And you told us last week that each inmate has their own unique PIN.
Correct.
Number. And so by using someone else's, another inmate's PIN number, then would that indicate who was using those minutes other than the inmate to whom the PIN belongs?
So that's why it's considered a clean number, and it would be associated with that inmate. And unless law enforcement had information that Monica was using that inmate's PIN number, we wouldn't know. In this case, the mistake was that Baker was using his own PIN number, and so we got it through Baker's calls.
Okay. So you wouldn't have been able to trace it back to the defendant, but since Baker wasn't using calling through what they refer to as a clean call, by using his own PIN, you were able to identify and obtain this particular call.
Correct.
All right. And in this particular conversation, did we hear the defendant actually asking him whether or not he's calling in using his own PIN or someone else's?
Yes, we did.
And when he says no, he's using his own, that's when she said that's not good.
Correct.
Okay. What did they consider to be good so that they could potentially trade information that they discussed?
Speculation.
It's oral.
That would be Baker using another inmate's PIN number, and Monica using another inmate's PIN number to call into April and talk that way.
Okay. And through their jail mail, did they also attempt to set up times when they would each call in so that they could connect?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And in this particular call, did the defendant also describe multiple letters that she had sent to Baker, as well as a sketch, such as the one we saw today?
Yes, I believe she received a sketch from Baker,
Okay.
and that she was holding off. She was holding off on sending her letters until she got a new PP or pen pal from Baker, because his had obviously moved.
So again, by using a PP or a pen pal in this case, she says one that starts with an A. Is that a similar type scheme to communicate through other inmates' names?
It's exactly the same. It's just one is utilizing it for the phone calls and the other is using it for the mail or the kites.
Okay. And is that what the defendant basically describes towards the end of this call, where she says, I need someone to mail it to, like, not your name?
Yes.
Okay. And then does she tell Direct Baker that when he calls in using another inmate's PIN number, that he should leave the name so that she'll know who to send the mail through?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, babe.
Hi. Hey.
Hey, baby.
Hi, how are you, baby?
Hey, baby. I'm doing great now that I'm hearing you. I'm gonna hear something crazy.
What?
All of me just played on the damn TV, but the TV we got on the radio.
Oh my
Talk
God.
about uncanny, what? Talk about uncanny, I'm telling you.
Oh my God.
Listen closely. Listen,
Yeah.
really want to speak fast, okay?
Okay.
I don't know how much time I have left on this thing.
Okay.
I'm going to the store tomorrow, so I got to get more money on the books. Now listen to me carefully. You cannot tell me what you wanted to tell me, because once I call this number, they record every number that comes in from this facility. So it doesn't matter what number comes in, they're gonna do that. So don't worry about telling me yet, unless it's something, you know. No, don't. If it's too good, don't tell me anything.
No, I know, but I'm saying if you're calling from someone else's number, it doesn't matter, because.
No, trust me. Any number that comes in from LA County, they're gonna record it.
No, I know it'll be recorded, but
That's my number.
it's other people talking. It's not us. You know what I mean? They won't. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. I'll try to get you the message somehow, some way.
This call is being recorded.
So do you know? I also told April that, you know, whenever you leave a message, me and her have a system, so that way we know that you've called.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm working on getting a new number, a clean number. I'm working on. I mean, I got no resources. I don't talk to nobody, so it's really hard. So, but I'm working on some fresh numbers, and when I do, I'll figure a way how to get the number to you. I have a way in my head. It's complicated. It has to do. It's complicated. I don't know if I got enough time to tell you.
Okay.
And we could do every coded message like this. I'm trying to see if I can get it all out, because I've been thinking about it for days, trying to figure out how to do it. Okay. Don't repeat it, obviously. You know what day we met?
Yeah.
Okay. So not the month, but the day comes up to one number if you put them together, correct?
Okay. Okay.
All right. So that is the number that we add subtract all numbers to.
Okay. I've been trying to be quiet so we can just listen, try to gauge what's happening, but I have to open up my mouth. Yes, that ship has sailed. There could be a lot of, this guy could get in trouble for what he's doing. Here's the thing. He can get in trouble, but they're going to wait till trials are over before they go after him. She is sketchy. Yes, what I'm wondering is legal implications. There could be some. But she is a little mastermind. She is figuring out 7 ways from Sunday how to break all the rules. So this is only going to go to hurt her once she's convicted, and then they sit there and try to figure out what they're going to do with her, where they're going to place her. She's only hurting herself. She's digging one hell of a hole.
So if I say add 3, you already know what the number is.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm not gonna do it now, because I have to give you a formula. The next time we talk, I'm gonna bring a piece of paper and a pencil with you, and I'm gonna run a set of numbers to you just to make sure you got it, and then I'm gonna do an equation, and the equation will let you know we're on the same page.
Okay.
And I'll also give you the phone number.
Okay, I see.
That's why we're half-ass smart.
Okay.
Because that's,
What about
that's
where
something
I
only me and you know.
What about where I send mail to? Do you have a?
No, not yet.
Okay, again, did you recognize the two individuals that were talking directly to one another?
Yes, it was Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli.
And when Baker says, I don't know how much time I have left on this thing, do you know what what he's referring to?
Yes, it's minutes basically on that card, the card that he's calling from.
And the card that he calls from, where are those purchased within the jail?
They have like a commissary where you can get snacks and phone cards and books and things like that.
And when an inmate purchases a calling card through the commissary within the jail system, again, are those cards specific to an inmate's PIN number so that it will show the individual who owns that PIN number or booking number?
Yes.
So when we heard Baker saying, listen carefully, you can't tell me what you wanted to because they record every number that comes in from this facility. What is it that he's referring to?
Well, they do. They record every single call, and I think he's being. I don't think he understands the system as much as Monica did.
Sustained.
Yeah,
Does he talk about the fact that all of the calls that are coming in from into the facility, the jail facility, register the phone number from where the calls originate?
Yes.
All right. And so does he talk to the defendant about the fact that if she continues calling from her facility, that the same number will register as an incoming call to the facility?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, we have him saying if she has anything to say that's good, not to tell him. Is that correct?
Correct.
And does he indicate why that is?
Because they're being recorded.
And then does the defendant indicate that it doesn't matter as long as he's calling from someone else's number?
Yes.
When you call from someone else's number, again, is that referring to an individual's PIN?
Yes.
Okay. And then we heard the defendant saying, it's all recorded, but it's other people talking. It's not us. What does that mean?
So that means if she's calling in on Antoinette's PIN and Robert Baker is calling from Tim's PIN or whichever PIN he uses, that law enforcement wouldn't recognize the voices and would think it was an actual conversation between Tim and Antoinette and not between Monica and Robert Baker.
So in other words, that if a detective such as yourself was trying to obtain all of the calls from a particular defendant or between two defendants charged in the same case,
heck yeah,
you would request that information based on their booking numbers or PINs.
Yes.
So if you made such a request, you wouldn't receive calls that are made from.
Like we've said in the past, all, do we need to go back to kindergarten? All calls are being recorded. Every one. First and the last. And everything in between. Oh, well, guess I'll have to go to IHOP and get me some pancakes tomorrow. And just saying.
Other inmates' PINs.
Unless we found that person, which in this case, sometimes we did, and we could request the calls for that PIN number, we would have no way of knowing that and that they called each other.
Okay. And then we also heard Baker saying that he and April have a system so that he has a way of knowing when the defendant has called in. What does that mean?
he would call April a lot, a couple times a week, if I remember correctly. And he would say, I'm going to call in at 7. I'm going to call on Wednesday at 7. And so they had this system where she knew that he was going to call in. And a lot of times they would try to coordinate that, just like in this case where they could actually talk together. They could call in at the same time.
You mean the defendant and Baker?
Three-way.
Correct.
So that they could communicate directly, as we just heard in this phone call.
Yes.
And when Baker said, I'm working on getting a new number, a clean number, what is, again, a clean number?
A PIN number unknown to law enforcement that he can use to make calls.
Okay. And then we heard him talking about fresh numbers and using coded messages. In fact, he uses the language coded message.
Yes.
And then he describes a process. What does that mean?
So they had this unique date that was a date to them of when they met.
So ruled.
Okay, I
And
got to
that-
be honest, y'all. There's not people sitting there listening to these calls. It's automated. They're recorded. They do random draws, unless the investigators or there is something going on within the system itself, prison system, jail system, believe that they need to go back and listen to these calls. But they're not sitting there waiting for that phone to ring and them listening to it. It's recorded. They can go back and listen. That is why sometimes this stuff goes on for a while before they get caught. Someone said, well, why didn't they got caught? Why haven't they gotten caught a lot sooner? Because they're not listening live. They don't have enough people to do that. And some things get through the crack, like Sarah Boone having 3-way phone calls, and it didn't get caught for like months.
That was the basis of this numbering system to basically every letter of the alphabet had a numerical value based on that initial date that law enforcement had no way of knowing what that date was that they were using. And that once they cracked that code, then he could send the new PIN number through that code.
Okay. So in other words, being able to conceal the PIN number so that they could secretly communicate that without someone like yourself being able to identify which PIN number they're using.
Just repeating it
So ruled.
Correct.
And when he talked about adding and subtracting numbers, was that part of coming up with a code that they could both use to communicate secretly?
Yes.
And when we heard Baker saying he's going to give her a formula, and so bring a piece of paper and a pencil, and he's going to run a set of numbers. Did you also attempt to locate those particular calls?
Yes.
Now, despite being able to locate those calls, did you run into the problem where the inmates' pins that they used, often those inmates would then be released and they had to resort to finding another pin so that the number kept changing?
Yep.
Sustained.
What was the problem once you were able to, in some of these cases, figure out the PIN number they were using? What problems did that then present for you?
A lot of times the inmate left the facility, moved on to another facility, or were released. Or I recall occasions overhearing where it was obvious that the real person attached to that PIN wasn't comfortable with the process, with participating.
That is against
in
the
this
prison and jail
process.
rules.
In other words, that person would initiate the call on one end.
It is against their rules. But what can happen is it can affect your release date and your detainment. It can affect all of that. Now, the person on the outside is not going to get in any trouble. Well, kind of, sort of. They can, if he's breaking the rules and he knows he's breaking rules and is flagrantly breaking the rules, i.e. like a 3-way call, the prison can stop them from contacting you.
Or the other,
Jail.
usually from the women's jail, and then choose to walk away.
Yes.
It's leading, so stand on that ground.
What did you hear regarding the
What, if anything?
females from the women's jail where the defendant was housed when she would try to initiate some of these calls using the other inmate's PIN?
Overruled.
I recall one call where an inmate, I don't remember the inmate's name, called her partner and said, hey, this, I believe she gave the name Antoinette. I don't believe she used the name Monica, is going to call you at this time. She wants to talk to her man. And the person that she was calling, who was on the outside, was actually, was not comfortable with putting this together. Was
It's overruled.
When you say on the outside, what does that mean?
not in custody.
Okay.
So the number that they were calling, it was her girlfriend, if I remember correctly. And the girlfriend, who was not in custody, did not want to be that third person to hook up the calls.
Kind of like what we heard from Howard Lynch eventually when he indicated to Baker that his girl was hitting him up too much and calling on his cell and while he was in court and things of that nature.
Sustain.
That's the same type of scenario we heard with Mr. Lynch on a prior call with Baker, correct?
I'll allow that.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yep, Earth, it sure is.
Okay, on the switcher. You there?
Hi. I'm loving my life. Oh my God.
Oh, babe. I love you so much.
Oh my God. I have so much to tell you, but you're supposed to call in the way I do.
I can't do it because I just got here. It's been chaos.
I
It's been
heard
chaos.
you
They've been moving me constantly, and I got some letters from a friend of mine yesterday. There was 4 of them.
Okay, is this from AM?
Yeah.
So did you get
from R.
from BR?
BR.
Okay, that's the one you can write to.
In this particular call, again, did you recognize the two voices on this call?
Yes, it was Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli.
Okay, and when we hear Baker say, I can't do it, when she says you're supposed to call in the way she does, what does that mean?
She has a clean PIN. She's not using her own PIN.
And Baker says, I can't do it because I just got here. What does that mean with respect to where Baker was housed?
Overruled.
He doesn't have any contacts yet at that facility to set up.
He doesn't have any
PIN
friends
calls.
willing to sacrifice
calls.
their
PIN
numbers.
calls.
And when the defendant says, in response to him saying he got some letters from a friend of his yesterday, there were 4 of them, and she says, okay, was it from AM? What does that mean?
Repeating the evidence of what was said.
Excuse me, it's over. No, it's overruled.
What does AM stand for?
I can't remember the last name, but the first name was Antoinette. It was one of the pen pals that Monica used to write to Baker.
So in other words, the system that they set up, in many cases, they were able to communicate by sending letters from particular other inmates, and they're using initials for those people here.
Overruled.
Yes.
And then we also saw that on the other side, that kites are being sent back and forth from BR.
Yes.
And they both appear to know the initials of a female and a male inmate that they're using to send mail through.
Yes.
This is probably a good place to start.
Let's take our
Man,
recess until
what?
1:30. The admin supplies. You'll discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else on the forum expressing opinions with cause finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30. Council, please remain.
Uh-oh, council remain. Y'all don't go anywhere yet, y'all. We may have some more to discuss. He probably wants to know how much longer is this crap going to go on. We're in 22 days and we have not heard from everybody yet. Yes, I know. We didn't hear from Austin, have we? We didn't hear from him, did we? I'm trying to remember. Trying to remember and see if he testified yet or not. I'm already missing my other glasses, y'all. I miss my glasses. Let me tell you. I'm halfway beating by feel. Isn't that horrible? I know. Okay, 1:30 their time, 3:30 our time. That is a 1-hour break. We're going to go through some more of the Sementilli, some of the more Karen Reed stuff. Let me get my needle anchored here so I don't lose my place. And then I'll get back on those documents. I am frustrated with the fact that all of this evidence is dropping onto Karen Reed just less than a month from trial. Trust me, y'all, I do not want a delay in trial, but it won't surprise me if we get one. I would not be shocked if we do not go to trial on the 1st. The only way we're going to go to trial on the 1st is because Auntie Bev wants it gone on the 1st and no later than the 1st. So help her God. Yep. Okay, that's done there. That put away. So we have an hour. Anybody want to hop on with me? I'll take some commentary between you guys. Let's go ahead and take this off. Put that off. We're gonna embiggen me. You guys get to see my mess. My desk is super tiny, y'all. It is very small. Very small desk. Wow. Okay, so yes, they can lose their privileges and the people on the outside can no longer be in their phone system. See, when you go in, and this is one thing that really upsets a lot of people. So if you're going to trial and you don't know if you're going to come home, memorize some phone numbers, y'all. Because when you get there, they're going to ask you to fill out this paperwork, and part of it's going to be a call log, and those numbers need to be they're not going to give you your cell phone and say you can pull it from there. They're not going to do that. So you either need to have them written down on a piece of paper that you can keep with you, or you will need to memorize them. God, like we used to do. Don't y'all remember having all these phone numbers memorized in the back of your head? Yeah, I remember. Anybody have an update on the Pope? Anybody have an update on the Pope? I've not seen a current update in the last couple of days. He's not popping up in my feed. It's all about the Oscars. I could care less. Francis still remains in critical condition as he receives treatment from double pneumonia and a mild renal insufficiency, the Vatican shared on Sunday. The Pope has difficulty breathing for several days before he was admitted on Valentine's Day at the Rome Gemelli Hospital. So he is still in critical condition. Oh, That's so sad. Prayers and thoughts go out to all the Catholic parishioners and to the Pope himself. Go get your lunch. I'm thinking what I'll do is go ahead. I hate doing this, but should I stop the live and restart it? You barely remember your own phone number. I know. Don't you remember back in the day? Well, not all of you, for the older ones. My gosh, we either carried a phone book in our purse. We actually had purses with a little phone book, or we memorized them. Trying to find something for us to watch. Yeah. If y'all have not been watching on Court TV, they have the Trial and Error. Why did OJ win? Series. This is the 30th anniversary. They're doing a big series. I don't know, but I recorded something for that. It may or may not show up in there. You know how they ask you to do something, but you're not sure if you're going to. So, I'm kind of surfing to see what we can watch. In some places, I live 4 digits if it was local. Now, back in the day, it would say Rawling 3251. I remember having one of those. I remember having a community line. Y'all know about those? Yeah, where everybody could hear you talking. You pick up the phone and you listen to see if somebody's on. Yep. I'm lazy. Oh, let's look at
guilty just a little bit ago today in the stabbing death of his mom. This all just months after he fatally shot his father, allegedly in self-defense. Now for my thoughts from the bench on this. The jury.
I wondered about this and how it was going to affect everything else. Let's watch. Yeah, I couldn't believe he was acquitted. Party lines. Thank you, Sticky Widget. It was party lines. We called them, yeah.
The jury system that we have is the best in the world. I respect the jury's decision. But if I had been on the bench during this verdict, in my head, I would be thinking, oh, wow. I also think about other teenagers accused of killing a parent in those outcomes. The Menendez brothers, great example of being found guilty of the murder of their mother and father. And another case on July 16th of 2011, 17-year-old Blake Hadley, also a Florida case, killed his mother and father. And 3 years later, he was convicted of their murders. So 2 questions. 1, will this jury feel differently when they learn that Colin also killed his father? And 2, the self-defense case as to the father is still open. What will happen with that now that they've heard the evidence in the trial as to the mother? From the bench, I just don't know. We'll be right back with more right after this break. Stay tuned.
Y'all, that brings on some good questions.
Facilitating and participating. Okay. A unanimous jury has found Ghislaine Maxwell guilty of one of the worst crimes imaginable, facilitating and participating in the sexual abuse of children, crimes that she committed with her longtime partner and co-conspirator.
What is this?
Jeffrey Epstein. The road to justice has been far too long.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, it was a long road. Ghislaine Maxwell, who was the one who would coordinate things for Jeffrey Epstein, rub his feet on the airplane, all that stuff. She got convicted, right? But that's just the tip of the iceberg in the Jeffrey Epstein case because of what it represents. This is a billionaire pedophile with his own island and his own plane, and you've got the richest, most powerful people in the world, like flying on the plane and interacting with Epstein, right? So for years, people
Remember, pineapple, no politics.
looked at the case and said, well, why did he get such a sweetheart deal back in the early 2000s? And why has none of the information ever been made public? And then you had the Ghislaine Maxwell case, and everyone thought, okay, once she's convicted, this stuff doesn't need to be sealed. It can be released. And it seemed like the judge ordered that. And yet, still, the information doesn't come out. Everything's got black marks over it. Everything's redacted and withheld and held back, which undermines people's trust in our government, right? Because of all these powerful people interacting with Epstein. Well, why aren't we getting all the information? And now the story has taken on a life of its own. And for years, people are like, well, then Epstein dies in prison under dubious circumstances, right? And everyone, oh, why did that happen? Because he knew too much. Well, okay, well, everything he knew, they should have all the information. Yeah, but we've never seen it. So now it looks like we're getting closer to seeing a lot more of it. We've got a new attorney general who's making a promise to release this information and make it public. So the initial release, not a ton of new stuff, but some of the names from the flight logs. Let's take a look. Prince Andrew of England, we heard his name before. Kate Blanchett, Naomi Campbell, Bill Clinton, we heard him before. David Copperfield, Cameron Diaz, Leonardo DiCaprio, Louis Freeh, who was a former director of the FBI, Al Gore, Stephen Hawking, Michael Jackson, the king of pop, Donald Trump, a neighbor from West Palm Beach, now the president, plus dozens of more.
Okay, I understand they're spewing a bunch of names. It doesn't mean that those people went to the island and participated in illegal activity. I will say that, and I will not tolerate, bashing, but I find this interesting.
But what do we know about this? Is more coming? Do we have context of why these people are on the plane, where they're going, when they're going, with whom they're going? Let's get some information. Joining us, reporter Kate Hussey with Scripps News Group in West Palm Beach, Florida. Kate, great to see you.
Yeah, Vinny, great to see you too.
So are we getting more than just a list of names? Are we getting some context? Do we know how many times they're flying? Are they going to the island? Who are they with? Are we getting information like that?
Yeah, Vinny, it's interesting that you mentioned before that we have really received little to no new information. And that's the sense that we got from these documents was little to no context surrounding these flight logs and 95 pages of Epstein's contacts from what's known as his Black Book. And I think there's a lot of disappointment surrounding the release of these 200 pages because that's what I think we've all been wanting is context here. You mentioned so many prominent names that have been named in previously unsealed documents. We saw that when about 40 pages and 40 unsealed depositions were released in January of 2024, we had really little to no context then. And in this latest release of documents, we see a list of names. We see now current President Donald Trump. We see former President Bill Clinton's name, but we don't know what association they had with Jeffrey Epstein, if really they had much of an association at all. And I think that's where these documents fall short in providing context. There's no indication that any of these people on these flight logs in Epstein's book of contacts had really any wrongdoing other than Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, which were the majority of the names listed in these flight logs really were. So across the board here in Palm Beach County, where of course this case is based, that's the criticism. People feel a little bit let down by this first phase of documents, and I think are hoping for more to be released in the days to come.
And it seems Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, who was the Attorney General down in Florida, wants this done. And it looks like there may be a little bit of friction between her and the folks up in New York out of the Southern District who may have some more information that has not been made public yet. Any update on what's going on between the fight between the Attorney General and the Southern District of New York, the FBI agents there and the folks in the U.S. Attorney's Office?
Yeah, absolutely. As you are likely aware, Vinny, Attorney General Pam Bondi had sent a letter yesterday, just hours before the release from the Department of Justice of these 200 pages of documents. She wrote this letter to current FBI Director Kash Patel demanding the release of what she says are thousands of documents she's claiming the FBI agency up in New York has currently withheld for years and years and years. And she's saying that she had asked for all of the evidence in the Jeffrey Epstein probe to be turned over to the U.S. Attorney General's office. She says she had only received those 200 pages we saw released. She's asking Patel to not only release the rest of those thousands of pages, she had actually given Patel and the FBI of New York a deadline of 8 o'clock this morning, but she had also demanded that Patel conduct an internal investigation as to why those pages weren't previously released. And Vinny, we've actually consulted on multiple sources that know this case inside and out down here in Palm Beach County, former state attorney, the prosecutor.
Do you see where his foot is? It's in her cleavage.
For this county, Dave Ehrenberg. And we've also consulted on an FBI agent from Miami who's now retired. He had worked very closely with the FBI agents investigating the Epstein case. And both of them say it's absolutely possible. We haven't received all the evidence that is out there. And specifically, our state attorney down here had told us that in 2019, when the FBI had raided Epstein's house, they did find a thumb drive. And he says that we still have not seen the contents of that thumb drive. Is it any more damning evidence than what we've already seen? We don't know. We'll never know. But I think that's what Bondi is hoping to get out of the New York FBI agency here. So maybe we will see that evidence more forthcoming in the future.
And I know you'll be on top of it, and we will call on you again. Kate Hussey, down there in West Palm Beach, a beautiful place to live with our Scripps News Group. Thank you so much. Quick programming note, a Utah mother accused in the death of her National Guard husband faces a judge next week. Jennifer Gledhill is charged in the death of her husband, Michael Johnson. Gledhill was arrested last October on charges of murder and obstruction of justice. Her husband's body has not been found. During the hearing, Gledhill's attorneys are expected to ask for bail, and the state could share new evidence in the case. Tune in to Court TV Monday for the latest on this hearing. When we come back, as I previously promised.
Okay, I don't know anything about this particular. Ooh, let's do a search on her. That may be a good trial to come up on. Let me look. Hold on. Let me go to Court TV. I'm all scared to share stuff now after I got all banned yesterday. I don't think I've received any more yesterday.
Was in court for a hearing to address a pretrial protective order seeking to bar her from contacting her own children.
We'd like to address the protective order. We tried to address it with Commissioner Olson. He signed the pretrial
I was playing a video off of YouTube, but it was from 48 hours and they dinged me.
protective order and basically deferred decision to the court, to you. So my question is, as a general matter, usually it's the state's motion to request the protective order. So I don't know how the court wants to handle it, if it wants the state to go first, or since it's my motion to dismiss a protective order that was granted by the commissioner, if the court wants me to go first.
I think since it's already in place, it would be appropriate to hear from you, Mr. Diaz.
Okay. Your Honor, I think that the pretrial protective order was incorrectly placed and allowed. The protective order, just so the court knows, is related to Ms. Gledhill's children. They are not named victims on the case. They are three individuals, 11, 7, and 5, whose father is currently missing, and we don't know where he is, and whose mother has been taken out of their lives. I think that granting a pretrial protective order in a situation where they are not named victims of any sort of domestic violence offense, there's no domestic violence in the presence of a child or anything like that related to the case, I think it steps outside of what the bounds of what a pretrial protective order in the domestic violence context are allowed to basically be put in place. I think the state's going to argue that the children are potential witnesses, at which point in time I would just argue that with them being potential witnesses, number one, we don't know if they're witnesses yet, but generally speaking, how the court handles that is the court can make bench orders, something that don't have criminal punishments attached. I think the overall frustrating thing for me in all of this is what this boils down to. This court is, I think, the inappropriate place to handle communication between my client and her children. There are other courts that are designed to handle that, courts that allow the children who should have an opportunity to have some sort of say and they should be represented by someone like a guardian ad litem. This court, this venue is not the place for that to happen. The children do not have representation. We don't know what they want. We understand they're young, but that's why in different settings, they're given guardians ad litem to speak for that. This order prevents any sort of venue of making any sort of modification where potentially mom could communicate with her children. I think that the request for a protective order is an overall heavy-handed kind of punishment. My client's already lost her liberty. At this point in time, it feels like the state and the city, the police agency that investigated this, are trying to set everything that my client loves on fire, essentially. To dig a little bit more into that, we know that the parents were arrested last night on no new information. Ms. Gledhill's parents were arrested last night with no new information. And it just feels like everything surrounding her, they're trying to take away. I think that this pretrial protective order is a part of that. And I don't think it's the appropriate venue. And I'm asking the court to remove the protective order and allow for appropriate courts to take that decision over. And with that, Your Honor, I'll pass to the state.
Ms. Paulus?
Yes, Your Honor, it's the state's position that the pretrial protective order is warranted. The case involves domestic violence. It's obviously very serious allegations against the defendant. And she is in fact the mother, the children's mother, and the victim in this case is their father. However, as Mr. Diaz indicated, at the very least, the state is requesting a no contact order in this case, preventing the defendant from having contact with the children. The basis for this request is the fact that that this is an active and ongoing investigation. These children are in fact potential witnesses. And the state is in fact open to readdressing a no contact order in the future. Once the investigation is more complete and the children on advice potentially of a therapist. And I thought it'd be helpful to update you regarding the children's status. So they are currently in DCFS custody with a temporary placement with family. I believe the plan is for the children to start engaging in therapy and addressing the loss of their father and the fact that their mother has been charged with his murder.
So the judge lifted the pretrial protective order, but issued a no contact order to be put in place. Kind of the same thing. That means Glen Hill still won't be allowed to communicate with her children.
And good for them. She should not be able to if that's the facts, if that's the case, if that's what she's doing. I mean, if she's, oh my gosh, we need to look at that one. Yeah, I still have my father's social ingrained in my memory. Yeah, we do. We have to push out the old stuff to make room for the new. I watched a 4.5-hour video with Mark Furman, the lead detective in the O.J. Simpson trial. And I've forgotten some of the stuff that had happened, but it was a very informative interview. So if anybody likes that kind of stuff, I suggest you watch that. Ooh. Oh, I had something lined up and now I can't find it. I have too many things up on my screen. Okay, guys, I think what we're going to do, let me see if I can get something on and going.
There was no carbon monoxide, and he had the most common cause of death in this country, severe heart disease. So that would cause him, having cardiac arrest in the mudroom, to collapse right there. Interesting theory from Dr. Baden, being able to trace back the date on the pacemaker as well. Gene Hackman might have been dead for 9 days, according to what his pacemaker showed. So what else are investigators going to dig into? Maybe the cell phone?
Nobody heard from for 9 days. Nobody heard from him or his wife and the family. Nobody checked on him at their age.
Phones.
I don't hear from my papa or he's, hear from mom. I'm calling.
Perhaps what can be gleaned from the scene? What about at autopsy? And did you hear portions of their bodies had become mummified? We have two tremendous guests here on the program this morning. I want to bring them in now. Board certified forensic pathologist, Dr. Priya Banerjee, and crime scene reconstruction expert, Dr. Kenny Kinsey. Good morning to you both. So, let's start, if we can, with the things that can give us clues as to how Gene Hackman, his wife, and their dog died. Ladies first, please. Dr. Banerjee.
Good morning. I think, anytime we have two people dead, that's the unusual aspect of it. But I've seen it in the past, and it doesn't always mean it's nefarious. Anything happened. It could just be really terrible circumstances, if you will, terrible turn of events. There's pictures of beautiful home that you're seeing. In any case, I think, he's quite elderly, probably had a cardiac event like Dr. Baden was saying. And I think she probably had something catastrophic. And I wonder if the stress of that then triggered him. Unfortunately, the dog, in my understanding, was in a crate or isolated. If they don't have someone to care for the dog, then the dog will also perish.
9 days. That would
Right. So sad because we know two other dogs were alive and well on the property, but the one that was in the kennels, we understand it, it would stand to reason wouldn't have access to food and water. Dr. Kenny Kinsey, to you next, please. What are the things that you would think would give us the biggest clues about what happened?
Thank you, Ms. Julie. Some of the things that have been mentioned so far and have been released, lack of blunt force injuries, lack of those things that we look for as crime scene investigators, be it blood spatter, be it footwear, anything that would lead them to believe this could have been foul play. And from everything I've seen released so far, we don't have any of that in this case. And the best evidence, of course, is going to be a timeline. And with the information that was gathered from the pacemaker, I believe they're well on their way. And I have to agree with the good doctor. It could just be a chain of unfortunate medical events. And then with the canine, we're probably looking at malnourishment, unless they're going a different angle. Once you rule out the carbon monoxide, unless it's a poison, whether it be induced or a natural occurring poison, and that's not going to come out to the toxicology. I think we have a chain of unfortunate events by everything that's on the table thus far.
Thank you for that, Dr. Kinsey. I want to show you and Dr. Banerjee some of the facts that we know this morning. I know there are a lot of unanswered questions, more unanswered than there are answered at this point, but here's what we know. Their bodies were found after a welfare check. Apparently, it was maintenance workers on the property who discovered them. They've both tested negative for carbon monoxide poisoning, which was something that was speculated. One of Gene Hackman's children thought initially that could be a cause of death. According to the affidavit, Gene Hackman's wife, Betsy, had mummification in both her hands and her feet. One of the deputies on the scene said it looked like Gene Hackman had a sudden fall in the mudroom, just based on what he saw. His cane was there, his sunglasses were there. And we know where Betsy's body was. There was an open prescription bottle, scattered pills on a counter in the bathroom. And what Dr. Kenny Kinsey just noted for us, no signs of that external trauma. Which brings me to a question for you, please, Dr. Banerjee. I want to share with you another part of Dr. Michael Bodden's theory here, that perhaps Gene Hackman had fallen first, and then perhaps his wife goes to help him in the bathroom, maybe goes to get pills. Let's say it was a cardiac event. He's theorizing that maybe she struck her head on the way down, had some kind of internal injury to the brain that isn't going to show up on the outside, maybe some bleeding on the inside of the brain, and saying that perhaps that could have been what occurred here. What are your thoughts on that?
Sure. And just to backtrack, sort of tying everything together, when we approach, like my colleagues and I and the investigators approach a case like this, anybody's death, you have to look and rule out the bad things first. And slowly we're gleaning facts that less and less, there's no evidence of trauma. All the bad things are slowly being ruled out, both by autopsy and investigation. Once the toxicology comes back, that's the money. I think once, we can speculate who passed first and of what. I don't know of what her internal findings were. If there was head trauma, quite a possibility. It's also, did he react to her passing? I don't know if it's a chicken or the egg type thing. I just don't know, because we have so many unknowns. The autopsy is still the gold standard, and unfortunately, that's not a 1, 2, 3, like a quick exam. And remember, toxicology takes time. And I hope that my colleagues will, be able to expedite things, and slowly the most important and probably the most reassuring facts will be released, like no trauma, no evidence of robbery, no, nothing bad like that, but slowly it'll unfold. Again, this is a team effort. It's not just autopsy, it's investigation, it's police. So it's a team effort working to solve this and give us all the answers.
Well said, Dr. Priya. Thank you for that. We know that a press conference was held the other day by the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office to update everyone on what's been gleaned so far, including the last reading from Gene Hackman's pacemaker. Let's take a look.
An initial interrogation was conducted of Mr. Hackman's pacemaker. This revealed that his last event was recorded on February 17th, 2025. I was advised that a more thorough investigation will be completed.
Based on what you know about the conditions of both the bodies, who do you believe died first?
That's a very hard thing to determine. Even with the assistance of OMI, we asked that question because that's a question that we want answered. That's a very hard determination to make, and I don't think even OMI could make that determination based on the initial autopsy.
Okay, so let's talk about the autopsy and the cell phones. I'm wondering what can be gleaned from the cell phones. Dr. Kenny Kinsey, would you speak to us about that as it relates to what you said, the importance of establishing that timeline?
Yeah, Miss Julie. Court, depending on the carrier and the type of service, it can give so much valuable information. Sometimes movement, any activity, whether it, be text, emails, phone calls, that kind of thing, and it'll reinforce, it can support the information that they've gathered from the pacemaker at this point. And like the doctor and the law enforcement administrator said, it's a very hard thing to determine which one came first. Maybe cell phone activity could help provide an answer to that. Maybe it won't. But it's one of those things that you have to dig into it. And just like with the toxicology and the teamwork between investigations and pathology, it takes time to get that information.
Sure. Thank you for that, Dr. Kinsey. Dr. Priya Banerjee, let me go to you about the autopsy. Something that I think can be stunning to hear from many of us who aren't used to doing autopsies like you are. You hear that there's been parts of Gene Hackman's wife's body that have mummified her extremities, as we understand it. Would you explain and describe for us, if you would, what exactly that means and how it might affect what you would do at autopsy?
Sure. So I think, that's the mummification which is the appropriate term, is a part of decomposition. So that happens after death. And in a inside level, we start decomposing as soon as we die, but to be recognizable, it has to be days, multiple days. I can't say exactly. But interestingly, there could even be like microclimates in such a big house. So you can't always just it's not a predictable number of days that someone would mummify. Mummification, just to clarify, is drying of the hands, like the skin or the feet of the hands and feet, and it becomes leathery. So it can be, sort of the softness and the warmth of the hands and feet go away. It can be sort of leathery to really, really hard. Again, just being a drying effect, which is consistent in a desert environment. More than that, it's hard to say. It's not a trauma finding.
Understood. Just something kind of fascinating, I think, with this case, which just all around is fascinating. Just so sad, the way in which Gene Hackman and his wife Betsy and their dog all found dead. And we thank him for his service. We've learned he was a Marine, and that is something wonderful to remember about him, in addition to all the great acting. We'll leave the conversation there for now, but big thanks to you both for your time and your expertise. Dr. Priya Banerjee, Dr. Kenny Kinsey, thank you both so very much.
Yeah, y'all, that is such a shame that they passed that way. It is so disheartening. So disheartening. I didn't realize he was that old. I knew he was up there, late 70s, something like that. But it's been a while since we've seen him. So my heart goes out to the family and my prayers go out to the family. And, all right, we're going to.
I think you just found one deceased person inside a house.
Where Gene Hackman.
Opening statement. Where are Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner Skelton? Are they alive or are they dead? Those precious, beautiful boys were last seen with their father back on Thanksgiving Day in 2010. And today, their grieving mother is in probate court to have them declared legally dead. 14 years ago, was supposed to have, she was supposed to have been able to safely pick them up from her ex-husband's home. But her babies, ages 9, 7, and 5, were nowhere to be found. Their lying sack of garbage father has been serving a prison sentence for unlawfully imprisoning his boys. He told several different stories about how they disappeared. For instance, he said he gave them to an unknown woman. Then he said he gave them to an underground group. That's right, an underground group. Were they sold to be trafficked? Are they even still in this country? What kind of lowlife lets their 3 young boys go off with strangers to God knows where to do God knows what? John Skelton, apparently. What's more, he's set to be released from prison this November. So then what? November comes, he goes free without giving any answers up as to where his children are and whether they're alive or whether they're dead? That stinks. Where is the justice for those Skelton boys? How I wish their father could be legally sent to Guantanamo until he gives up the information that could save his children's lives, or at least give their grieving mother the closure that they're gone. But our laws don't work that way. So we just have to hope and pray that perhaps the proceedings happening today in probate court will lead us to some answers in solving the disappearance of Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner, so that the person or persons responsible will be held legally accountable. That's my opening statement. Let me know if you like it. Right now, it's time for your daily docket.
I went to my mother's bathroom to take mascara or something because I like to do my mascara in her bathroom. And I didn't notice anything, but when I came out, I noticed Rob in her bed.
And what time was that?
It was in the morning. So I don't know, 10, 11 a.m., maybe earlier.
Did you tell the police about 7 a.m.?
Maybe.
That was Fabio Sementilli's daughter, Jessica, describing finding convicted killer Robert Baker in her parents' bed. Her cross-examination is scheduled for today. This is the celebrity hairstylist murder trial. It's going to start back up at noon Eastern time. In Florida, we've got the sentencing and the bedtime murder trial happening about an hour from now. Jermaine Bass found guilty last week of all the charges brought against him in the case where he took the life of his beautiful daughter and wounded his son. Also, in our next hour, we're going to go into a Michigan courtroom where a mother is asking a judge to declare her 3 missing kids legally dead. That's the case I was just telling you about, the death of the Skelton brothers. Have you heard about this story? It's our top story this morning here on Opening Statements. Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner missing for nearly 15 years after their dad didn't return them after the Thanksgiving holiday. The boy's mom, her name is Tanya Zuvers, has been open about her feelings toward her ex, Mr. John Skelton, telling her affiliate WXYZ this was revenge against her.
Do you think this was all about getting back at you?
Oh, yeah.
Every single thing?
Oh, yeah.
Even now?
Mm-hmm. The things that were broken, the things that were destroyed, every single one was aimed at me.
The things that brought you joy were destroyed.
Yes. And the first being my children, my sons. Be a man. Stop being a coward. Stop hiding behind your lies. What did your sons do to deserve this?
Exactly right. Let's talk about this. I want to welcome in our attorney guests, Tommy Pope and Kirk Nurmi. Great to have you both here this morning. I want your thoughts on what can possibly come from this probate hearing. I think the $1 million question is, could homicide charges potentially come from this? Kirk, I'll start with you, please. Your thoughts.
Well, you know, Julie, unfortunately, I don't see it because provisions like this are statutory. They're not related to evidence. So what happens after a certain amount of years. Each state will have certain qualifications that need to be met for somebody to declare dead for purposes of probate. This is where we're going to probate court as opposed to any other kind of court. And that means, there's not really going to be any new evidence, unfortunately, that I think is going to enable prosecution. It's more a matter of time meeting the statutory requirements instead of any evidentiary issues that could shift the murder case.
Kirk, thank you for that. Tommy, investigators are still working on this case. It's wide open. You've been an investigator. Tell me, what do you think can possibly be done between now and November?
I believe they've turned every stone they could. I agree with Kurt that this type of procedure is really, ironically, kind of upside down. It's an absence of evidence. In other words, like Kurt said, a certain time period is lapsed. There's no indication of life via, sightings or involvement or checking accounts or anything like that. So this is the opposite end of the burden of proof that you have in the courtroom. And so I hate to say it, but short of this father, coming clean, I think he broke his ankle and said he was trying to commit suicide. I see so many ironies in how many trials we cover with kids' lives, and it's always the parent was going to commit suicide. They have no problem killing the kids, but they don't seem to be able to finish themselves. Not being disrespectful to people that are dealing with suicide, but I think it's a cheap excuse that they're using. And he knows, and I guess like the wife said, his final satisfaction is just sitting on what he knows.
Yes, and thank you for saying that, Tommy. I think a lot of people are thinking that, and you said that well. No disrespect to anyone who's dealt with suicide, but it makes you wonder, what was this about? Was it about revenge, like the wife thinks it was about? Why do your boys harm, right? I have a clip for you. Both the detective on the case says this guy, he is just full of lies, lie after lie, lies so much. The lies have lies. Let's take a look.
I do communicate with him through a lot of different avenues and get information from him and about him. He's still giving us nothing but lies. Every time he seems to share information with us, it's either misdirection or it's just a bold-faced lie. His world is closing in on him. All the family and the distant friends and people that he has been in communication with, that's all fallen off. Our goal is to get him to where he doesn't believe that anyone believes his lies. And I think he's getting to that point. If the boys are out there, I hope they know that people are fighting for them every day.
So November will be the time when his sentence is up. He's been denied parole multiple times. Kirk, I'm curious, if you were representing John Skelton, what, if anything, would you be watching out for in terms of any legal maneuvers coming from the state to try to prevent him from getting out at the expiration of his sentence?
Well, absent any new evidence, absent any shifts in the evidence, as I said earlier, I don't think that there's that concern, right? I mean, if I was looking at it from the other standpoint, when he comes out, as ironic as it might be, this might be the chance, because he's had a chance to get paranoid about this. There's no statute of limitations. If he was involved in their death, is he going to get concerned? Is he going to go back, cover his tracks, et cetera, right? So that's really where the case could break, if he gets paranoid that he might be caught at some point in time. But absent any changes to the evidence between now and November, I don't see that there's, unfortunately, any real jeopardy coming his way.
I appreciate that, Kirk. Looking at that legally, this is important to know, right? So he has rights. To be clear, he's never been accused of killing his kids. People just know he was the last one with them, and he's given multiple stories about where they went. Tommy Pope, I'm curious, and maybe I've watched too many movies. Is there any last-ditch effort that investigators could potentially do in the prison? Is it possible to work with an informant, somebody to try to get this guy to talk?
Well, if you read between the lines when the officer was talking a minute ago, he was talking about I've communicated.
If he was going to give it up, he would have already. If he's going to be quiet and refrain from speaking this long, he ain't going to speak now.
with him through numerous different ways. So it wouldn't surprise me, obviously the recorded jail calls, if he has those, a cellmate. I think I agree with Kurt that the evidence at this point was going to show up. It would have. And what we call these are max out dates. Some cases have them, some cases don't. But, if he's truly maxing out, there's not much that can be done. And he's actually incentivized to not talk about it now because he's that close to getting out. So, like Kurt said, once he gets out, maybe it shakes the Etch-a-Sketch and he's still isolated and you got kind of a starting over position. But, I was thinking that you were talking about the death and getting back at the mother. There's twofold. Why would you ever kill your kids? But twofold, those kids are going to be his connection to her for weddings and graduations and all that stuff. So selfishly, he does it for that reason too. Not only to get back, but not to have to deal with her, to give her as much pain, kind of a parting shot to give her as much pain as possible. So short of, as Kurt said, kind of returning to the scene of the crime or doing some things when he's out, if he keeps his mouth shut, I think he's probably gotten away with it.
Such great analysis from you both. Oh, this guy, he boils my blood. And we're going to watch that hearing together in our next hour. As soon as the judge is on the bench, we're going to go there together live. Tommy and Kirk, I'm so glad we have you both here today. Stand by kindly, please. Coming up next here on Opening Statements, here's what we've got for you.
She tells him to not think of her as a monster and to remember her who she was before she opened her mouth. And the informant tells the defendant that he was frightened by what she had told him.
So a Utah woman asks her lover not to think of her as a monster because of what happened to her husband. And guess what? That lover turned informant. We'll talk about it. But first, we're breaking down the possible theories surrounding the death of beloved actor Gene Hackman and his wife and their dog.
Grieving widow or mastermind behind a murder.
Monica Sementilli is accused of plotting to kill her husband.
Famed celebrity hairstylist Fabio.
Gene always said, I don't think about legacy. I just hope people remember me as someone who tried to do good work. So I think I speak for us all when I say, Gene, you'll be remembered for that and for so much more.
Oscar-winning actor Morgan Freeman paying his respects to his dear friend Gene Hackman. This was during last night's Academy Awards ceremony. Questions behind the deaths of the famous actor and his wife and their dog are what's trending in true crime this morning. As Hackman and his wife Betsy Arakawa were found dead in their New Mexico home last week, although their deaths remain under investigation. Speculation may have led to the couple's passing. Speculation's been nonstop. Let's talk about this. Renowned forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Baden presented this theory on Hackman in a recent television appearance, saying, quote, there was no carbon monoxide, and he had the most common cause of death in this country, severe heart disease. So that would cause him, having cardiac arrest in the mudroom, to collapse right there. Interesting theory from Dr. Baden, being able to trace back the date on the pacemaker as well. Gene Hackman might have been dead for 9 days, according to what his pacemaker showed. So what else are investigators going to dig into? Maybe the cell phones, perhaps? What can be gleaned from the scene? What about at autopsy? And did you hear portions of their bodies had become mummified? We have two tremendous guests here on the program this morning. I want to bring them in now. Board-certified forensic pathologist Dr. Priya Banerjee and crime scene reconstruction expert Dr. Kenny Kinsey. Good morning to you both. So let's start, if we can, with the things that can give us clues as to how Gene Hackman, his wife, and their dog died. Ladies first, please. Dr. Banerjee.
Good morning. I think, anytime we have two people dead, that's the unusual aspect of it. But I've seen it in the past, and it doesn't always mean it's nefarious. Anything happened. It could just be really terrible circumstances, if you will, terrible turn of events. There's pictures of beautiful home that you're seeing. In any case, I think, he's quite elderly, probably had a cardiac event like Dr. Bodden was saying. And I think she probably had something catastrophic. And I wonder if the stress of that then triggered him. Unfortunately, the dog, in my understanding, was in a crate or isolated. If they don't have someone to care for the dog.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohlberger.
You never know. Like that, our neighbor was, a possible quadruple murderer.
This morning, we're spotlighting the Idaho student murders case against defendant Brian Kohlberger. And did you get a load of this new development? There's motion from the defense team to strike the death penalty. And in a brief description, it reads, regarding autism spectrum disorder. The motion itself is under seal, though, which is so frustrating for us because we can't read the motion and know exactly what's being argued, but we can make some inferences. We know that one CDC study estimates about 5.5 million Americans are living with autism spectrum disorder right now. So what might Kohlberger's defense team be trying to do here? So many questions on this one. Let's bring in our guest. So pleased to have here criminology expert, author, and professor at St. Thomas University, Dr. Debbie Goodman. And with us, retired criminal defense attorney, someone who did death penalty work for many, many years in Arizona. You may recognize the name of one of the people whose life he saved, Jodi Arias, attorney Kirk Nurmi on the program too. All right. So let's start a little bit with this legal filing. Because, Kirk, I think a lot of people are going, what? Could this be a valid legal reason to get this off the table? What do you think, please?
Well, not in a judicial sense, but at least not right now, Julie. It's really a complicated answer. But one of the things the Supreme Court has said, from a legal basis, a legal standpoint, is that someone cannot be executed if they don't have a rational understanding of why they were executed. Now, execution, if this sentence were imposed on Mr. Kohlberger, would be 15.
Okay, guys. Just because you're on the spectrum doesn't mean you don't understand life and death. Between what does it mean to be alive and what does it mean to be not alive. So I call bull crap on this.
15 years down the road statistically. So the judge is going to, the defense team is going to want to put this in front of the judge, probably going to be rejected as a exclusionary factor right now, but it is going to maybe play down the road 15 years when the habeas attorneys are taking a look at this. The other thing this does when they raise the specter of it is, remember, mitigation in a death penalty case doesn't have to be correlated to the crime. It's not an excuse for the crime, but it could be a reason for the jurors to give mercy. And you put that out there, you bring that forward during a sentencing phase of a trial, and one juror, and all it takes is one, is to say his connection to autism might be enough for a reason for me to give him mercy and not sentence him to death to begin with. So there's multiple layers to a filing of this nature, and then we can expect to see expert testimony at the sentencing phase. It really exclusively is going to deal with that sentencing phase and ultimate prospect of execution.
I really appreciate that, Kirk. Okay, so it's almost like we have to think about this trial in two parts and think about, okay, this isn't something that would come into the guilt innocence phase where the jury's on that fact-finding mission of what occurred here. This would only come into play if he's convicted. And then, as you said, mercy could be, one of the reasons that this may be cited. Dr. Debbie Goodman, I want to start by playing a clip for you. We haven't heard Brian Kohlberger talk a whole heck of a lot, but let's go back to that day and that traffic stop with his dad before he was arrested.
He was right up on the back end of that van, pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay, cool. Where are you headed? Well, we coming from WSU. And you're standing. What's WSU?
University, basically. It's a very good building to get training into, like that is SWAT team area.
You know, I'm surprised there wasn't more about this. He's saying, what is this, police incident? Dr. Debbie, let's dig in a little bit on this. What do you think of his reaction there, the interaction with the police officer? Your thoughts, love to hear them.
Sure. I think, Julie, that this individual is completely aware of, attuned to exactly what I believe his role was here in this case, and the level of planning and premeditation and preparation that had to have gone into this. But that clip would also suggest to me certainly somebody lucid, fairly relaxed. You know, a lot of people aren't that calm, let's say, when pulled over by law enforcement. Also, he was using good eye contact. So I know the focus of the conversation is about autism and how that may play into a potential mercy issue or status regarding the death penalty. But I really feel that we're looking at and listening to a hedonistic killer who, and there is such a classification, Julie. Some of these mass murderers, serial killers that we discuss on your program certainly derive pleasure from beginning, middle to the end. And I almost feel in that clip, he had a little sense of pride and pleasure knowing that he would be able to drive away and wouldn't be handcuffed that day.
Ooh, that's interesting, Dr. Debbie. Yeah, let's talk some more, getting into his mind. I think that's what everybody wants to do. And when at first I heard this, I think we were all disappointed. We can't read the motion, but at least we can make the inference that perhaps he is living with autism. He's also highly intelligent, as many people living with autism are. I'm thinking to even get into the PhD program to study criminology, you have to be very smart. To be a teaching assistant, as he was, very smart. I don't know who's going to have mercy for this guy. Dr. Debbie, could you speak to that, please? The kind of analysis that you do in your field, I would imagine not easy, is it?
100%, Julie. Very involved, very analytical. Again, as you know, my background, I've been a professor for 30 years and have had just the great pleasure and honor of working with thousands of men and women who are today's FBI, DEA, Secret Service, Homeland Security. And yes, he is an accomplished individual academically, which would also speak to one's level of devotion, dedication, and determination, quite frankly, to obtain a bachelor's degree, a master's degree. And yes, at the PhD level, we look at that process really as the pinnacle of academia. And although he was just in the early onsets of the study, I can assure you at those levels, it really is a deep dive into the forensic psychology, the psyche of mass and serial murderers. And as you've heard me say before, I truly think he was participating in his own social experiment. He was well read about Ted Bundy and Dennis Rader, and he wanted to see if he could get away with it. And I think if he did, Julie, he would have become a serial killer.
Dr. Debbie, before we have to let you go, I know you've got a theory you've developed on this case. It's so brilliant, and you have an acronym to remember it easily. Would you kind of walk us through your theory, the acronym, and how it fits on the facts, please?
Yes, thank you, Julie. So for the case, I created the JAR theory, JAR, jealousy, anger, revenge. I truly believe that this suspect was jealous of our victims, Maddie, Kaylee, Zaina, Ethan, both individually and collectively. I think he was angry that he did not have a social network at the time, 28 years old, really apart from rather than a part of any type of social dynamic, and ultimately took the revenge by taking their lives. And just how sad, brutal, and tragic all of this is. But I believe he knew exactly what he was doing. He knew what he was doing was wrong. He wanted to see if he could get away with it. And thankfully, he did not.
Looking at those beautiful victims, it's chilling hearing you speak. Again, a brilliant theory you have, Dr. Debbie. I hope you write a book on this. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I'll write the foreword for you. Please publish that. I know we have to let you go and get off to class. Thank you kindly, Dr. Debbie Goodman. And Kirk's coming with us after the break. Here's what we're talking about.
She tells, and I quote the informant, "I think that the fact that you got scared of me, that part, it broke my heart because I was like, wow, if you think I could even hurt a fly, like he's not a person. He wasn't a person anymore."
Oh, this case is something. Look at this lady, Utah mom Jennifer Gledhill, that's her right there, sat quietly as the prosecutor read the transcript of one of her phone calls to her lover, urging her lover not to be afraid of her. This is the evidence that's tipping the scales. We'll talk about it next.
An Iowa man is found unconscious after crash.
Welcome back. Will a shocking phone call to a secret lover tip the scales in the case of a Utah murder suspect named Jennifer Gledhill? She's a mother of 3 as well, and she was in court on Friday for her bail hearing. She's accused of killing her husband, Matthew Johnson. He was found dead last year as he was sleeping in their $1 million home near Salt Lake City, Utah. In court, the prosecutor noted a phone call between Gledhill and her lover. Listen to this.
Right before the defendant reported Matthew missing, the informant recorded a phone call with the defendant. And rather than playing it here, I just want to summarize some points and what is recorded on that recording. In the phone call, the defendant apologizes for telling the informant about what happened. She tells him to not think of her as a monster and to remember her who she was before she opened her mouth. And the informant tells the defendant that he was frightened by what she had told him. And then the informant, and I quote, says to her, hypothetically, if the roles were reversed and I did something to someone and I told you that I carried it out, like you would be shocked and scared, wouldn't you? And the defendant responds, quoting, well, not if I deserved it. I always preached that I was like the Queen of Hearts in my past lives because I'm like off with their heads. I'm like, if we could just round up the scum of this earth and put them on an island or just kill them all, I could shipshape this country back into a good place. Now, then, even in that phone call, she starts claiming that this is just a hypothetical situation. However, she tells, and I quote the informant, I think that the fact that you got scared of me, that
most hypotheticals are not hypothetical.
part, it broke my heart because I was like, wow, if you think I could even hurt a fly, like he's not a person. He wasn't a person anymore. He wasn't Matt anymore. And what's key from that recording is at this point, Matt hadn't been reported missing, yet the defendant was referring to him in the past tense.
Now, Johnson's body has never been found. The judge denied bail for her. What about that phone call, though? Let's talk about the phone call. Is that going to tip the scales of justice? I think so. Let's bring back in our legal eagles, Kirk Nurmi and Tommy Pope. Let's get your thoughts on this. Tommy, you first, please. What do you think?
Well, in a bail situation, it's risk of flight, danger to the community, and clearly, if whatever it is she's told this informant who she had a relationship with, it clearly enhanced a potential danger. Now, I've got to believe the defense knew about this before the day, and so I'm sure they're planning, whether suppression motions or cross-examination of the supposed informant. I'm sure they're not caught flat-footed on that.
Right, Tommy. Kirk, to you next, please. How do you think this phone call is going to play as the case progresses?
Well, female killers are an interesting breed, Julie. Someday we have to talk about it more extensively. But, this phone call leads me to believe rather than worried about bail, she better get comfortable spending the rest of her life in prison. She better start adjusting because the justifications and things like that, this is probably the tip of the iceberg here. It seems like this is going to be a real solid case against her. So I think if I'm right that this is a tip of the iceberg, this is going to be a pretty cut and dry case for the prosecution.
Right, Kirk. Yeah, she sits there just looking like she's unbothered. I mean, what an arrogant attitude. You know, her poor husband, there's poor kids now. I mean, this is just awful. I have a clip from her defense attorney. This is her counsel responding to the allegations at this juncture here at the bail hearing. Let's take a look.
The two biggest factors that cut against the state's requirement of substantial evidence are the lack of a body and lack of a murder weapon. Mr. Johnson is a highly trained special forces officer with several tours of combat under his belt and is equipped with abilities your standard citizen simply does not have. These abilities and experiences give multiple explanations and possibilities that have nothing to do with Miss Gledhill as it relates to his disappearance. Further, Your Honor, the lack of confirming evidence, I would argue the lack of confirming evidence on items allegedly disposed of by Ms. Gledhill is another cut against the state's requirement of substantial evidence.
All right, so we're going to see more from this hearing. You're going to get to watch all of it on Court TV Live today. 6 p.m. is the time we're going to start playing it back, so get ready. It's going to be quite an interesting hearing to watch. And as we get ready for Court TV Live to begin at 9 a.m., we're going to say goodbye, but not goodbye forever, just goodbye for now to our wonderful friend and regular legal analyst on opening statements, Kirk Nurmi. So as many of you know, we're headquartered in the East here at Court TV, and Kirk lives in Arizona out west, and with daylight saving time.
Court will be back in a minute. It's 1:33 their time. So let's see what happens, y'all. I don't like that square. Turn it into a circle. Thank you. Thank you. So, with this trial right now, the Monica Sementilli, we haven't really heard much. We heard some more from the daughter this morning, and that daughter was almost at some point, I felt a little jovial, little kind of happy to be on that stand. You know, no problems, enjoying being on the stand. Did not have a problem supporting her mom, made it very clear that she continues to support her mom despite any and all evidence. She does not believe that her mother did this. It has caused a rift in the family. I don't know. Actually, I'm more worried about that daughter and what she's going to turn into in the future. I'm a little concerned. She's down the River Nile pretty dang deep. And just because she was 18 when this happened doesn't mean it didn't affect her. Yeah. And I'm also concerned for the daughter who was home came home and found her father. That is so cruel and vicious by Monica to put her daughter in that place, in that position, and to be watching from the closed circuit security cameras in her home for her daughter to walk into the house and to find her father so she knew when it was safe to come home. That is sadistic. And I could have a nightmare about that. That doesn't, it's like you don't love your children. There's no love there when you do that. How can a mother do that? How can a mother knowingly and willfully allow her daughter to walk in and find her father bled out on a table? Does anybody else seem to be as bothered with it, or is it just me? But this bothers me greatly. I don't know. Why did she not just plead guilty? That is a question I have. Why did Monica Sementilli not plead guilty she'd get a lesser. She would be out sooner, most likely. The intimate photos that she took of herself would not have been shown to the jury. I mean, I got to be honest, if I was stupid enough, and I'm saying if, which I'm not, stupid enough to allow someone to take inappropriate pictures of me, or for me to take the pictures of my own personal anatomy and send them off over the internet or on the phone to some man. And they show them in court. And I guess if you want to be a porn star, then you don't have a problem with that. Maybe she's getting off on it. I don't know. But it is very, very sad and disturbing that the poor jurors have to watch this stuff. If I was on that jury, I would be going home and saying, wash out my eyes. Look, I know people do that stuff all the time, but at 49 years of age, you would think she would be a little smarter. I don't know. If I had a husband that took care of me like Fabio took care of her, and if I had a husband that earned money to where I didn't have to work, well, I did. I stayed home. I was a stay-at-home mom. I just can't get over the greed. I mean, the greed that this woman has. I'm floored. I'm floored. Maybe she didn't like the attention that Fabio got. Maybe she wanted it all to herself. I don't know. She's a sick woman, I guarantee you that. God only knows what kind of sickness is rolling around in that head. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get a thing to lay flat. But the poor family of Fabio and then the company. I mean, y'all don't forget that Wella spent $500,000 total in supporting her for half a year. All of the memorials that they paid for, they paid approximately 10 grand to transport the body from the United States to Canada for burial. And then we find out from the daughter he wasn't buried, but he was cremated. I'm perplexed. It doesn't cost $10,000 to cremate somebody and bring their remains across the border into Canada. That does not happen. I mean, it can, but that's not what it costs. So anyway, but then she has the audacity while in jail to do everything she can to break the rules and implement other people in that process. And I'm just flabbergasted at the fact that she thinks that everybody is so much stupider than her that she can sit there and do that and think she's not going to get caught. She's going to get caught. I actually have known somebody who got arrested, who literally got arrested for aiding a jail inmate in breaking the rules. Now, they couldn't go out and arrest them, but they arrested them when they got on property. She was probably having a bit of a midlife crisis and got wrapped up in the excitement and the attention from young men that she was. Oh, sorry. You know what? that may be, I've said that she's probably having a midlife crisis. I get that. But to the point of unaliving your husband who has supported you wholeheartedly and so beautifully through the marriage, she was the one that always wanted better, bigger things. Now, he did get a Porsche for himself, and that's fine. He wanted to do that, but she's a greedy little woman. I mean, think about it. She has a husband that she has unalived. And then after his unalivement, she goes to the company, Wella, and asks the person who does the conference planning and booking of all their flights and all their arrangements, hey, do you have contacts in Vegas? I need a girlfriend's getaway. I need to get away. I'm stressed. I need a weekend getaway. Can you use your contacts to get me a corporate deal? Well, that's against their policy and procedures. And if if it happens enough, then they can lose their corporate their corporate deals with the facility in which they're got their agreements with. So she's risking, they risked not only, their own money, but they've risked their relationship with the venue. I'm just saying, don't get mad at the messenger. My mama used to be a work at these really high end resorts here in Texas, buku years ago. And her job was to bring in corporations like Wella. And her job was to make sure that everything they wanted or needed, if they could provide it, they would. And I tell you what, if she knew that somebody was using that corporate connection for a personal private getaway, that'd be the end of that. There would be no more. So, yeah, the Rent Reasons sent the pics and stuff. I just don't understand the mindset, and I'm trying. We all have our insecurities. We all want to feel like we're 20 again. And, let me ask you, just out of shit giggles and grins, if you were told you could either have the wisdom, a 20-year-old with the wisdom of a 50-year-old, or you can be a 50-year-old with the body of a 20-year-old, which would you take? Give me the wisdom. Because if I had the wisdom and I really did well, I could buy my own new body. Just saying. I'm just saying. I am missing my regular glasses. I may have to put on the granny glasses for this. Might have to put granny glasses on, y'all. Where did I put my grannies? Oh, there they are. And for those of you who are just joining, my regular glasses broke this morning. Oh, I can see a little better with that. Hey, even that better. So my favorite pair of glasses, the silhouettes, they broke this morning. So I'm having to wear these. I apologize. I don't see as well in them. Unfortunately. But these seem to be suiting me pretty decently. They're just a little nauseated when I look up. But that's blurry. So now we're at 1:46 their time. I thought they were going to come back. They haven't come back, y'all. So Yeah. I don't know. I'd rather have the mind of wisdom at 20 so I can earn the money, take care of me for life. I would do a lot of things different if I was that age again. I think we all would. I had some opportunities afforded to me that I didn't do bad in, but I could have done a whole lot better in all honesty. Yep. Okay, before we get started, I think we need a stretch break, a potty break, a water break. I need to go check on the kitty break because kitty's been sick. So I'm going to leave this up. Hopefully they won't come back. I'm going to put on some fun music. Everybody get up. Let's do the post. Gotta go check with that. I'll be right back. Come on, y'all. Y'all almost we're 30 minutes behind. You're 150. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me much. Tomorrow, 8 a.m. We have Karen Reed. Yes, Karen Reed. Morning. Oh my God, I don't know what to talk about. I'm gonna turn off the volume. It is the Rio Carnival 2025. It's a spectacular samba parade and dances in Rio de Janeiro. Rio de Janeiro. Oh my gosh, look at all the people. That's a big float, y'all. money. We're getting into the tribal. All those people came off that big float. Thanks, Haley Mouse. Wow, that's cute. That's insane. It's beautiful, but insane. Wow. I thought I'd not put their music up there. I don't want to put their music up there. Oh, that's amazing. We're going to come back over here. I'm just relaxing without listening to music. They should be starting any minute. It's now 4 o'clock their time, 4 o'clock our time. I'm just relaxing. It's been a Monday, guys. It's Monday morning. The cat is hiding. I think he's sick. There may be something. We did have to switch foods because I did not have what she normally ate, and I got with the food. I don't know, but all of a sudden he is hiding. And well, I am kind of a little under the weather. My favorite glasses broke while we're on. It has been a morning. It's been a morning. I will not lie. I'll be honest with you. I won't lie. It's been a morning. Angela, I love you. Angela is so funny. Let's play a spelling bee. Tell me if you can see it. Here, I'm going to put this up. We looked at it. I said it earlier. Let's see if you see it. All right. Where is the spelling error? It's driving all of us nuts. It does. It drives me crazy. I'm dyslexic as hell, and if I'm catching your spelling errors, honey boo boo, there's something wrong. I'm not kidding you. And if y'all watched NASCAR yesterday, you would be screaming that you were a Bush fan. I feel like he got robbed, and I feel like they need to stop the bull crap that's happening on the racetrack. You don't wreck someone on purpose to win. That's your frustration. And the same person that wrecked him there yesterday, wrecked him 3 identical years in a row. Same race, wrecked him 3 years in a row. I'm like, that's no coincidence, y'all. Anybody here ever on that? Guys, on this y'all. Bring the copy of the email section up. Brennan David. Delete that. Prosecution Brennan Hank Brennan, dated 2/26/25, 8 PGS, including attachments, bait stamp NDAO 3,605 to 3,612. This is a grammatical error. It is bait stamped instead of date stamped, and it's driving a lot of us crazy. I have never seen a trial where we've had so many misspelled words, y'all. Have you? Everybody is talking about it on Discord. The prosecutor is a person with a special task of preparing and dissections for demonstration, usually in medical school or hospitals. Many important, okay, so that's not it. Oh, how many legal filings can they get away with submitting that are full of spelling errors? I know things happen, but they should be checking it thoroughly when they're legal documents. And someone said, well, when you turn around and take a legal document and you turn it around and you import it, and then like it may be a PDF and it has to be imported into a Word document, you're going to have errors. Well, that may be, but not the consistent and to the point of errors that they're having in these things. They are having so many errors, y'all. It is not funny. And it's actually embarrassing. And if you know what, if I can go to law school and have dyslexia and get away with that kind of spelling errors, I will do just fine. I'm going to do great. Yes, I is. I'm going to do fabulous. I am having to make a decision before probably the end of summer as to whether or not I'm going to go law or am I going to get a master's in criminal justice. Oh, so, yep. That's what it's either that or law. It is all, that's. What? Are you kidding? 8 classes, 12 classes to get a master's degree, 36 hours. Shoot, I can do that in 2 semesters in a summer. Wow. Yowza, I think I'm going to go there. That would work. Yep, I think I'm going to do it. What do y'all think? Yeah, I think I'll get my master's, and then if I choose to go to law school, I can. I don't know. I talked to somebody, he went to law school at 56 and got through it in 2 years. But in Texas, you have to pass 3 exams to be board certified, and that's what they're studying for right now. I'm going to refresh this just to make sure. Oh, that makes sense.
Mind you, this Wednesday, the day after tomorrow, we will be
What did he say? Excuse me. And get that up and going.
Okay, well, give it to.
Something happened and they're discussing it.
Okay, so the next time we call, I need to give you a way we can communicate, stuff that we don't want no one to know but us. Okay, well, I have a way to do it. Give it to the message here, and I will call in for it. No, I will. But listen. 15C or 13C. So anyway, listen. That's it? Okay, it's not me. Okay, so listen. All right. When it comes down to sensitive stuff like numbers and certain letters, I got a way to do it so only you and I know what the hell's going on. Well, I had that too, but since you already got the mail, I don't need to give it to you because I had it coded for you. Okay, all right, cool. Okay. And also the way I did it was, I swear, man, everything is impossible when I'm talking to you. Yeah. Always shit going on. Okay. Anyway, since we got it covered, I guess I'll wait. So I sent a letter off to one of my friends yesterday. Okay. Okay. So hopefully it'll be on the way. From you or from someone else? From you? No. Oh, okay. No, it'll be from. It'll be it'll be the way we do how things are done. It'll be how things are done. I met my lawyers today. Okay. Brand new. There are 2 of them. Yeah, I heard. And so there are 2 of them. Let me tell you this real quick, babe. I love you. And know that I love you. And
I love you, but I'm going to testify against you and throw you under the bus. I love you.
I never want you to be in this shit, but you shouldn't be here in the first place. There's no way you should be. Neither one of us. Neither one of us. So.
This call is being recorded.
But here, I'm not gonna say much.
Reminder.
I refuse to let you stay in here, baby. Okay. I know. I'm gonna stay cool. Don't say nothing. Yeah, talk about something else. And no, I know. But I do have some, things to share with you. All good stuff. If it's good news, great. I'll just wait. Yeah, it's good stuff, and it's also stuff that you have told me before in the past that I refuse to believe, and it's actually true. So, yeah. So you were right again. That's pretty good. That was a lot. Huh? You were right again. Mm-hmm. Yeah. there was a lot of stuff I said.
Well, I know, but
There was a lot of stuff I said.
yeah, it's just I'm
Can
just trying to say,
you kind of narrow it down?
no, I can't. I shouldn't even be talking to you right now. That's why we need to do the thing that we need to do. So.
Okay, well, here's the other part of that. We can't do it calling here. We'll have to do it another way.
Yeah, well,
and that's why the code will be very important.
Yes, okay.
So that's what I was saying.
This call is being recorded.
The code should be, like you said, our special day added together.
No, okay, let's change it because I got 2 dates in my head and I don't want to get it wrong.
Okay.
I got an easier way to do it.
Okay.
Okay. We both have a mutual friend who has a little dog and lives with his mother.
They are so stupid.
Okay. Yeah. Now you know that in your head, right?
All was being recorded.
It has a certain amount of letters in the name. That is the magic number.
First and last?
No, just first.
Just the first name. Okay.
And that's the number you use for that. And also to make letters, I have a way of doing it also. If we have to make letters. Okay.
Okay. Wait a minute.
So,
we can't do a 3-way call with that person.
No.
This call is being recorded.
Using the name as a number. So if I tell you,
recorded.
if I say
And you're
the
talking about
number is
when you make multiple.
give you an example. Then the number is that base, and I say it's 4 plus 4 is to add.
Okay, that's exactly the code I have. Oh my God, it's so funny.
So
Look at that investigator.
that's the number.
Y'all,
Have the number now, is that what you're saying?
look at her expression. She's like, "You're so full of bullshit." Oh my God, look at her expression. Love it.
You don't have the code right now? Okay.
I'm living for this one.
Okay, so when should I call in for it? When should I call in for it?
I don't know. We should set a weekly time or a specific time to make sure we stay on steady communication. So what about every Monday? Do you call earlier?
Well, no, because my days change. So one Monday I program in the morning, the next Monday I'll be programming in the afternoon. So, for example, this Monday coming will be the morning. Will be 11 something, 11:15.
Okay, so 11:15 Monday.
Yeah.
Will be the next time. Let's try to communicate, and I'll try to. Hopefully, it's really hard for me because I don't have anybody on the outside, so it's really hard for me to do that.
Right.
But I'm working on it.
Okay.
I'm working on it. So, and also for letters.
Yeah.
Also for letters, use the same thing, the same system. And if I say, first letter of the name -4 or +4 or 2 or whatever the hell it is, will be that letter. If I'm trying to spell something out, it won't be like a whole letter. It'll be like.
Oh my God, you're giving away your entire team.
Yeah, because that's what I have written down here for my pen pal. I was going to do the same thing, but since you already got it, I don't need to.
Oh wow, talk about super sync.
I had the letter plus the number, like plus our secret number, then a minus our secret number,
Yes.
and the alphabet. Okay, so this is our mutual friend, right? This is our mutual friend.
Yes.
Okay.
Detective, do you recognize the 2 individuals that were talking during this particular call?
Yes, again, it's Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli.
Okay. And again, did it appear that they were talking about something in particular?
Yes, they were talking about making a code for both numbers and for letters.
Okay. Numbers to call and letters to write.
Correct. Numbers, I think, more importantly, to be able to pass pen numbers of pen pals, the numbers for the pen pals.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I need you to write this down, and then you're going to solve it and use it right away, okay?
Okay.
Use clean. So +0.
Okay.
-2. +0.
plus 3, minus 4.
This call is being recorded.
Okay, what'd you get? I got minus 4 the last one. Okay, minus 2. Okay. Plus 2. Plus 1. Okay. Okay. Minus 2. Minus 1. Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Babe, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just the deputies fucking walking around. I need you to solve that and use it right away, okay? And I'm going to do the same. What? Like right now? Yeah, so make sure you use the first name, first word for that, okay?
This call is being recorded.
Just that. Okay. Let me go over real quick. 0, minus 2, 0, plus 3, minus 4, minus 2, plus 2, plus 1, minus 2, minus, yes, minus 1. Yes. Okay. And you're going to use the first name or the first word, okay? Okay. Use the total number of letters in that first name to do this, and I'm going to give you a couple minutes, and I'm going to do the same, okay? Okay. It's going to work. I'm so happy. Okay. Okay. Bye. Okay. On that jail call, again, did you recognize the two individuals speaking?
Yes, again, that's Robert Baker speaking with Monica Sementilli.
And she's providing him some type of a code.
Yes,
Call.
yes, I believe it's a phone number.
Okay, thank you.
I'm like, y'all are
They
so.
have is what you know, you and I already know. And that is what we're on protocol with that. So, the only thing is, my team tells me that, my team tells me that your reason is not the same as mine, which doesn't make sense to me. I don't get that. But I never gave anybody anything. No, well, the whole racquetball thing, when I crunched you in the head, I figured I caused you the most, yeah, I know that's what it is. But I think, because they're saying, oh, he heard it in the door, and I said, oh, well, I don't know, but I know what I did. I know what happened, so. No, I didn't. I never said anything. I never told them anything. I never told anybody anything. They're just lying anyway, and I don't care. Yeah, I never told them anything about it. I said I got hit. That's what I said. That's the only thing I said. I said I got hit. Had nothing to do. I didn't even, anyway.
And again, Detective, did you recognize the two individuals that we just heard speaking in that last clip?
Yes, it's Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
And in terms of this particular call, does this relate to a subject that you came across in several different phone calls?
Yes.
And what does this relate to?
This relates to the explanation for how Robert Baker's DNA ended up in Monica Sementilli's residence.
Okay.
Wow.
Did I tell you that I love you? Thank you so much. I can't tell you. I'm trying to call you almost every day. I'm with you 1,000% until the end. Okay? Know that. I got myself a little silver ring. Did you? Yeah, I got myself a little ring. I'm wearing it on my ring finger.
Oh my God.
Oh, real quick. If we ever get in that same.
This call is being recorded.
I want to bring a little contraption where I could put I got a little contraption that I made that I could put a string over there to you so we can transfer paperwork, small shit. Oh, okay, that's good. Okay. If they ever put it back. I'll bring it next time. Yeah, if they ever put it back there. Huh? If they ever put it back. I know, they're going to do it. They're going to do it again the next time, I'm sure.
Once again, Detective, did you recognize the two individuals speaking during that clip?
Yes, again, that's Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
And what is it that they're talking about regarding a string and a contraption and transferring things back and forth, paperwork?
Robert Baker has got an idea of a way that he can put a kite basically on a string and pass it to Monica if and when they're ever put in holding cells next to each other again.
Such as the holding cells in the lockup behind the courtroom when they come to court?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Well, he's going to have to shove that way up his. Y'all, he's going to have to shove that so far up his hiney because they do strip searches before you leave that courthouse. I mean, before you leave the jail. So that man, I don't know how he's going to get it. And if he gets it to her, it's going to be chocolate. It's going to be chocolafied. Yes, it is. He can't get it any other way. And well, I guess he could swallow it, but
I miss you very much. I miss you too, baby. I talk about you all the time. All the time. I just miss you. Everything. I miss you. I miss kissing you. I miss touching you. I miss hugging you. I miss listening to you. I miss everything. So yeah, I miss you too, baby. Very much.
I gotta do it, y'all.
Every time I call you, every time I see you, I feel like I'm going to fuck. You know, it's Christmas. You know, I'm all shaved. Yeah. And, even for a phone call, my hair is done, I'm shaved, and I know you can't see me.
And Detective, did you again recognize the voices?
Yes, again, that's Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
Okay.
it is. This is so childish, so immature.
I miss you very much. I miss. Yeah. Did you talk to the team about that blood at the gym? I thought about it. When the time that you hit. I think you said yeah, because I think even the investigator went there and everything. I mean, I said everything a million times over, as clear as I possibly remember and as clear as I possibly know. You know, and I'm not gonna lie, so I told them the truth about everything. So I remember when you hit me, and I tried to go through my head which way I went.
Okay. And again, Detective, do you recognize the voices?
Yes, it's Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
I'm not going to lie.
The same type of story that we heard in the a call just two prior.
Correct.
Oh my God. Oh, by the way, you need to keep calling me because I read somewhere in the story that you called me your namesake. You have to keep calling me that. Okay. That was hot. I love that. Oh, which one was it?
This call is being recorded.
What else? Well, both. You call me Mrs. Baker. You call me Mrs. B. All right. A couple of times, and that was like super over beyond. So we have earned each other. Beyond. We sure have.
Okay. And in that last jail call, once again, did you recognize the voices?
Yes, Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
Please collect all the transcripts.
Yes.
So she is wearing a fake wedding ring created out of something. She's using the name Baker. No grief, no remorse, no care that the man that she had children with is unalived. I guess since you set it up, if you wouldn't. I'm kind of appalled, actually. I don't know why I'm surprised. Shouldn't be. I shouldn't be getting all surprised, but I am.
At a time during when you were responsible for the investigation of this case, did you make an appointment for the defense team to review any evidence down at the Central Property Division?
Yes.
Did you also meet with the defense team in my offices across the street at the Hall of Justice
Any other question or roll on?
in February of 2023 and allow them to go through your entire hard drive with respect to all reports on this case?
Overruled.
Yes.
Knew that was going to be overruled.
You want to have no further questions as to this area?
We discussed interrupting the testimony at another time. I'll leave this up to you, Mr. Levine.
Yes.
You can either cross examine now, or you can wait until the entire testimony is done.
I prefer waiting until she's through with all the direct testimony.
This is it. With that in mind, understand. Well, let me see so far.
They are having
sidebar.
I hope you heard that. Oh, y'all. She has to have some kind of condition for her to talk like that and act like that, be like that at 50 years of age. I'm older than her. Or actually the same year, but I'm still older than her. And I don't understand how come she thinks that talking and acting like a insane, crazed high school beauty school dropout, I should say. Oh, now I got that song in my head. Beauty school dropout. Oh, that would be good for this case. For her. These are reading glasses. They're Brighton. My normal glasses broke. These are heavy. My other ones are so light. I don't even know I have them on. And they have that anti-glare and everything. This has got all the glare stuff on it. But thank you, Jesse. Back again, Rhonda. Welcome. Welcome. I have got 2 more of these small ones to do before I start finishing all of them off. But y'all, next thing I got to do is make moccasins, a purse, finish my crown. I got a lot to do. A lot. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, darling. I had a decaf coffee this morning. Knows the wonders. I want some coffee now. I may have to.
They are confirming.
Y'all see a download and view? I apologize, but I'm downloading something. I know. I know. I know I'm bad. Uh-oh. I'm still reeling over the fact that Monica Sementilli finds Robert Baker in her mother's bed while her dad's out of town as a high school student, and she tells him, "Oh, don't worry about it. He just drank too much and fell asleep, and he's just sleeping it off." I'll be like, nope. Nope, nope.
schmooze again.
So, you love the Grease. I love Grease. You know, as corny as some people think it is now, I still love Grease. I watch it a couple times a year. Sandy, oh, Olivia Newton-John was my idol when I was young. I even watched Xanadu. Now, you wanna know how bad it was? Xanadu was the crappiest film I think she ever made. She didn't really wanna make that film. She was locked in because of the contract. She had to make the film. But, yep, I even loved her in Xanadu. Xanadu. Okay, guys, we're going down way down memory lane. This is not good. How do y'all like my little BS meter at the top? Oh, by the way, let me show you. Look what I got for the for the Karen Reed trial. Evidence. Evidence. Was it Stop and Shop grocery bag? Do they even have them? Oh, nope. I can't. I want an image of the Stop and Shop grocery bags. Was that the name of the store or was it some other store? I don't remember. But we have the brown paper bag. We have a leaf blower. Yep. Yep. We got leaf blowers. I'm creating a little special logo. Logo. But I'm trying to come up with I think I like that one. Copy image. There we go. So, yes, we are creating our stuff for the trial because it'll be here before we know it. So, I want to make sure I have all my stuff created and done so I can have it ready for you guys. I want to have it together for you guys. Yes, I do. Yep. Yep, 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 yepers. I need to go and erase that part out. So I'm trying to have things lined up so I can pop it up when they talk about it. We can make fun of it. You know how it goes. You know how all of that goes. It's no fun if we can't make fun of it. So I hope you guys like the stuff I'm doing. Delete, delete, delete. Okay. We're gonna flip that. Cool. Horizontal. I think I'll come in here. Yep. And then I need to get the cup. Did I not? Nope. I thought I saved it. I guess I didn't. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I did. Elements. That is. So I like creating things. Why are we constantly on break with the Sementilli trial? Please, someone inform me of this. Okay. Mhm. So I'm creating a Canton evidence kit. Why can't I spell it? Would help if I put the I in the right place. Okay, why don't I just share this? I don't know why. Y'all probably like watching me create this. Just we don't do anything. Oh, now I go to share it, the door slams. Oh, gee gad. See what I mean?
I could pass out people's 246, please.
Yes, and again, as always, same admission applies.
Something's happening. Something going down.
At first, I thought you just.
Y'all should hear my dog. She's like so content.
This particular audio recording in the holding cell is approximately 1 hour and 13 minutes.
Stop recording time.
Okay.
Monica. Are you okay? Are you? I am. I am now. Hey, are we okay? I don't know yet. Okay. You know they're recording everything, right? Okay. So, listen to me. When we get in front of get together, keep this. I'm gonna hand you something, okay? Yeah, me too. All right, cool. Me too. Did you get a letter from me? Late last night. All right, cool. I got it. Something too. Huh? I have something. Okay. Me too. Okay. Just keep an eye on it. Huh? Keep an eye on it. Just keep an eye on it. Yeah, okay. Is your, I'm hoping you get bail. I don't know, probably not. I want you to write me. Stay writing me. Say what? Continue to write me. Can you read? Continue to write me. If you don't get out, just write me. Yes, I of course. Okay, and I've been told not to, but fuck that. I'm writing. But I'm not gonna write about nothing about the case. Nothing.
Okay.
But I want you to read when I write. You'll know. You'll see it.
Okay.
You know me well enough.
The media out there?
Yes. I'm trying to avoid that.
Oh, it's too late.
What do you mean?
They're all over the news.
Oh, well, I know that. I know that. I know that. I've had a couple of visits. Mr. Stanley came by to see me.
Oh, good.
So I'm not. He wants to take the case for free, but I'm gonna wait.
You should,
I know. Well, anyway, we'll see. We'll see as it goes. We'll see as it goes. Are your daughters okay?
My daughters are good. I asked them not to come anymore here because I don't want them to hear and see things.
Okay. Good.
My family's probably out there.
Okay. Good. Hey, I love you. Okay. I love you. Just know that. Are you okay? Hey, listen, don't take no shit from anybody. Remember, you're in here for a crazy ass thing. Nobody's gonna mess with you. Okay. Are they looking out for you there?
Yeah.
All right, good. I'm fine where I'm at. I'm okay. Are you playing rugby?
Yeah.
Good for you, baby. Good for you. Hey.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you to marry me today. I love you, baby. I love you. Don't forget that. I'm not. I love you. Once you see my letters, you'll know why. All right? So don't stop writing. And another thing I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to set up a phone line somehow where you can call and leave messages. You can use someone else's booking number and their number to use it because they won't track their number, but they'll track yours. You feel me? Does that make sense? I'll when I get it together, I'll write you and let you know. So just hang strong. And every night, 9 o'clock, I always say I love you. Every night, 9 o'clock, I try my best to reach out with everything I have. Just tell you I love you. And know that. But I think we should get married. So if you want to have me, and your family doesn't walk away from you, and you can pull her off, just saying. So.
Have you heard anything? Or you don't know anything?
Well, I hear stuff. I hear stuff, but nothing that I don't know. I just, read the letter.
Yeah.
Read the letter. I know, babe. I know. But I need you so strong. Use that brilliant mind of yours. Keep it together. Remember, we need to find out more in everything. We need to sit and wait and find out more in everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just gotta be patient. They're listening, they're watching, and they're digging for anything they could use. Anything.
Yeah.
They were following me that day. I knew they were. I saw something. I knew they were following me. I saw something weird.
It's been from a long time.
Yeah. You know more than I do, but, because huh?
by the way, you did look good today. You look great. And I want you to remember this. The first thing that happened when you saw me and I saw you, what are we doing? I know. And I put that in the letter. I know. Did you read it? Yeah, I stayed up all night. You stayed up all night reading it? Oh, I was thinking about you. And I pretty much write every night. And they laugh at me because we were just talking about writing cursive. Yeah. That shit is funny. I get picked on all the time. Yeah. They're like, hey man, you writing hieroglyphics again? So, but you have my mailing address now, right? Yeah. All right. Okay. I'll try to. Somebody else wrote to me from there. Huh? Somebody else wrote to me from there. Who? I don't know. Another inmate. He was bored. He was bored? Yeah, he just was writing against anybody. No, you destroy all that shit. Huh? Destroy everything. Do not write anybody you don't know. Oh, no, I didn't. I put it in. You'll see. Okay. Yeah. Good. That's good. Yeah, just stay on track. Just be strong for me, okay? All right. So did the letter cheer you up? Yeah. I'm glad. Did you didn't cry, did you? Yeah. Okay, good. Then we are on track. That's good. You know, that's good. That's good. So now that I know that you're at least getting my letters, you're probably photocopying every fucking thing I write you, which is fine. I will guarantee it make you laugh every time. I'll always write you something. So 9 o'clock every night, you know I'm saying those magic words. So be strong for me, baby. I'm so proud of you. You are, I told you before, you are way stronger than you think you are. You are way stronger. I see it. You have to be. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I don't think that's a female. Is that what they told you? Yeah. Oh, fucking A. Okay, baby. So we stick with the program, okay? You just wait. Okay. Yeah. Just stick with the program. Okay? I'm not going anywhere. I'll fight this shit till I can't fucking stand it no more. But before we can fight, we just gotta get all the information. We just gotta find out what the fuck's going on. It's gonna take a minute. So read my letters. Read your books. Think about me. I was gonna do something really crazy, but I would have never made it. I had a string for you. Yeah. So like a string for a ring to let you know. So I was gonna try to swing that. I'll figure it out. I'm smart. I'll figure it out. So I love you, baby. You are my strength. Okay? You are my strength. You got it? Hang in there, baby. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna make this work somehow or another. We're gonna figure it out. So how do you like the food bar cuisine? It's killing me. I know they're probably listening to every word. They're probably sitting right outside the door. I know, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter, but it does matter. But so much stuff I wanted to tell you. I just gotta wait till the right time. Nothing bad, nothing bad. It's already, it's already bad and bad. It's not any worse. But they're apparently, I think they're still out there looking for stuff. They're still trying to find something.
I don't know anything yet, and I'm waiting for information.
So, yeah. Me too. I am also. I have no idea. The only thing I do know is that this is common knowledge, so it's nothing new. The detective told me that my DNA was found in the house, and I was shocked.
Yeah.
I was fucking shocked.
Until I remembered.
Huh?
So was I until I remembered.
Oh.
That I hit you.
Do what?
That I hit you.
Oh, shit. No.
I don't remember. I don't remember if it was that morning or.
I remember too.
The day before, I don't remember, but I know that.
Did you tell him that?
Yeah.
Did you tell him that?
Yes.
What the fuck? I didn't even remember. I told him that I got hit in the hand. I said, I'm playing racquetball. I told him that. And because they asked me about the scar, and I said, I got hit in the gym. No, what? Okay, got it.
I remember that, and that's the only way I can think that they would be there.
Say that again?
That's the only way I can think of that you're.
That's the only way it could have happened. It's the only way it could have happened. It kind of makes sense now. Okay.
I can't talk to my family or my kids about it either. We're on the phone. We don't discuss anything about the case.
No, you can't.
Nothing.
No, you can't. You're smart. You can't. And that's gonna be our rule too. Okay? It keeps us safe. Keeps us safe. Keeps us safe. We both know this is chaos. This is over the top. We both know that. So we just gotta weather the storm, but back each other, and just do what we do. That's it. Do what we do. They were playing music on the bus today.
Yeah. Do you have a space under your door?
No, wait till you see me. Yeah, I do, but don't send anything, because if you miss, just wait. Okay, just wait. Just wait. I'm sure we'll be in the same proximity. So, we'll figure it out. And if for some odd reason you can't get it to me, mail it, okay?
Yeah, that's already in there.
All right. So somehow, for some odd reason we can't do this, I'll mail it to you, and you mail it to me.
Okay.
Is this only if it's good, it's safe.
Do you go to the Twin Towers first, or you want to go straight back?
I'll go straight to Wayside from here. I'll go straight back to Wayside. They're just letting us talk so they can pick out information, because there's no reason for us to be sitting up for so long.
Yeah.
How long was your interview with them? With the detectives, how long was it?
Short.
Mine was real short. Very short. Yeah, as soon as they said my shit was there, I'm like, oh, I'm done talking. That was it. I think, you'll see, I don't know if some you might have said, I think they put an informant in the cell with me. When we first got to Van Nuys, remember that black guy was standing beside me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was an informant. He was trying to get information. I'm like, dude, man, you're talking to the wrong guy, because I don't know shit. I don't know shit. He's like, oh man, this sounds crazy. Man, I said, I wish I knew, because I don't know what the fuck's going on. And that was the end of that.
I don't know why it's taking so long.
Because they want us to continue talking. it's just hella convenient for us to be this close together, you know? Which I don't mind. I would like to thank them for that. Because I appreciate it, but you know, none we can talk about because we ain't talking about nothing. But it's just funny how that shit works. But it's okay. I'll take it. I'll take what I can get for now. My attorney says they're gonna photocopy every piece of mail we send out. I pretty much know. So she might have mentioned little shit here and there. Nothing big. You know, nothing big. You know, and that's when I said, you know, again, you know, what brings us all here? What's the real deal? They said, well, your DNA and stuff. They'll say nothing. Anyway, and I said, I'm gonna learn. And that was the end of it. That was it.
We're gonna get so much trouble if we're talking.
No, I'm just telling you what they said. I'm not. We're not talking about anything about it. I'm just telling you, you know what they said. That's the extent of it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So anything else they said, they're lying.
Yeah.
Were you shocked?
Yeah.
You should know me by now.
I was, because I didn't think.
They lied to you, babe. They lied to you. And they're going to continue to lie. The only one who is not going to lie to you is me. I won't lie to you. Okay? I'm all in like I've been. Not changing anything. I will stick with this. I'm stick by you, no matter what kind of shit they're trying to throw at us. I'm here. I ain't going anywhere. 9 o'clock every fucking day, besides 9 o'clock. I do more than that, but 9 o'clock is our time. But every other time, I'm still thinking, I'm still reaching out. You have no.
I need a quick break from that noise. That is just killing my ears. Question: are they still together? Does anybody know? Are they still together?
Idea. I was worried sick. I was getting sick, worrying about you. I couldn't stop thinking and wanting to write and just anything. Today is sort of like a rebirth. You know what I mean? You kind of know what I mean? Yeah. It's a rebirth. It's a rebirth of strength. It's like different. It's different. It's different. It's not even like anything. Because we're sharing something so intense. And it makes it different. It's weird. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. It just makes it different and stronger to be in such, what's the word, insurmountable odds and still look. It's still there. So let that mean something, babe. Let that mean something. Still here. So when I'm sure when you got that letter, you were so relieved.
It was, I didn't know anything.
Now you know. And now you know what? I ain't going nowhere. And I'm not changing a thing. I'm going to be here for you, one way or another. You know? So, know that ain't shit changing. Okay?
Okay.
So my plan was, I was like, should I do this? Should I not? So, and there would be too much going on because there was a couple things I needed to do. But I wanted to get on my knees real quick and say, would you marry me? While we were out there. I was going to do it really fast because that's how strongly I feel. I'm not a marriage type of guy, but for you, and under these circumstances, anyway, now you know.
Did he just
That's
ask?
how much, much I love you.
My hearing aids are fighting this like crazy. With this background noise, it makes it near impossible for me to really understand what they're saying, and the captioning is struggling. But did he just pop the question to her? I'm trying to understand. Can somebody tell me? Did he just ask her to marry him?
And the love has always been there, but now after all this,
Oh my God.
it's different. It's different love, babe. It's different. It's different. Something different. It's bigger. It's bigger. It's bigger.
Yes, I'll marry you.
And now that you know, because I know you didn't hear from me in 2 weeks, because I couldn't get a hold of you, obviously. But now that you know, don't you ever falter on me, okay? All right. So now you know.
How did you get my booking number?
Huh?
How did you find my booking number?
Because I'm smart. I'm very smart, babe.
I'm feeling like we have been listening to, we have really just been listening to phone call after phone call, toxic after phone call, and he just asked her to marry her.
I'm very smart. I have my ways.
Yeah, right? One condition.
I have my ways.
Oh, you already did. One condition you already did.
Believe me, if there's a will, there's a way.
Well, I had ways too, but I couldn't because I'm not supposed to be asking about you.
Oh, fuck that. I'm asking about you. Fuck that. I'm asking about you.
It's bad enough being told what they're saying. It's a whole different thing sitting here listening to it. It's actually giving me an migraine.
Right. Even under the worst, I'm never gonna drop the ball. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I got you. So, let's just see what happens. See what happens. I'm glad you told me about the other little thing. I'm glad. That makes sense. Motherfuckers.
I just want to see what this stuff is. I want to see it. I need to see it or I won't believe it.
Say that again?
I want to see what all this stuff is.
Yeah, me too. Me too. From what I gathered, this is what I did gather from my attorney. They said that apparently this so-called DNA has been found as of 15 February. From what was read to me.
Yeah.
So whatever the fuck they've been doing this shit for a while, and I was shocked to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, man, thinking. I got it. And don't be scared to get you a notebook, like a sketch, no, not a sketch pad, a notebook, just for your case information.
Yeah.
Keep notes on stuff that's pertinent. Keep notes on everything that you think of, because you may forget. I'm doing it too.
Yeah, that's why he's trying to get us a private room so he can share stuff, documents with me.
Who?
My lawyer.
Yes. When is that gonna happen?
Well, I don't know, hopefully soon, because we've always been like on the phone, like behind the glass.
Yeah.
And he's trying to get us the private room, because we're gonna have to go over a lot of stuff, he said.
Yep. Yep.
And I want copies of all of it.
Well, the problem is, if you have it, they have access to it too. The inmates might get it or some shit like that, so keep only what you need.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Keep what you need, only what you need. Apparently, I'm told they've been doing a lot of listening.
Yeah.
That's what he said. So I'm not sure what it was I'm listening to. I have no idea, but who cares? Right now, I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah. Anyway, I won't say this much. It's way. Anyway, it's way better than I thought it was. It's better than I thought it was. It could have been a lot worse. I'll tell you that. Me just playing in my head. So, I'll leave it like that. So let's leave it like that. It could have been worse. It could have been even more disaster. So let's just keep it together. Just keep it together. A lot of this will come clear once we get all the info. It'll get a lot more clear. Hang on, can you tell the difference in my voice for going? Can you hear? Let me see. Hang on. Does it sound different from here? That's because I'm kneeling.
You're kneeling?
I'm kneeling down.
Why?
Why do you think? Why do you think?
I don't know. Why are you kneeling?
I'm kneeling because I'm looking up at yourself. I'm looking at you to say something. I'm kneeling right now for you. My plan was to do it out there, but it might get busy. I told you. I would be proud. Very proud. So just know that. Would you? Well, I can hear you too. He's right there. Is that you and that little family?
Have y'all been watching the body language of the investigator sitting up on that stand or whoever she is? Have y'all been watching her looks and body language? I'm finding that more entertaining than I am what they're saying. Just saying.
Can you hear me? I know, I hear you like crystal clear.
I was sitting down.
Oh, I can hear you really good. So, is that a yes?
I wish more than anything else.
Oh my God.
It would be my honor, baby. My honor. It would be my honor.
Are they going to have a prison wedding?
And I mean that.
Virtually?
Everything I have. So if there's a way we can do this, we should do it if we can. You never know what tomorrow will bring, you know? But it would be my honor.
Did they actually get married?
I think I would be the luckiest man in the world. So, I love you, and it would be mine. So, know that. So I assume that's a yes, and we're just gonna make this shit work one way or another. So, I think I'm gonna get my little tattoo now. On my, you know, we talked about that little finger thing?
Yeah.
I think I'll work on that. It's my next project. So I'm gonna get a big ass M right there until we actually do this. You okay with that? I'm not even gonna see your feet.
Yeah?
Yes, I can.
Are you laying out?
I am laying on the floor and I'm looking at your cute feet.
I am.
Right here. This is another first meeting. That's another first. Wow, look at those pretty nails. Look at you, babe. That's awesome. I'm trying to figure out how to get this thing to you. You know?
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. It's all on camera.
It's gonna be on camera, yeah, that's true. That's true, yeah. It's gotta be a way though. Yeah. Is all your stuff?
I have this.
What is it?
For you.
What is it?
The letter.
Okay, I'm gonna try something, don't do anything. Hang on. Hang on. I'm gonna make this work.
Because if they see us passing something, they're gonna take it.
Yeah, let's wait, we'll just wait, just to be sure. Okay, let me just like that, okay. So, yeah. Put some toilet paper on you so your face doesn't touch the ground. You hear me? Put some toilet paper down. Alright, I just get to see you a little while. There we go. You got some cute feet. I know that walk anywhere. I know that walk anywhere. That's my walk. That's my girl's walk. See, I can live with this. There you go. Oh my baby, look at her. You know what? This is worth more than $1 million. You know that? You look so good, baby. You look so fucking good.
Anything would look good to you right now when you're in jail. I'm just saying.
We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it, baby. We're gonna be fine.
Can you read my lips?
Turn the other way so I can see the other way. You have one here? What'd you say? I heard the first 3 parts. Can't get that last part. I can't see the lyrics backwards. Fuck. Shit.
It's okay. It's all right.
It's important. It's important. Can you turn the other one? I can't because there's a wall right here.
What do you mean?
Let's see if I can get closer. Alright.
If I whisper, would that be okay or no?
Yes.
I want to know at what point did the toothpaste filled with love connection come into the picture? And I want to know what would make her think at her age she could even she could possibly conceive a child, but the risk of that child having so many birth defects, Down syndrome, everything else. And then on top of it, if she's got a life sentence, that baby ain't going to be with her. I'm just saying, what the hell are they thinking? Is one of the detectives? She's been on the scene 2 or 3 times.
I think.
They keep calling her back. Oh.
It's not for sure. He doesn't know. Uh-huh.
Just missed it. He proposed. She cried and said yes. Sorry about that.
You are so way off. They are so way off. It's insane.
Needle went through my pinky. Heather whispering.
Fucking lie.
That's bullshit. I knew it.
It's a fucking lie. I ain't told you.
I found it in my garage. You never keep nothing.
Good.
Okay, keep talking now.
Let me see something. I'm going to see if it will catch it.
Nothing.
You said you gave me a phone.
It's a fucking lie.
I said, what? That's not true. That's bullshit. I knew it.
It's a fucking lie. I ain't told you.
I found it in my garage. You never keep nothing.
Good.
Okay, keep talking now. I thought.
What?
They thought I was stupid.
You?
They thought.
Oh.
But I wasn't.
You and I both. You and I, they think they can just manipulate us into anything.
No, deals.
Mm-mm.
No, none.
Mm-mm. I'm with you, okay? I'm with you. That's my baby.
I think they're gonna separate our trials.
I kind of figured that. And it should be like that because one has nothing to do with nothing anyway.
No, but
If there's more
We
evidence.
just gotta wait and see what's coming in.
except our
Right. I'm not saying anything anyway. My arraignment attorney, he said to me, this motherfucker asked me, he goes, well, did you? I said, what the fuck? I looked at him, I said, how the fuck you gonna ask me some shit like
yeah,
that?
because they make it look so what's the word?
Raunchy?
Oh, let me see better. They make it look so good, like it's this is it, case closed.
Yeah.
They twist everything.
Every fucking thing.
And she's kind of
Everything.
grinning. She's grinning.
Apparently, I can't remember what was said, but they tracked.
The investigator's grinning because she knows that they can lie and twist it to get what they need from her.
They track phones. You know that?
Damn it.
Oh, you did? That's, again, we're not denying we're not denying that part. Not denying that. There's no denying that, but that doesn't make us. Naked.
That's why I don't want my children at this trial. And worse.
Wait a minute. Did you see it? They told you. That means they cracked an account. Which means there. He just shows it with, you know, public stuff. Okay. I don't know what happened. The one that was on you. That's what happened. I think, I don't know. We'll find out. Anything else? Not that I know of, there's nothing. I don't know.
I'm just gonna take a 2-minute break here.
Okay.
Because my knees. This is fucking crazy.
But even with that, still this, that doesn't.
No, I know, but I just, you know, it's very scandalous, so.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Oh, only that part, it's not, you know, that's nothing. But when they're wrong about the other shit, we just gotta wait to see, you know, just gotta see everything. Just gotta wait and see everything. Not to everything. So just hang in here, okay? Okay? I love you, baby. Love you. Okay? I love you. It ain't gonna change. And never mind about, I don't know. I don't want to talk to motherfuckers, which I didn't. I won't. That shit was cut short. Nothing. I corroborated, yeah, close. We were close. And you told me very little about anything other than what I saw on the news and shit. That was it. And after that, I cut it off. I was done. They brought me back to myself. Came back with a camera, took pictures of my scars, on my back and my hands. Asked where they came from. And at that time, only thing I remember at the time was the time that you and I got into it, and you hit me with the racket.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't tell him that. I just told him I got hurt at the gym. I didn't even think about it until you just said it just now. And I told him I heard him working on my car also. And that was it. And then it disappeared because I didn't want to talk to him anymore. Whole thing, 15 minutes. So we'll see. So, okay. We'll be okay. Swaywood comes in. I just want to look at you.
Sorry.
You look so good. I love you, baby.
A rehydrated prune would look good to that guy.
I've been on it.
Just saying.
I will take my heart to the grave with me. I mean, we'll figure it out. Yeah, I will write you, try to talk to you. I will figure this shit out.
What I don't understand is how long did it take for them to figure out that they were talking to each other? Because they're not supposed to be.
Just gotta be patient. Stay patient.
15
I don't understand how long it took them to figure out that these two were talking. But then again, maybe they let them talk so they would say something.
minutes. The evidence applies. See you back here.
Today has been a pretty boring day. We have been listening to love phone calls between the two. We heard a marriage proposal. We heard her sobbing and crying and saying yes. We heard that she supposedly got something and fashioned a ring. She is acting like a giddy little teenage lovesick person. And I'm still kind of figure out what they thought they were going to do with the love potion that he was going to send her. I think that's what I'm going to call it. The love potion he was going to send her. In the toothpaste tube. Like, how many of us online think she could really get pregnant at this age? That easily? I mean, this woman's in premenopause or in menopause. Really? Rhonda, are you leaving? See you soon. Thank you for joining us, beloved. We're glad you were here. I'm sorry it wasn't more riveting. You know, I thought maybe these phone calls would be some fun stuff, but it's pretty boring. I apologize. But do you know what? As they say, some days in court are lively and entertaining, and other days are pretty dang boring. Like the day they sat there and entered in 500,000 pieces of evidence in a trial. All we did was sit there and listen to evidence, admitting evidence into trial. But it is what it is. It's part of what happens in trial. Unfortunately, a lot of people just don't want, they zoom to another one, and that's fine. But these phone calls are somewhat telling in the sense that you get an idea of where their minds are. But then again, we didn't need a whole lot to figure that out. But does anybody know if they are in a relationship right now? Do we know if they, what's going to happen with that? I wonder. And can two inmates from different prisons get married? I do know you can get married in jail and in prison, which I think is ridiculous. I mean, unless it's a jail that offers conjugal visits. But if you're the woman in jail and you should be of age to conceive, then they got to make sure she's on birth control so she can't. Just opens up a whole bucket of worms. In my humble opinion, today has been a long day. It has been a long day, y'all. I got to admit it. It's been a Monday. Monday. Probably the wrong song, but oh well. What? I got to see what this is about. Hold on. I think it's time for a sewing break. I haven't touched it in a couple of days. I started hurting, so I stopped sewing. So I got to get back to it though. I'm going to look up something. Michael Moore wrote a letter to the Attorney General in Massachusetts. Okay, I'll go back and watch that later. I don't know if that has anything to do with this, with the trial. See. I'm looking for something for y'all. I need to put the music on so y'all aren't. I'm looking. I like this song. Okay, it wasn't what I thought it was. I was like, yeah, I think this will work. No, it won't. Oh. Sorry, excuse me. Squeeze me. Squeeze me. Tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central Standard Time, we will be here for the Karen Reed hearing. I think everybody is up and ready for it. And I am. Oh no, the Pope Francis is back on a ventilator.
Francis's health tonight.
That's right. The Vatican says he is back on a ventilator after suffering new breathing issues.
Fox 8 Sharon Crowley joins us now in studio with the latest on his condition. Sharon, what do we know?
Natasha and Steve, the
Prayers
Vatican
out
says
to him.
Pope Francis suffered 2 new acute respiratory crises, and he was put back on non-invasive medical ventilation. This is yet another setback as he fights pneumonia in both lungs. The Vatican says Pope Francis remained alert, though, and cooperated with the medical staff during his treatment. His His prognosis remains guarded, though. The 88-year-old leader of the Catholic Church has been in the hospital since Valentine's Day. This recent setback coming just as the Pope had been showing some improvement after suffering a respiratory crisis last Friday. The Vatican said this morning the Pope had a restful night and had breakfast and started regular oxygen therapy, and then updated his condition just a few hours later. I spoke a short time ago with two local doctors about the Pope's health.
What we know so far about the Pope's condition is that he had flu-like symptoms in December, and this progressed to pneumonia. And he's had a very difficult course, complicated by respiratory distress, needing to use non-invasive ventilation. And it sounds like he also had procedures to remove the mucus.
Okay, so he's having oxygen on the nose or on the mouth, but they're not having to intubate him.
Bronchoscopies on a couple of occasions. So, of course, his age and his history of lung disease complicate the matter even more so.
I think it's really important for him to recover his strength and his ability to clear his mucus, because that really is the rate limiting step here, because that can predispose you to worsening setbacks.
Well, in Rome, the faithful continuing to pray for the Pope's recovery. Pope Francis skipped his weekly noon blessing on Sunday and instead issued a message thanking doctors and the faithful for their prayers. He also met with two high-ranking Vatican officials, a sign he may still be trying to run things in the Catholic Church. Now, the Pope will also miss Ash Wednesday services this week. Ash Wednesday, of course, marks the beginning of the holy season of Lent before Easter.
Everyone is praying every evening, and we hope
We hope and pray he recovers, but God's will. Who did they trust to pass the toothpaste to? Well, obviously it got nobody, because the toothpaste tube was found in an envelope in his cell, not her cell. So they didn't get it passed off in time. So, as they say,
howdy, soldier.
They had no mission to go on. The mission was canceled. Addy, soldier. We're so bad, y'all. I gotta make fun of something. I gotta. By the way, while we have a little break, what do y'all think? I'm playing around for things for the Karen Reed Canton PD evidence kit. And then I have just evidence. And then I have this. That's new. I'll change it to spring colors in this when it gets a little warmer. But we have evidence collecting kit. Evidence Canton PD evidence kit. I'm sorry, I'm entertaining myself. It's been one of those days. One of those days. My eyeglasses broke. My favorite. The nose piece fell off, and I can't put it back on. For me to replace this entire pair, it would be, just the frames would be $600. $75 for the nose bridge. I'll do it. I'll do it, said the putty cat. Snow blower to put the evidence in the cup. I thought it was a leaf blower. It was a leaf blower, they said. See the leaf blower by the cup at the bottom? I might need to make it a little bigger. Yeah, I probably should make it a little bigger. I can do that. Let me delete this and make a new one. Delete logo. Open this up. I can definitely embiggen. Embiggen. Well, I could also. So, there we go. I'm sharing. And there's this. Oh, yes, this. I got to stay within the What about that? Make it a little bigger. What do you think? We can't even do buccal swabs. That stinks. Yeah, it does stink. These are just the cheaters. Although they're not doing too bad, actually. Surprise, surprise. Mesa going to downloads of that. CPD evidence collecting kit. Now I'm going to share. Put that back up. Come back over here and Oh, please, no, not another wreck. Okay, how does that look? A little better? That's about as best I can do right now, but yeah, and I've downloaded some fun sounds. We're gonna have fun. Ooh, unlike today, my gosh, this trial is it's moving at a snail's pace, y'all. We're going on day 22, and we still are in the prosecution case. So you like it, huh? Thank you. Thank you. We have that one. We have that one. Do you know who I haven't seen or heard from in a while? We're missing somebody. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, y'all, I'm slumped down in my chair. I am so relaxed right now. Oh. So, is Monica testifying? One sunny day, one could only hope. And I know I'm being a facetious little snot when I say it. I don't care. I could be outside in the beautiful weather, but this trial is just like the song that never ends. It goes on and on, my friend. OMG. This trial, I'm not lying. It is hideous right now. I don't. We all should have been more prepared when it took the prosecution. We should have all been prepared when it took the prosecution literally a day and a half to offer opening statements. So why I'm shocked, I don't know. But 22 days on the prosecution is just I don't know. I don't know. I am looking for something for us to entertain ourselves while we wait for this 20-minute. How long has it been? Yeah, 20 minutes ago, it was a 15-minute break. Mhm. Reno, the carnival, Rio de Janeiro carnival is happening. Yes, it is. The Highland. Oh, I wanted to share this with y'all. I was so glad to see this.
Highland Park Parade tragedy pled guilty today on the same day opening statements in his trial were supposed to begin.
We have team coverage of this surprise move. We begin with our Sabrina Franza. She was in the courthouse when this happened. Sabrina, what was the reaction
That'd be
like?
O.J. Simpson.
Members of the Highland Park community say they're feeling a sense of relief, but there's also an element of surprise or even whiplash that this trial ended as it did. Many were expecting to sit and relive this tragedy for 3 to 5 weeks, and this guilty plea changed all of that.
Robert Crimo III, in a black suit and black tie, repeatedly affirmed he is guilty of all 21 counts of first-degree murder and 48 counts of attempted murder against him. Witnesses and members of Highland Park sat silently while Judge Victoria Rossetti asked Crimo multiple times if he was sure. You do not need to plead guilty. Did you discuss that with your attorneys? He says yes. Has anyone forced you to enter into this plea? No. Again, Mr. Crimo, is that what you want to do? He says yes.
The judge wants to make sure that the plea is done in a way that it can't be challenged on appeal.
The day began as it normally would ahead of what was supposed to be a day of opening statements. A juror was dismissed and replaced with an alternate. Routine. Then the defense announced the accused had changed his mind.
We were also prepared to present his voluntary confession that he gave that day to law enforcement. His admissions that he made at that time would have confirmed every piece of physical evidence, trajectory analysis, ballistics reports, DNA conclusions, and eyewitness testimony.
Lake County State's Attorney Eric Reinhardt says his team was prepared for a lengthy trial. They feel the result today was a step towards justice.
He received nothing in exchange for this plea today.
So the victims will be able to do the victim impact statements. They will be able to I feel like I'm rolling over something and it's driving me crazy. So they will be able to do the victim impact statement. They will be able to share their feelings and everything else. But yeah, nope. No trial for that. Okay. Back to more of the phone breathing.
Laying on the fucking floor. I am so happy that you got that shit yesterday, because it cheered you up. You don't know how I rushed that letter to try to get it to you, but I rushed it. You know, it's what I said many times. If you didn't hear from me, it didn't happen.
Me too.
Shit.
Me too. I didn't believe him. I said, you're lying.
I didn't have my conversation even last that long. They got rid of me quick when I said, yeah. They, I cut it off short. You know, he started saying shit when I was walking down the hallway. I just ignored it. Whatever, dude. I'm like, man, I got nothing to say. I need to find out. So I need to find out my way what's going on because I don't need anything you guys are talking about anyway. You know? Yeah, but they weren't being too rude to me. Because they know I'm not going to fall for it, but they like you said,
I got to put down my office for tuna steak.
just to get anything
They
done.
said all this bullshit, like, he gave the phone and all this stuff. I said, well, I don't believe that.
I gave you what? I gave you my phone? Oh, I said that?
Yeah. And I said,
conversation that you go there for.
I knew it.
And you said that shit, I said, man, Lord, I don't want to talk. They didn't never made it even to first base. I'm telling you. Because they were trying to get me, they were trying to. On yours. Yeah. Oh.
I said the same thing. The truth. I found it so much.
No. Hang on.
I think it makes sense.
Left. It was left in your car. Escaped. And then they can ask me. So maybe you left it at home. Okay. Just say, just say.
I can't say it.
Just say, in the car, in the truck, you cleaned it. Yeah, when you cleaned it, because remember you cleaned it out, take it back, and you tried it there.
Yeah.
But I remember you mentioned, you said you thought you found an extra phone, or not the money. You asked me, was it mine?
That was a while ago too, right?
Yeah, because you cleaned out the truck.
Yeah.
And you asked me, was it my phone? I'm like, well, let me just, swallow it and get you later. Might have been that one I was looking for. Got it. So, that's the only thing that makes sense. Bye. Oh. Yours? Oh. For now, since yeah, it's not. Hang on. Then, the one thing I said to you is that the one thing I said to him, I said, hey, somewhere in you, I mean, it's not a bad thing because I'm showing he said to me, I said, which is true. To me, they were fine. They were cool. On you. And I said, everything was hunky dory. And he goes, it wasn't. I'm like, oh. And I said, well, I wasn't privy. I don't know. I don't know. It's a community. So, we're trying to play games. We're trying to play games. I just wasn't happy. What happened? So, people will say all that bullshit. Don't do what they say. That's, you got nothing to say. Yeah, I had nothing to say. So, you might want to pull your body further back so the wind doesn't kick it. So, we just wait, babe. We just wait. See everything comes in. It sounds like our phones or some shit, which is not a big deal. I don't care. It's nothing really for us to worry about because it has to do with it. So, you know, it's just taking pieces of information that look like something. Yeah. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. You know, I had 3 Google numbers. Who cares about it? So we just wait to see. No, I can't get you out of my head. I feel awesome and I'm joyful. And I feel joyful and relieved. So I'm okay. But I'm so happy. I'm so happy. It's crazy how these things, how you can have these feelings. And it's true feelings. It's just true feelings. And this good makes me feel like there's such thing as love. You know, not lust, it's love. And it's love is it. On now you know, so never. See what I said? It's good. You're hard. Stupid as it sounds. We know we have. We know we have. You're there. I'm leaving. Yeah. What your mom saying?
They support me. I'm sure they're very disappointed, but you know they want to get me out because they know I don't belong here.
Yeah. And remember it.
I said the same thing. 100% not.
This is Buzz life changing kids. But I'm strong. I'm okay. I'm really strong now. After today, that's good. So, wow. So,
Yeah. Still.
nothing. It's nothing. Mrs. Baker, this is scary.
I'm not done yet.
This is fucking scary.
I'm telling you.
I'm not even talking about the case, I'm talking about us.
I know. I'm telling you. Just before I got that, I crumpled up a little ball in my garage and sent you a message.
This shit's crazy.
Did you read already?
Yeah, I read it. I'm speechless. It sounds like I wrote myself.
Hey, this was in there. Do you need it? Look. This was in there.
What is it?
It's your paper.
What does it say?
Public defender phone number.
I don't know everything. Just give it to me later when we meet.
I got
Say yeah.
I said, are you resting?
No, I'm standing by the door. Just wait until you finish reading.
I'm done.
What you laughing at?
Where are you?
Oh, yeah. Okay. You laughing at? It's scary, isn't it? I could be sick like this, so.
I don't know, but I almost had a heart attack. Yesterday, last night, 10:30 at night.
When you got a letter?
And I was just sleeping with it in my bra, with a piece of paper, which I took out now because I knew I was gonna hand you something else today.
That's crazy. It's just unimaginable. It's everything's. It's just meant to be. It's I'm telling you, it's insane. I'm reading the letter. It's like I'm reading my own shit. You reading your own shit. It's the same fucking thing. So, you know, it's one way or another day it's gonna be okay. It'll be okay. It's gonna be about what we do. We're smart. We're very smart. Look at this. We're pulling off miracles right now. You said that in a chance that we might be able to speak and we might be able to get the letter. We're speaking, we're looking at each other, and we're just, you know, it's good. When we get work, we always do. We always do. We're gonna make work. We just gotta find everything.
Yeah, I gotta do a lot of reading tonight again.
Me too, I got
You had it stashed up. That was the first one I wrote because I didn't know I could.
Yeah, I know. You got a crash course today on how to do a lot of shit.
Because I was told not to.
I was told the same thing. But as long as we're not talking about, you know, shit in front, you know, they're gonna tell us not to anyway, because they think that, you know, the way I understood it was, no matter what we write or we talk or we call, you or your attorney will get a copy of everything. So you can make 1,000, like one guy at my dorm, he says he made 4,000 phone calls. They recorded it well. And my lawyer said she has to listen to every one of them. So I'm not on the phone, so I'm not worried about that. And I already told her to call me when she sees the letters. You know, like this one, they won't see it because we passed directly. But everything that goes through the system, they photocopy and send it to the cities. And which I don't care. You know, I mean, we're not telling them something they don't know already. You know. So let them get an eyeful. It's fine. As long as we don't talk about anything dealing with this whole shit, we're fine. What? Just say it. It's okay. Don't worry. What? And you did to my DNA. I don't see you for years. What?
I can't write to you. I can't write to you. They will put me to death. I can't write to you. For that, until pre-trial.
Just stay with me, okay? Just stay with me, babe, too much. You don't understand.
This is sounding almost illegal in the background. Is it me, or is anybody else thinking the same thing?
You're breaking me, babe.
I can't write. They will use that.
Oh, she's whispering. I was like,
You're gonna kill me, babe. It's gotta be a way. I'm running out of ways. I can't do anymore now. I can't do anymore. It's gotta be a way. Have someone else write me or something. No, don't do that. Don't do that. What was the reason why you said you didn't hurt me?
He said this place is haunted. They need everything.
I know that.
I can't accept anything from you. I can't touch it. I can't read it. I can't send you anything. Or the jury will condemn me.
why is she writing so much? What is she doing? Writing a book? Is she bored? Y'all, I have a hard stop at 6:30.
I don't understand because we're not even talking about anything. Just hello, how you doing?
Until I know for sure. He said, until you know for sure. You have nothing to do with him.
Just 20 minutes. Flush it out to
They haven't taken it already.
take it one reason.
The one in the room.
Oh, that's fine. They already got copies of that.
That's all I
They're gonna try to kill me. I love you. Stay strong. I love you, babe. And this love is gonna kill me. I'm still trying to figure out why he told me that. I'm trying to figure out why he told me that.
I should be talking to you. You've been charged.
I'm charged with what?
Even though I don't believe it. Even though I don't believe it. I can't be talking to you. I can't be writing to you.
I know what they're saying. They're telling me the same thing about you, right? Telling me the same thing about you. Same thing. Just, man, my feeling is we have no defense for each other. Is there something more? Maybe you can say that.
The boss just looking at you, talking to you.
I'm gonna believe you got a chance. It's too easy for you. It's too easy for you. You attorneys. You don't have to agree to anything. You don't. He's your attorney. You're not a slave. That's all I'm saying. Maybe you need to represent you. We need to hear from you. Right, I like that. It'll be usual. It'll be funny. No. It'll be very funny. He talked to you about your bill? Nothing? Huh? Did he even ask for it? What did he say? No.
No, it's true.
So we bunker down. You get ready to ride this thing. You get ready to ride this thing. Just get ready to ride. And we help our case. We help do what we can to figure this thing out.
Scripts. And looking at the clock, we'll take our adjournment at this time till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The evidence and applies, now discuss this case among yourselves. Will anyone else before express any opinions of the cause if I submit it to you? Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9.
Y'all, thank you, Jesus. Y'all, it has been a day. I have to admit, it's been one of those days. Today's court drive me crazy. I was bored as I could be, but that's part of I'm being honest. We all have those days. Glad today's going to be over. I'm going to go teach my sign language class, and then I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do for dinner. But I thank you guys for staying in there with me. It is one of those days where it's just like, how much more heavy breathing can I handle and whispering? So, with that, let's draw for our entry into March's. One sunny day. You did it. You were in. You got an additional entry. I have to bolt. I have to go teach sign language, but guess what? We'll be in tomorrow, and it's going to be an interesting day because Karen Reed is primary. So Karen Reed will be here. When I get back tonight, I will make everything up and ready and posted. I may even go live and go through some of the documents. Okay. Love you. Appreciate you. Oh my God, I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry. My phone just did this. Tracy Rogalagard is waiting to hear from you. From Marco Polo, my sister who died. I hate that. Get those often. Anyway, I will see y'all later. I really do have to literally run. I got to get ready and everything. So bless you, love you. Thank you so much for joining. We'll see you later tonight and then tomorrow morning. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.